Hey, what can I do for you guys? When I say you, I mean this chat, that one there. Yeah, I'm alive. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't I be? Hmm. Rare Sunday stream. I didn't even know what fucking day it was. I thought it was Monday. Damn. I guess I can just go home now. Why am I here? Do I need to tell you guys where I've been? What I've been doing? Not really. Nah, you don't need to. Tell me what my thoughts on Gaza should be. I didn't realize that there was a stupid fucking corner in my camera. This thing. Do I just want to leave that there? Oh, it's this. It's this. Oh, that's fine. I thought it was the monitor. For some reason, it's acceptable if it's the cable, but not the monitor. We don't allow that. Out of retirement? Nah. Just gonna appear every now and then when I feel like it. I think that's where I'm going right now. I don't have any plans to do regular streaming for a while. At least not immediately. I'll just come on when I've actually got things I really want to talk about. I think that's the idea. Hmm. When will you get Wizard and the Jew? I still can't find it. It's never gonna. It's disappeared. Okay, it has been scattered to the wind. It is disintegrated, like salt in the water. How's the video essay thing going? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even. I think it's better if I just read and take notes instead of have an essay in mind. That's probably the better way. I think this light looks a bit better. I got some advice and I was told to use a cold light in the background to contrast my face, and that means that I'm not blending in with the wall anymore. So now I just need to get some pictures in each spot. Do you think people will read notes? No, I'm not making the notes for people to read. It's just for my own benefit. And then I think when I've done enough, there'll be a point when just like an essay idea comes out. Substack. No, just notes. I mean, I might write some of the Obsidian notes might turn into scripts. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I just don't really have that much interest in making content right now. Like that's where I currently am. Um, I don't really care that much for it. I don't really like the discourse or the communities or the fucking uh other people involved. Like I don't really like any of it right now. So I mean, I like learning, so I'll do that. But I learn best when I'm not reading shit out loud on stream and getting distracted. So um, kind of just vibing here until something clicks. Maybe I'll decide to retire early, or maybe I'll decide to uh, do content in a slightly different way. That's probably where we are now. Become a WoW streamer again. Might do that. That's possible. Go back to college. Why? College is just learning stuff, but slower. That's all that is. It's just, nah, fuck that. And it's expensive. Fuck that. Music stream. I could do that. I've been doing some recording as well. So if I want to read what you're writing and study about, is the notes the best place? Yeah, Obsidian Notes is the best. Yeah, for sure. Produce an album live on stream. That would be so fucking intense if I tried to do that. My God. It's funny, I look on LSF and the first post I see is one from Spider. This is Spider's account with his 26 billion post karma. Okay. If you go to college, you might hold a candle to Chris Kunzler. Good one. Yeah. I might learn about how Jewish suffering in the Middle East and North Africa was actually all the Zionist fault. I might learn that. Absolutely based. Ooh. Okay.
Their babies. I mean,
What the fuck? Went to rehab for the last month. What did I miss in the world? Damn. Dustin Gray, that's the $5. Rehab. The fuck? Well, I hope that went well for you. Nothing's really, nothing ever happens.
settler babies. I mean, yeah, I don't like the pro clutching from all of the lefties who are like, oh my god, what a disgusting thing to say when they say stuff like settler babies. You know, when they
Wow.
talk about going after children settlers. And it's like, oh, okay, you're literally just part of the problem. You're acting like you're one of the people in Gaza getting bombed, which I could be far more understanding of them being like, oh yeah, we just need to get rid of every single Israeli, including children. I could be far more understanding of that than some dude like Hassan Piker sitting inside of a mansion, or some chick like fucking Frogan acting like she has any real connection to the region, LARPing.
Damn. Real voice. Real voice.
Has any real connection to the region.
Oh no. Soying out. He's absolutely soying.
LARPing about their, oh my god, no, you're fucking trying to piggyback off of the movement to be able to score points. It's ridiculous. I can be far more understanding of these groups. Fuck, I can be far more understanding of what that, I'm assuming, is Israeli say in that context than I can be to any of these bum ass Western niggas.
Bum ass.
But yeah.
Oh no. Yep. This is the only reason Spider posted this is to use as evidence for how inoffensive it is for black people to use the N-word in the server. That's all this is. Fuck off. Crazy musical timing. Uh-oh.
Thank you so much.
You know what I did yesterday? I went to I took a big old journey down because in Edinburgh, fucking Oasis are playing for like several days straight. So I went outside fucking Murrayfield where they were performing. I was like, damn. There was like a whole crowd just outside, because you can get, it's not like fucking America or whatever where there's a stadium and you have to be like really, you can't even get to within 50 or 100 meters of the place, otherwise you'll get shot or whatever. Like I actually went to the you could actually get pretty much to the outside where you could see it. Like you could hear it really clearly, and it's so fucking loud. And I was like, oh, Oasis are playing. Like shit. And there was a whole crowd of people bunched around outside the stadium to try and just listen from the outside. Favorite Oasis song, bro? Because I was part of a music scene in the 2010s. The problem is that in those music scenes, like those indie alternative sort of wank music scenes, the problem is that people are very pretentious, and they're very cultish, and they're very like they have this kind of standard where there are things that are cool to listen to and there are things that are uncool to listen to. So classic example for even not music scenes is it's really uncool to like Nickelback, even though when Nickelback came out in the 2000s, everyone liked them, okay? Everyone loved Nickelback, okay? But then 5 or 10 years later, all these people grew up and they had to pretend that they never liked Nickelback. It's like really fucking weird. So it was kind of the same with Oasis, with the scenes that I hung out with, and because I was just in music scenes where people would like, they'd like Bright Eyes and they would like Jeff Buckley and all this shit, but it wasn't cool to like Oasis. Like they were really like bottom of the list because that was seen as like asshole music or whatever. Like yeah, but the funny thing is that it was uncool to like Oasis, but it was really cool to like the Brian Jonestown Massacre. And listening to the first Oasis album, I'm like, this actually sounds like a lot like that 60s revival, because it was, right? It was like Beatles influence and everything. Like they even had the same hair, and they said they were based on the Beatles. But for some reason, it was really cool to like or like Dandy Warhols and all this shit, but like not Oasis, even though they sound really similar. Like that fucking what is it? Rock and Roll Star or whatever. That song sounds like it could be a Brian Jonestown or a Dandy Warhol song. Yeah. So Long story short, I discovered that I actually quite like Oasis songs. Yeah. Did they play Wonderwall? Of course they did. Yeah. That wretched song. That's what Liam calls it, isn't it? Liam Gallagher, that wretched anemone owns. Yes, it does. But you're pissing in the wind if you think that it couldn't have also been an Oasis song. Am I wrong? All right. Fuck. Where is it where he calls it the wretched song? Is it just a social media post? No, this is a public group. Hmm. Fuck. What? Are there no videos of him doing that? This is like okay, hang on. You went to the Edinburgh show. No, I went outside the stadium and listened from there. That wretched song. Oh, is there no fucking footage of this? Is it just a... Is this it?
No. Which of the top 10 selling Oasis songs is Liam's favourite? It's got to be Live Forever. That's what I think they'll say.
What's your favourite?
My favourite, I think it's Live Forever. I mean, I like them all, but Live Forever is a bit sentimental and that. Let's see, right? I wonder what, did he say? Fucking hell, what's up with him?
I don't know.
I wonder what, I mean, it's all right and that. I mean, no, it's not, he's taking a piss. That used to do my head in that tune. I've only started to come around to it again, but as I got older, but nah, come on, lad Bible.
Wow. Hmm. Ten songs, aren't they a one-hit wonder? Oh no! If you go to their gigs, man, the fans are singing everything. They're not. They're like at least a three-hit wonder, right? Oasis. What were those? Wait, what were all those examples? Because I need to get familiar.
Let's see, right?
I'm not gonna be. I need to get familiar. Okay. Don't let back in anger, obviously. Cigarettes and alcohol. Stand by me. Okay. Oh, why is Live Forever is really good. I like that one. What else? I've only been getting familiar with these songs really recently. Why is Champagne Supernova here? That's probably my favorite one. I do like Champagne Supernova. Hey, someone else said it as well. Do you listen to Kneecap? Nope. For some, I have a real aversion to listening to tunes to listening to artists who are only in my peripheral vision because they make a fucking ass of themselves on the internet. I don't care. I will make a fucking religious effort to not even, I don't know what Kneecap sounds like, and I will make a very religious effort to not even know what they sound like. Like, I might like them, I might not, I don't care. They don't deserve my attention. Not if you're gonna, like, I shouldn't know who you are just because you fucking smeared your face in shit and then like attacked other people for not liking you for it. Like, it's so stupid. Yeah. Fuck. Like, you want to like pretend to be reading Nasrallah's fucking book where he's talking about how there's no race more cowardly than the Jews. Yeah, okay. Progressive, apparently. Fuck that. Fuck that. Same with that Bob Villain dude. Hell no. Hmm. Kneecap tried to get some other show cancelled. I don't care. Don't care. Same with like Roger Waters. I don't want to listen to Roger Waters anymore because of just the behavior. No John Lennon then. Well, John Lennon is known because of his songs. Like the first thing I learned about John Lennon was that he did songs. I don't think John Lennon was just like some random fucking daytime on the main stage act and then he did politics, and then everyone's like, oh, that guy. No, that's not how that worked. John Lennon did the songs, then he did the politics, right? Like that's the no Kanye. Same, bro. I'm a fucking boomer, right? Kanye was the guy who did the fucking tunes about gold diggers, right? Like, God, are you able to separate the art from the artist generally? Yeah, it's not like, obviously I don't like Kanye, but I'll listen to his songs. Yeah, obviously. But I just don't like it when these artists are like, the only reason you're in the headlines, or the only reason anyone's talking about you right now is because you made a tit of yourself over politics. Like that's very different to me. Like I don't like people using fucking pain and suffering and human catastrophe as a fucking marketing tool, which is exactly what those guys are doing. Yo. Whereas I'm pretty sure people like John Lennon and Kanye, they lose fans for their politics. Or like what's her face? Azalea Banks. Like those people lose followers for their politics. They don't, that's not like their foot in the door to public discourse. Okay, what is this musical timing? Oh, pool timing. What? Is this just him doing shots
That
with
was
the music?
insane timing. What the fuck?
Don't care. Okay. Wait, this is me. What the fuck is happening here? What? I thought this was like a, no, that's actually how she's standing, isn't it? That's not like a prop. There was like some, what are they doing?
You got it.
Is this just promo?
Yeah, find your balance. Find your balance. Okay? All right, that's all you.
This is that IDF combat training.
Just make it happen. For two, put them both up. You can do it.
Good one. The Nicki Minaj challenge. Is this like when you try to do the Slav squat, but crazier? I think if I tried to do that, my hip would fall out. This isn't live stream fail. This is H3. Whoops. Ah! I don't understand how people can browse this sub. It's so weird. Forcing on modern politics.
And the money and the support and the guns and the wars keep flowing in Israel's direction. Now that Israel is losing that supportive constituency,
I'm falling asleep, man. How could someone unironically care about fucking Israel or Palestine? What the fuck? Nobody fucking cares.
Uma Musume
Oh,
Training versus
no.
Real Life. Speed Training.
Should Abu Mazen declare Palestine an official state? I know that there was a period between Camp David and the Second Intifada when PLO were floating the idea of declaring independence. I can't remember what reason they gave for not doing it. I don't know. Don't know. They said they had some reason for not doing it. Like, I meant every word. I'll say it louder next time. Israel's occupation of the U.S. government. She says this all the time now. She's like, she's gone full, she's gone full nutter. They've all gone full nutter, man. What the fuck happened? How did Anna Kasparian so quickly go from scrapping with lefties over her saying things that were supposedly like the reasonable stuff and like calling out excesses, being like, oh yeah, I think lefties are too, are like not great on crime, or like the birthing person is dumb, and then that, but now I didn't realize she was upset with them because they weren't full fucking Nazi enough though. That I didn't realize that was the reason. Ethan called her out too. Yeah, it's mental.
Right, loathe you. And eventually these are the people who are going to come into power. So I think Israel's days are numbered as it pertains to America backing its disgusting, loathsome behavior. it's war crimes, it's
It's like when you turn 18 and you learn about Marxism for the first time in your little first year sociology college course, and you're like, wow, there's a recession, there's protests, there's riots. Wow, bro, capitalism's fucked, okay? It just happens to be at the time when I've come into the scene and just learned about things and learned about inevitable collapse, that it's just going to be, this is the time it'll actually happen. It's the same thing with Israel, isn't it? Like, these people just learn about this country for the first time in the last 2 years, and then they're like, oh wow, yeah, it's absolutely now's the time. Bro, these people, it's Ilan Pape as well, that fucking idiot, that like absolute charlatan hack fuck, is always like going on these podcasts and talking about how Israel's days are numbered and all this shit. And it's like, bro, people have been saying this for the last, 76 years, right? Israel's outlasted the USSR. I guess that's maybe why they're so butthurt about it, especially in the last 2 years. But, yeah.
slaughter of innocent people. You know, coming into this, beginning on October 7th, I had absolutely no hatred toward Israel. None.
Oh,
Not
bullshit.
even a little bit. I mean, obviously, Israel has committed war crimes. They've committed all sorts of atrocities against the Palestinian people. But I was able to separate, the entirety of a country from the acts of a government.
So this is the standard. It's also, this is why, and this is quite subtle as well, because a lot of people don't get this, is that I think one of the easiest ways to illustrate the anti-Semitism is the fact that there's like it's not just the Zionist occupied government. That's too obvious. But another way to illustrate it is just this idea that since when do we say that a country doesn't get to exist anymore because they've committed war crimes? Like, that's not, you'd never say that to any other country. Like, no one's saying that we should abolish fucking Russia and turn it into whatever its neighboring countries are, just get it annexed by fucking Kazakhstan or like Japan and China and Ukraine and Germany. I believe Germany does exist, I'm afraid. I believe Germany does exist. The reason Germany got split was because it was occupied on two ends by the Allies. You think if the Soviets had just occupied like all of Germany, they would have abolished the country? Like, they would have just been like, yeah, there's no more Germany now. We're turning it into like Russia or like, no. The same with the Allies. You think if the Soviets were like just on the edge and the Western Allies had gone all the way up to Germany, West and East, they think they still would have split the country? Germany wasn't split because they committed fucking genocide. It was split because it was occupied from two different ends. Japan got to be a country. No? Turkey gets to be a country. Fuck off.
Now I look at Israel and I don't want Israel to be a U.S. ally. I think Israel drags us down, drags us into wars we shouldn't be fighting on its behalf, attracts animosity and hostility toward the United States and our military. Israel's a pariah state for a reason. And for any Israeli who's under this impression that they're special and they're loved internationally, you're not, and again, has nothing to do with the fact that you're Jewish. Lots of Jews all across the globe have been protesting Israel from the very beginning. It has everything to do with the fact that you guys like to slaughter people and steal land, and you think you're better than everyone else. You think that you're entitled to everything, including our tax dollars. It's disgusting. And all it takes is a bunch of prostitutes in the U.S. government that can be easily bribed by the likes of a freaking weird-looking, wealthy woman like Miriam Adelson to essentially stand by and allow the pariah state to kill innocent people with our money. That's America first, I guess, for Donald Trump. What an embarrassment. What an embarrassment.
Bro, she a memer. She a big memer. Damn. She's on a journey, okay? I believe I might have found the wretched song. But Ethan's response in stream suggestions. Nice one. Okay.
Right then, beautiful people, it's that song again. Wretched song. Wonderwall.
Amazing. It's that wretched song. I don't know, why did that word just start coming into my everyday lexicon all of a sudden? Oh, it was because of it was Vadim, wasn't it? The total wretch, Vadim. The sleepless wretch. Okay. Our country is occupied and controlled by Israelis. This is our fight. They're using our money and our bombs to slaughter innocent people and steal land. And then our media tells us the Muslim world hates us for our freedom. And people believe that slop as they lose public services because their resources are being sent abroad. The jig is up. You either love America or the country occupying it. What is this contrast where people like, yeah, when people like Bush talk about how the Muslim world hates us for our freedom, he was referring more specifically to bin Laden or whatever the fuck. And people will say, oh my God, you've got to consider the social economic concerns of the American foreign policy. It's like, you have to consider all the sociological reasons for like why that might be the case. And that's kind of, yeah, that's important. No? It's kind of weird to think that like Muslims just hate America for their freedom, let alone even to think like Muslim terrorists hate fucking America just for their freedom. Even if they, like bin Laden literally said he did. But by the by, why is it you have to do that for, they can understand it for Taliban, Hamas or whatever, but suddenly with Israelis, it's like, yeah, you guys just love killing and stealing land. It just makes you happy. Like, that's where it begins and ends. What I detest here is the idea that America is somehow, quote, occupied because an American political action group, AIPAC. The term ZOG, Zionist Occupied Government, has been deployed by American neo-Nazis for decades. It plays into the trope that Jews control everything. Qatar spends way more than AIPAC. Why don't you ever mention them? Because, like all good conspiracy theories, it hits on a real problem. Too much money in lobbying. But from there, it world builds into an insidious, hateful lie. In this case, that Zionists, aka Jews, are the real controllers of our government. Anna, do your forebears know that you work at a news organization that glorifies the Young Turks, the political party responsible for the Armenian genocide? This would be literally the same as me working for an org called the Nazis. The Nazis. I don't know. I don't know if in like Turkish parlance or anything like Young Turks has any other meaning. 'Cause I guess they were also like one of the early fucking groups of Turkish nationalism. I don't know. Like what, like Bandera? But I mean, the Armenian genocide was a kind of big thing, wasn't it? They did kill a lot of people. Fuck knows.
You guys had fun.
Ethan Klein adds the N-word to a song that didn't even have it. Based?
Dancing to, like what the vibe is.
It's Kendrick.
Oh God, is it worth it?
Man down, call an ambulance. Take a beat, bro. Man down. There you go, Dan.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Might have decided.
Whoopa.
Whoopa. That's like what Greek people say, isn't it? Why are some of these clips so fucking loud? Labubu. Oh, okay. Did you see the Overzealots video? No, I did not see the Overzealots video. No. Because I didn't wake up with a fucking brain hemorrhage and decide that I only have the energy or intellectual capacity to deal with the 8 billionth fucking anti-Israel fucking dipshit pseudo-academic hit piece video. Wait, am I thinking of the right person? Just to make sure. Yes, I am. Yeah, no, I did not. No, I have not seen the Overzealous video. No. I think I watched one. I think it was this one. And this guy was like lying about Jewish history within the first couple of minutes, so I just ditched it. That's where we begin and end there. I don't know why I need to watch this same fucking generic rehashing of Norman Finkelstein for the 8 billionth time. Ugh. Whitewashing MLK. Let's go! By pretending that he was actually insanely violent. Hmm. What we got here? What the fuck is this? When are you gonna admit Primal Scream is based? When have I ever not liked Primal Scream? What? I saw Primal Scream. What are you talking about? ADL talking about free speech with Ezra Klein? Hell no. No. Was that Ezra Klein? I don't even know. Lonerbox cameo at 4:32.
For whatever reason, Ethan Klein
This is a 1K YouTube channel. Brilliant.
and videos reviewed by Israel propagandists like Destiny can do now is delegitimize the source altogether. Next is Ethan Klein's sycophant follower Lonerbox.
It's me singing the Mr. Girl song.
Would you still love me if I was a pedophile?
Who has constantly
If. Okay, whatever. No, thank you. It's all the same fucking thing. It's just they recycle the same fucking clips that come from Snark or Bad Empanada videos, or both, and that's it. That's all it is, every fucking time. Absolute banger. I am not sorry. I am not sorry. That song is... I don't even like Mr. Girl that much. I don't like his content. I don't like his takes. He doesn't interest me that much. But that song is a fucking banger, okay? And my cover was also very, very cute, okay? Your Honor, Mr. Box said if. It's a big if, isn't it? It's a big difference between being a pedophile and not being one. Nylon strings are the real deal. Well, that was a steel string, so how fucking stupid do you feel, buddy? Hmm. Just host the damn N-word debate. Potentially. Think about it.
Like in the case,
Hassan watching Destiny getting interviewed by CNN. Hell yeah. 100%. Hassan and Destiny. My two favorite male role models in one room. Let's go. They're not actually in one room. They're just in one video. Let's go.
like in the case of Destiny, if he wasn't so purely spite driven, I think he could continuously be a debate mercenary that sees a tremendous amount of success. If he didn't do all of that stuff, all that snarky, he probably could be like a decent debate mercenary. How Democratic streamers like Destiny are taking on MAGA and Charlie Kirk. Donny O'Sullivan, friend of the show, did a piece on the debate sphere, I guess.
Yeah, I just got escorted from Brian Kirk, baby.
We're in Tampa, Florida for Turning Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. TP USA is a...
Hassan will tell you all about spite. Okay, this guy knows. This guy will tell you spite. You can spot it a mile away. Hey, this Lonerbox guy, he really knows his shit, you know? He's pretty informed of the conflict. Five seconds after finding out he doesn't like my Palestine takes and also doesn't agree with me on like 100% of the fucking conflict. Isn't this the guy who literally thinks that Jews should be allowed to commit genocide because they're Jews? Yeah. You'll tell us about spite, Hassan, won't you? Sitting in your fucking dumbass fucking LA mansion bitching about a 50k subs live stream channel who criticizes you and having to watch like 3 layers of React and clips just to get any fucking critique out of it, and not even characterizing things properly when you do that. Well done.
Voter-driving juggernaut for the Republican Party, led by 31-year-old Charlie Kirk.
They're happy. That's why you know they haven't been on social media.
But this year's event will be menaced by something called the Un-F America Tour, started by a group of progressive influencers and organizers, including the massively popular...
Where you did kind of go off on the children headshot thing with snipers in a disgusting fucking way. Yeah, I'm sure that's why Hassan's upset with me. Yeah, Hassan, the baby settlers guy. Hassan, the rape denier from October 7th guy. I'm sure that guy was like, his feathers were properly ruffled by that lack of sensitivity. Hassan, the IDF bombed a hospital and killed 500 people. This guy is the one who suddenly took offense to me questioning whether or not Israel was ordering their soldiers to go around and find kids to shoot in the fucking face. Wow. The guy who platforms people who literally openly support targeting civilians and killing them. The Houthi defender. The guy sitting there fucking coming all over his screen and in his like little streamer friend's lap at the thought of them kidnapping sailors for a year. Bombing ships and killing the people on board and shit. That guy was like properly, that's why he turned against me, isn't it? It's because of a deep concern for my lack of sensitivity over a humanitarian issue in a 10-second clip. Let's go. True.
Streamer Destiny.
This is the all roads lead to Rome thing, right? So he can do the exact same behavior you said that Biden couldn't get away with doing.
All roads lead to, that was my thing, wasn't it? The all roads lead to Rome fallacy. Oh, the one where conspiracy theorists will use any piece of information to confirm their opinions on something. Like any fact will be massaged and twisted in a way that it still supports the conspiracy theory. That was all right.
They want to bring progressive debate to Kirk's doorstep, but first they have to get in.
So Turning Point has cancelled all of Un-F America's credentials.
You know what's funny? I'm debating Charlie Kirk at Dartmouth University next month.
Now they're trying to sneak in Destiny so he can debate inside here.
I like that these guys are like, this is our weapon. This is our secret weapon. If only Destiny will...
Like, what a statement that must be, the fact that Charlie Kirk dodges Dean, dodges Destiny, but he'll debate Hassan. I wonder why. I wonder why. Wouldn't it be so funny if they just both agreed on how much they hate the Democrats? If they both just agreed on how America shouldn't be involved in other countries' foreign policy and also fuck the Democrats.
Just like engage in spirited debate against Charlie Kirk. If only we can do this. If we can unleash what is he going to do? Charlie Kirk and film it? Like, what do you mean? If only we can get compromising footage of Destiny. Yeah, he's going to do a revenge on Charlie Kirk.
All right, he's in.
It's a slightly strange comment, but okay.
So Destiny has made it inside the building, and we'll see how long he lasts.
Because the shots are going this way? There's a major streamer named Destiny, who's a Democratic liberal streamer. He appears to be debating Myron Gaines.
God, these debate clowns act like getting a center-right neolib in a debate is equivalent to sneaking a Dragon Slayer into the den of the beast. I know. Ugh. Yeah, he's gonna agree with Charlie Kirk that the left is actually responsible for Kamala losing, and also that he's gonna agree with Charlie Kirk on the Israel stuff.
Honestly, I'm pro side. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really, but like, that's about where I'm at.
You just think the Palestinians should just pack up and Native American the out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East. So the problem is that as you weaken Israel...
Wait, this is the editor for the Hassan Abi Productions. Is this one of... Because there's Hassan's main channel, which is Hassan Abi, and the Hassan Abi Productions, I think, is the second biggest one. I don't know, yeah. From before October 7th, by the way. I don't know why people say that, like it matters, like it changes the tone of what he's saying. He was saying that he was pro, like, Palestinians all getting fucking booted out of the region. That's a shit take, whatever. It's a pretty nasty position to have. It's actually, is it not worse to hold that position before October 7th? I feel like before October 7th, people were still very much of the mind that like, oh, you know, Hamas, like a lot of their attacks are just kind of like saber rattling. A lot of it's just kind of controlled opposition in a way that they just want to do enough to make it look like they're doing something so they can keep over domestic control. Like that was the Israeli right-wing position. That was what a lot of left-wingers thought as well. It's kind of worse to have that position before October 7th than after, but I feel like saying that Palestinians in Gaza can probably like have a better life somewhere else is a bit more acceptable now because they literally like have nowhere to fucking live. Like, and even then, so I don't know why saying it this clip was before October 7th is like the best defense. I don't know. But what do I know? Eh? Wouldn't want to critique the methods of my two favorite male role models.
Like ability for Jewish people to live there. It seems like there is because there's a lot of different organizations across the Middle East that are highly invested in the destruction of Israel. So that's like a really rough thing too. So it seems like if Israel is forced to make concessions to Palestinians, it threatens Jewish people's ability to have a homeland. And
Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your cell phone at home and stop taking stupid videos, okay? Because everybody's with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a drawer, and listen, if you want to wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't take a video picture of it, okay? Jesus. Okay, yeah.
He's also going to agree with Charlie Kirk on like 20% to 30% of Trump's deportation policies.
He's more of a right-wing red pill guy. They're both sort of creatures of like internet trolldom, but it should be a lot of fun. You know, it's like blood sports. It's like watching a cockfight, effectively.
We love to see it, though. We love to see it.
Oh,
It's
God.
great.
Oh, gross. Oh, my God. He's going to agree with him on white people
Can
being
people
able to...
recognize jokes or not? What with the don't take your phones or don't take pictures? Yeah, I mean... I don't think, yeah, you have to be like really, I do wonder, like if people, because people who take that clip and will say that like, oh, he's actually saying, yeah, commit loads of war crimes, just don't film them, like Hamas did. Yeah, I just wonder if people who say that are like, are they just being dishonest or do they genuinely have such a like mangled opinion of these people that I think the worst thing about it is that a lot of them, maybe not Hassan, but I think a lot of people actually do sincerely believe that. Like they sincerely believe this is what like people like Destiny think, or even me. Yeah. I actually think they believe it. Like when Noah or whatever says that I think Jews should be allowed to commit genocide because they're special, I think he genuinely believes that, because like think about the world that he's like grown up in, or the world that he's been educated in. He's been educated in a world where anyone who doesn't believe the very simple, very fucking like narrow-minded position that he does, like when the problem is so obvious and so easy and the solutions are so simple that anyone disagrees with you must just be like a demon or very stupid. So yeah, I think a lot of people believe it. That's the saddest thing.
To the N-word.
We are at Student Action Summit. We got Destiny and Myron here today. Have a little friendly conversation.
Oh, yeah, man.
Good to see you, bro. Okay.
Young people may be tuning out the news, but this new form of live, provocative political debate is blowing up online. Its cultural significance is something well known to Kirk because he's part of it.
Oh, it's democratic socialism. It's completely different.
I love this question.
And I
could talk about socialism for hours.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
Under a tent with the words "Prove me wrong," Kirk brought online debater culture directly to hundreds of college campuses during the last election cycle.
We have a problem in Black America. The biggest problem is not racism, it's the lack of dads.
He's like, the biggest problem is not racism because obviously I'm racist. So that would be like admitting that, you know, my kind of thinking is what's wrong. What's like held Black America back. He just stole Steven Crowder's whole flow. No, I know.
When exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the fourth.
Hold on, no, so tell me when heartbeat.
I don't know.
And while he uses it to make viral content, its primary goal is to register Gen Z to vote MAGA.
I love the... Sorry, my brain just got fucking fried by what Hassan was trying to say there. What was he trying to say there? What was he trying to... I have no idea.
This kind of stuff is so rudderless. Okay.
Oh God, I wonder if Charlie Kirk could, I imagine Hassan's going to try to make this whole debate about Israel, in which case Charlie Kirk would probably lose, because I think Charlie Kirk is torn between two sides right now. Charlie Kirk is part of a young conservatard movement that is very much leaning towards isolationism and that kind of thing, but he's also very, very much a cult supporter of Trump. So I do wonder if Charlie Kirk is in a position where he probably doesn't believe everything Trump's saying about Israel. So I don't know if he's going to give the standard neocon take on Israel, Gaza against Hassan. He might take a more isolationist position, but because it was Iran, wasn't it? Iran, where Kirk was like, he didn't want America to bomb Iran, but then when they did, he was like, I trust the plan. I trust our president. I don't actually know. Is Charlie Kirk's content on Israel, is he just like, he's just Giga Zionist? Yeah, okay. That would probably put Charlie Kirk in a difficult position, because I don't think it benefits him to be as openly pro-Israel as the administration currently is, because of the young conservative split with like the anti-Semitic, anti-Israel side. But I was just saying that because I wonder if Charlie Kirk gets Hassan onto an abortion debate. I wonder if he could persuade Hassan to bite the bullet on the elective abortions are allowed at 8.5 months. I wonder if he would get Hassan to bite that bullet, like Tim Pool with the serfs. If they argue about trans or anything like that, I feel like Hassan's just going to get absolutely fucking annihilated. But yeah.
It's just, if you're doing blood sport for the sake of blood sport, like Charlie has a clear agenda. Okay. His goal is to promote right-wing talking points. His goal is to make the left look weak and humiliate liberals and the left alike, so he can make people agree with his worldview. He can make his worldview look stronger in comparison. If the inverse of that on the opposing front are rudderless neoliberals who constantly find themselves catering to the white nativist talking points in an effort to, I guess, like secure a larger crowd, then you're not really debating this person. You're just waiting out the time until you agree with him, maybe 3 years down the line. But at that point,
like this 3 years down the line it's been 3 years for about 10 years now, hasn't it? It's closing in on 10 years since this Republican in 3 years thing has been a thing. Ugh. Nativist. Is that what liberals are? They're nativist. Okay. God damn. Talk about fucking rudderless, man. Like, what was that? Rudderless, coming from the guy who has spent the last fucking 2 years glazing terrorists and turning what you think is the genocide of the century into a fucking brand. What is this? You know what this is that's written on his t-shirt, right? Why am I saying right? Of course you fucking don't. You're English speakers. It's saying Gaza is the graveyard of the occupier. What? And his thing with Rashida Tlaib. Like, what the fuck? Is that like a sick joke? What the fuck? I think like it hasn't even hit 1,000 IDF have been killed since they moved into Gaza after October 7th. I think in the actual, soldiers who have died in Gaza, like in the strip, I think it's still less than 1,000 in 2 years. Meanwhile, I feel like that's something a Zionist would say as a joke, like a parody. Can you imagine, since these guys love like Warsaw Ghetto comparisons, can you imagine after the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, like a couple of Nazis have been injured. I think maybe one died, and the rest of the ghetto is fucking liquidated, and the remaining people are all fucking killed, barring like a small handful who are fit for work. And then someone's like, Warsaw? Warsaw, that's the graveyard of the Nazis, bitch. Like, come on. How fucking disgusting would that be? God. Okay. But tell us about Rudderless. I saw a bit of this event that he was at, this DSA thing. I swear it just looked like a fucking Free Palestine gift shop had vomited over all these people. It's so incoherent. Fuck's sake.
He will have moved past the advocacy, just like what Kamala Harris did with Donald Trump. We all laugh at this, but all these freaks were having closed-door meetings with heads of government, including head of ICE, that pay to expand all facilities into alligator Alcatraz type places. I have proof if you want to chat about it. No, I know. These guys are like actively in government as well. Under no circumstance do you agree with these motherfuckers unless they are agreeing with you, okay? And even if they're agreeing with you, it's important to just be like, wait a minute. Why is there agreement here? What's going on here, you know?
Like that. We are now becoming we're becoming the cool kids now.
But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's what we're doing here today. It's an open mic.
I think that you push a danger.
Is Destiny getting popularity? I would have thought that he was falling off since the Sex Pest stuff. Admittedly,
the classic Martin Bailey, isn't it? Yeah. I really don't like it that you're out here spreading like fascist propaganda that might make people unsafe and everything else. They're like, what? So you have a problem with talking? You're against First Amendment? Well done, Charlie Kirk. That's where the millions of dollars of fucking funding and training go, isn't it? All that media training, all that nepotism, that's where it goes. Well done. The amount of strategy you can embed in that massive fucking head.
I don't follow him. I don't think so. I mean, I think like these kinds of hits are not that consequential, and I know this from my own personal experience. I think that like getting this kind of like mainstream hit it's a blip. I don't know why Donnie's platforming him, to be honest. I mean, because he's there.
It's a blip. You have no fucking idea what to do with it. Yeah, if you make yourself just so fucking noxious to the average person, then yeah, you probably are going to have a bit of a struggle with capitalizing on. I didn't even know the mainstream thing. Was that supposed to be like building a movement, or was that supposed to be spreading some kind of wisdom? I thought he just did that for branding. I thought he just did that to say that he's done it, to put on his list. I thought that was the only reason he did that. He's not doing that with an agenda in mind, is he? What, to tell NPR he's a social democrat? Okay. Man. It must be so fucked being a Democrat and watching just the difference in alt media when you see Charlie Kirk and the amount of shit that he does. Like, Charlie Kirk literally has an army of bedwetting, conservator dipshit uni students. And what the fuck do the Democrats have? The Democrats have, I guess, like they're investing their hope in Hassan, who I guess just... who hates the Democrats. And I guess maybe they're trying now with Stephen, who, you know, bless his heart.
And the reality of the matter is like Donnie literally covers some of the most insane freaks online. He covers every single person.
I was about to say something provocative, but I can't be fucked, man. Waste of time.
There's agenda.
It's a strategy that those behind UNF America say the DNC has been absent to counter.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn, but he's very, very strategically minded.
At an event organized by the UNF America crew down the street from the convention center, both conservatives and liberals packed into a pub to eat chicken wings, drink beer, and watch conservative voices try to take on Destiny.
Have you ever fired an AR-15?
Yep.
So you fired 5.56. The mathematical odds of him surviving that are infinitesimally small.
They're infinitesimally high if it misses him, or it grazes his ear. I mean,
Charlie Kirk's been doing this a long time, more than 10 years. Why has it taken the left so long to catch up and still hasn't caught up?
Republicans vertically are very well integrated when it comes to
making sure that they're winning elections.
Yeah.
Right? There's the people who in 2020 they thought the election was stolen in every state basically,
Yeah.
but they still shut up to vote next time. So something is happening there where they're really big on going out and winning elections. And I think that that shows at every single level, to where when people are organizing or when people are creating alternative media networks, whether you're talking Tim Pool, influencing other ones like Joe Rogan.
Why is Donny having Mini Epstein on a show? He probably has no idea that this is an active sex pest, to be fair. Are they going to cover sex scandals? I doubt it.
Or trying to do...
Man, I feel like Hassan would be in such a good position with his platform. If he wants to actually like contest the whole whatever implied consent angle that old Dustin's going on with here, you could do this one good thing, but I know it's okay. Just call him an Epstein pedophile. It's so fucking sad as well that like this pretty indefensible thing that Destiny does, and Hassan's just like, hey, it's something I can meme with. It's something I can add into my list of nicknames for my opponents. Active set. What is this? What is this thing where you just have to add the word active? Like just add in some random fucking adjective to everything you're saying. Like active. Okay.
Things with college kids like Charlie Kirk. They're making these events and they're gathering all these different people. For Charlie Kirk, it's school kids, but the single focus is winning elections. It's incredibly important. And somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online. Maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's gotten hijacked from people by people who won't vote for your candidates, which I think is incredibly destructive.
Did the Democrats have anything like this?
Nothing.
Probably doesn't want to risk a defamation suit. You are so naive if you think there'd be a defamation suit. What? For him believing someone's fucking opinion, like, or for him, how would that be a defamation suit? You think someone's get sued for defamation for saying?
I will say like.
For saying fucking dildo Baggins over here sent a video out without consent. You think that would be a defamation suit? Are you fucking retarded? Like what? Oh, okay. Like, I feel like that's a pretty defensible opinion to have. Okay.
Incredibly destructive.
God.
Did the Democrats have anything like this?
Nothing. And I will say like Charlie Kirk is honestly one of the best organizers of our generation. And I think that, you know, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, you know, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Z. Cohen Sanchez.
If this is the Purgator Shonda Black covered this months ago when they were under heat for being racist, they replaced Dean and Harry Sasson with Destiny. Z, the other organizers, a fucking scammer, Lamau. Wait, really? I don't have a lot of confidence in a lot of the people in like the debate sphere because I ultimately feel like
because you're fucking dog shit at it and you get absolutely rolled by drama creators. Yeah, I understand.
He's talking about you, lol. Wait, what do you mean? Who's talking about me? What is this?
It's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but
this?
Somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's gotten hijacked from people by people who won't vote for your candidates, which I think is...
Oh, he is. Yeah, he is talking about me here. Yeah, this is his like this is his main gripe. He thinks I'm not like riding the Democrat.
Isn't the Z person the one that hates minorities? Yeah. Isn't this the guy who that's the first time I've heard about that. He does that all the time. Like he vlogs, he pays attention to all this shit, man. What are you talking about? Like Hassan has like a very I'm trying to think of a story. I won't give detail. Okay, so more than once, and I experienced this directly once, because someone that I associate with, I don't want to put them on the spot, so I won't say who it was, but someone I associate with was tweeting about Hassan, and Hassan DM'd it to me, and he was like, hey, aren't you friends with this person? What are they talking about? Like, this is really bad for their mental health and all this shit. He was like just checking, and it wasn't even a big tweet. It had like a few hundred likes, and he brought it to my attention. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, man? And that's not the first time I've heard stories like that. I've heard of another person. Oh God, I don't know why I want to. It doesn't matter. No one's listening to me anyway. I can't prove this. This was a word of mouth conversation, so give a fuck. But since she's been happy to spread and confirm like or attest to every fucking lie that's told about me. Denims, I once had this like conversation with Denims, and she was talking about how she met Hassan once. Like, this was before she became like a proper orbiter, even though she was kind of moving in that direction. She introduced herself to him, and this is the story I heard from her, was that he said, "Oh, you're the person who tweeted this about me," right? And the interesting thing about the tweet in question was that Hassan wasn't named in it, and it was like a 100 or 200 like tweet, which means that he wouldn't have even name searched to find it. He would have just come across it or been sent to him, and he just remembered it in his head, potentially, I think it was like weeks or months later, to bring up to this person. I think this was back when like Denims was kind of between the Vosh and Hassan sphere. So yeah, if you have shit talked him, he does remember. Like it stays in his head. Like he pays attention to a lot of this stuff. And you can tell because he gets so fucking triggered by it on screen, and that's why he looks at all the snark posters and everything else. Yeah, he's like a proper fucking deranged like narcissist. Yeah, he's fucked. Absolutely cooked.
It's not understanding that, like, I'm not in the business of writing Democrats. Why the would I write the Democrats? He's literally saying he wants to be a Charlie Kirk for the Democratic Party in a piece about how Charlie Kirk is a charlatan. He is a masquerading suit that is a fleshlight for Republican messaging. That's the whole point. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, he's literally saying we don't need better candidates, we need better voters. The reality is that
no, you want to be a fleshlight for the axis of resistance. That's what you want to be. If they offered you that role, you'd be taking it up right away.
Is a message that I think media executives will entertain, though, because that is precisely the kind of message that they want to put out there. If they want to continue losing, or maybe every now and then marginally securing victories, then great. I'm not in the business of that. I don't care. What Charlie Kirk is doing doesn't actually work. It works because there's endless sums of money being thrown at it by billionaires to spread propaganda. It's not just that Charlie Kirk is such a genius. That's part of it.
It's definitely, that's partly true, but the idea that these guys just reduce it all down to money is so fucking naive. It's so stupid. Like, there's clearly an appetite for this. People get their politics from social media and alt media, and that proportion of people getting their information from alt media versus them getting it from mainstream is always going to be increasing. And of course, that's going to affect students as well and young people. The idea that it's just money that goes into Charlie Kirk, it's not. Think about it. That almost goes against it, because the amount of money that's gone into Charlie Kirk, the amount of training, he's actually still quite inept as a debater, right? Because he just defends the indefensible. He can't do it. He has to come with his fucking binder full of notes and talking points, and he can't think on his feet. He accidentally bites bullets, like saying that a fucking dolphin fetus is a human fetus worthy of protection. He gets owned by fucking comedians in debates. He's scared to debate Dean Withers, a fucking 8-year-old, okay? An 8-year-old soyed up to the gills, fucking tool, Dean Withers. Charlie Kirk can't even debate him. But despite that, despite his relative fucking ineptitude to all the training that's gone into him and all the money that goes into him, look what they achieved. They have like all these activism hubs, and like they're parts of student groups. They've got like chapters in all these different universities. I remember when Turning Point tried to start a startup shop in the UK, and it was just a total joke. I remember thinking it was just like a complete flop, with the fact that most of their social media members, like our followers on Facebook and everything, it was all just boomers, and it was all of Americans as well. Like they tried to do it here and it flopped. But in America, where people have like a lower average IQ, it's so effective. And money doesn't only explains some of that, because if someone did this for the Democrats, do you think people wouldn't be paying for it? Do you think you wouldn't get funding for this? Look at this. Look at this little cute college student. Look at his map. It's saturated. And obviously, if you make content out of these events, they can often pay for themselves as well. But in politics, that doesn't change the fact that you have people, there are wealthy people who support left-wing causes as well. Even even Demsoc causes. Even Demsoc causes. They exist, right? Not to mention that if you make content out of this, people are going to follow that as well, right? People are going to pursue, people are going to watch your content and you're going to make money off of that. So like these trips can often pay for themselves in a way, or at least they can cover some of it. And the rest is like, it's not like these guys are, it's like Hassan's struggling for cash. He's just too busy spending it on fucking opulence. Like, look at this. Taxation is theft. Socialism, ideas so good they have to be mandatory. Wow. Nice college boy. Fuck.
The vertical integration that he also mentioned is something that I talk about quite frequently, which is that the propaganda apparatus on the Republican side is directionally aligned, and therefore all of the independent outlets that are supposedly independent are being funded by the same backers that fund the Republican Party and also Fox News, and therefore Charlie Kirk can go in and out of mainstream circles to gain significant more prominence in times of need. He can also consistently farm donations from wealthy Republican donors. Charlie goes on Fox and Friends. He goes on all of the Fox News, all of the different programs on Fox News. Same with all of these other guys, like even the PragerU guys, even no-name PragerU guys. They get mainstream opportunities with regular frequency, whereas there is no equivalent on the independent left media side. There's not even equivalences on the independent liberal media side. Like Brian Tyler Cohen, Midas Touch, Harry Sasson, these guys are not like regularly being uplifted by CNN or MSNBC. No matter how big of a freak you are, if you are...
They're too busy trying to chase you around, aren't they? Oh, no. God damn.
An independent content creator that is right-wing, you will get elevated by the Republican media ecosystem, okay? The un-American thing is so because the Dems on the team are just right-wing libs who are also TERFs. I don't know anything about...
What? I didn't realize that we still cared about trans rights in the trans community. Okay. Right-wing Dems who are still also TERFs. That's your opposition, boys.
About this, I don't know anything about like the Un-America tour. I am so out of touch with whatever the that is. And I know that like TikTok debates are what pops off, especially for an entire generation of people who want to consume political content. I think that it is ultimately unproductive, especially if you are rudderless, especially if you have no like ideological backing, if your politics are not guided by empathy, if you're not predisposed with policy, and you would rather defend the party. I do not care about defending the party. I care about defending good policies, no matter who.
What fucking policy has this guy spoken about in the last 2 years? What policy are we talking about? Oh, what, like free healthcare, 15-hour minimum, like that? Is that it? Just get more Bernie rallies in West Virginia until Joe Manchin gets persuaded to support $15 minimum wage. Is that it? Or primary him, and you know you'll definitely get rid of him then for sure. What are we talking about? What policy? The phone call. Substantive policy debates, like the one phone call that will stop all of Israel's actions in Gaza. The one phone call that will make them just hand the W over to Hamas. Okay.
Who is the person, no matter who is saying the actual good policies, who's defending the actual good policies. Ultimately, a lot of these people are, like in the case of Destiny, if he wasn't so purely spite driven, I think he could continuously be a debate mercenary that sees a tremendous amount of success. But I think because of his like overwhelming amount of spite for like everyone he thinks him over in his career and like kept him down, which is ironic because he should look in the mirror. That's the only mother like himself over. If he didn't do all of that stuff, all that snarky then he probably could be like a decent debate mercenary. But even then, he would be just like another Harry Sasson type, right? Only defending, and this is before we talk about him being an active sex pest and you know, defending like
why does he have to make a joke out of everything? Active. It sounds like why? What these fucking adjectives? An active, ongoing. Come up with a better one. A voracious. A promiscuous. A permanent sex pest. A persistent. An infinite sex pest.
white people saying the N-word, Kyle Rittenhouse, like numerous other unconscionable things. Racist and sex pest, and you think he's good at debating? No, I'm saying that a lot of these people are cynical.
Dissension in the ranks.
A lot of these people that would prop up any media personality would cynically prop him up, but he gets in his own way by being a horrible monster. Yeah, demanding that white supremacists mow down BLM protesters because it might hurt the chances of the Democrats winning the election. There's a lot of blame to put on the Democrats pushing out influencers who are left-leaning, though. No, I mean, the Democrats are always going to... because it might hurt the chance.
He defended Kyle Rittenhouse?
Chances of the Democrats winning the election. There's a lot of blame to put on the Democrats pushing out influencers who are left-leaning, though. No, I mean...
He defended pedophilia.
The Democrats are always going to actively push aside leftist influencers because the Democrats don't actually want to influence people. The Democrats don't actually want to make change.
I don't know what mow down means. The chat is just a misspeak.
That's the unfortunate problem. That's why I say no matter how independent or how far right, even Nick Fuentes has very little daylight between himself and Donald Trump in especially their domestic policy, right?
Nick Fuentes is at war with Donald Trump because of him believing that Trump is bought out by Israel and that Trump is not America first and Trump is still allowing too many immigrants to come in. Like, Fuentes and Trump are done, man. What the fuck? But okay, I guess it's just, this is the Hassan political analysis going on. Full force.
Like, there is less daylight between Nick Fuentes and Donald Trump than there is between, like, me and Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders is never becoming president. Bernie Sanders' voice is not a prominent...
The only reason that you like Bernie Sanders, Hassan, is because you both have the word socialist somewhere near your name and because he's a good brand and you identify with good brands. That's all it is. Like, Hassan likes a good brand. A good socialist brand. Hassan doesn't give a fuck what your policies are if you're a good socialist brand. That's it. Like, Bernie Sanders, by the way, if we actually care about policy, is... someone who has opposed BDS in the past against Israel, who took like the longest time ever to call it a genocide, longer than Ethan Klein did, okay, by years, by at least a year and a half or something. Bernie Sanders does not believe settlers are valid military targets. Ethan Klein does. I'm sorry, you and Bernie Sanders have... Bernie Sanders, if that was anyone else, if that was just like a random streamer, that would be your enemy. Bernie Sanders is like, that would be like ContraPoints level of hatred that you would give towards him. If you cared about policy, you'd be more on the side of Ethan than you are with Bernie Sanders. But, you know, it's not about that. It's about branding and it's about rivalries and spite and, ironically, spite. Doesn't he still refuse to call it genocide outright in interviews? I thought he has started calling it. Bernie calls Israel, or has he changed that or does he not? He does blast weapon sales. Oh, this is 1 week ago on Instagram. Current affairs, why won't US politicians say genocide? This is a week ago, is it?
Use whatever word you want.
But Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that
use whatever.
she's the first Republican to go there.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Look, genocide is a legal term. What is going on now, clearly, is absolutely horrific. 60,000 people dead, and 140,000 who have been wounded. But the important point is not what you call it. It is horror. And I think the whole world knows that. The answer is, what the hell do we do about it? Should the United States taxpayer, should your taxpayer dollars go to support a government that is doing it? That is the most important issue. So immediately, you got to get ceasefire, you got to get humanitarian aid in, but the United States cannot continue to aid and abet the Netanyahu government doing what it's doing.
Do you want to see...
He still hasn't called that genocide, has he? I thought he had. I don't know why I heard that. Oh, it's this fucking tool, Nathan Robinson. I'm not reading this. Fuck that.
One within the power structure of the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, you understand? It would be akin to Bernie winning the presidency, and Bernie has no chance within the power structure of the Democratic Party to win the presidency. They don't like Bernie Sanders' worldview. They actively attacked him and undermined him. The Democrats were more scared openly about Bernie Sanders winning the primaries than Donald Trump winning the presidency. I still remember the CEO of Goldman Sachs writing an article about it. So for that reason, until the Democratic Party changes...
I need one of those exasperated sighs. That one wasn't strong enough. I need the... I need that one back.
And actually becomes an active fighting party, a party that actually cares about its citizens, a party that actually cares about its voters, a party that is actually predisposed with like improving people's lives, a party that wants to advocate for good policies that do genuinely improve people's lives, and not just like the status quo party that is marginally better than the increasingly worse Republican Party. There's not going to be this kind of cohesive media push from independent circles, and at most they'll just push for like Midas touch to be dominant in the media landscape.
Did the Democrats have anything like this?
Nothing. And I will say, like, Charlie Kirk is honestly one of the best organizers of our generation. And I think that, you know, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, you know, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Z. Cohen Sanchez has worked more than a decade on Democratic campaigns.
There's no reason why we can't do this. This is not very expensive to do.
Get Z on stream. Now, American politics is not my wheelhouse. Okay, what am I going to talk to her about? Like, she seems really cool. She seems like a really committed person, and she does actually. I mean, she wants to win. I think that's the thing I like about her. She actually wants to win, and she's willing to build coalitions with people that other people wouldn't want to. So I respect that about her. But what the fuck am I going to talk about organizing?
We have so many PACs on the Democratic side raising millions of dollars, right? We are not a big PAC. We haven't even raised $1 million yet. And we're able to get all of these creators essentially anywhere that Charlie is. And so that's what we really want the Democratic Party to do, is we want to have them to start investing in these movements.
Is the DNC supporting this?
No, not currently.
Why not?
That Maruti saying she has no lips or ass is a joke. That's a reference to the people in the call who called her microaggressive. We're calling her a lipless, assless white bitch or whatever the fuck. That was that's where that was coming from. That's what that was referencing. She was called that by someone who's attacking her. Okay. Okay. We okay there? We didn't just have a completely random racist outburst, or not even racist, yeah, misogynist outburst from one of our mods.
Ken Martin's watching this. Text me back. But really, I mean, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
No, our motto is when they go low.
Based on what that woman is saying, isn't it analogous to them saying they need a Joe Rogan to the left, aka not understanding what the root of the problem is? Yes. I think she just wants to be that person for the Dems. And the Dems are the Democratic Party is so delusional that they won't even like throw a bone to people like that who want to be like, who are begging to be loyal servants of the Democrats. I'm saying that if the Dems also funded this operation that seemingly has decided to go with like, an active sex pest with numerous court cases launched against him, who with regular frequency will say like
oh yeah, it's numerous now, isn't it? It's numerous now. It's because of Grace Thorpe. Okay.
Insane freak, like celebrating the deaths of the children of Trump voters in the natural disaster that took place, in the floods that took place in Texas. Or, white people's right to be able to say the N-word, or ethical pornography, like things.
See, what is he talking? Every time Hassan says, I don't know about all this. I don't really delve into he has a fucking he's better at memorizing any of that. That's why he's so retarded on Israel-Palestine, is because all of his brain is being fucking consumed. There's only so much you can fit into this incredibly disproportionately small head. And it's to fill up with fucking drama slop lore. That's it. That's what it fills up his brain. Be right back. Never mind. I think that was just someone buzzing the building, not me. Oh, I was like, what the fuck did I order? Nothing.
Things like that.
From what I've read, apparently men that are given access to pornography have a higher chance of not actually committing actions in real life, and I would argue
Destiny defending ethical CP, just unhinged behavior based. Oh wait, what? Fuck! Hang on. There's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it. And that's how, like, there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like, there's lots of chromatic stuff. And whereas even if you're playing, like, even like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than, like, remembering, because, well, jazz, you make up a lot of it. And also just because you got... Like, there's still a few, like, scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very... I did have a delivery. I did! Look! It's a USB power charger for my new lights. I'm gonna get 2 panel lights. Because I've moved some shit around. Yeah, shit. Not a new bass guitar, not yet. Okay.
that would be a moral good.
Destiny is a demon of the internet. He cannot exist in the real world in this way. Those are all the things that he has done. And that's not even scratching the surface. This is before we talk about
me when I'm in the real world. Gaza is the graveyard of the occupier. That's the real world for you.
But like his justifications and his unlimited support to Israel's genocide. Going to Israel with
that's me.
Eyal Yacobi. Or was it Eyal Yacobi?
Eyal Yacobi. Is that a joke? Is that just like a generic Jewish name? What the fuck? Didn't this guy literally go to Israel with Jew Fishman? Like, what the fuck? Okay. Didn't this guy literally go to Israel with Rachel Goldstein? Shlomo Goldstein. Hell yeah. Okay. Whoops. Wonderful.
I think it was. And mocking victims or going to Israel and telling the IDF, the Israeli occupying force soldiers that they should just like, if they're going to do sex crimes, they should just like hide it, which is doubly ironic. Now, there's a million different things, but you talk like a rapper in an interview who talk about King Von. That's so funny. Yeah, dude, keep coping. Yeah, I'm so scared. That's what I meant. I do love people who like try to present Destiny as this like scary individual as well.
Pop culture reference, nice.
Well, and not just like a repulsive freak. Yeah, dude, you're talking about him like you're talking about King Von, dude. To Israel to defend the genocide, bro. What do you mean? You're just a weirdo creep. Elon Levy, D went with, not that freak Eyal Yacobi. Elon Levy, which is another freak, and was formerly the spokesperson for the Israeli state.
We go high.
For Destiny, it's a ground game that must reflect the online culture he and millions of young Americans are part of, one that is often characterized by un-PC language, insults, and crude humor, like this tweet Destiny sent poking conservatives by saying the kids who died in the Texas flood were proof that God doesn't exist.
The tweet. There's something so funny about like proper people quoting like smut. Where was it? And it peaked, I think, in the year 2000 and something. When yeah, in the year 2000, when David Irving was on BBC Hard Talk. It's so bad, man. Fuck. But the response is worth it. I think it's here. Content warning. Content warning.
So say, yeah, David.
You suspect.
David
So it's not
right.
a scientific fact. It's what you suspect. You said you told The Independent once you recalled seeing a black man on a bicycle coming towards you in Florida. And the moment he became confused and couldn't decide whether to go this way or that, he crashed into me and nearly broke my finger. I screamed at him, "You stupid nigger."
I told The Independent, I'd never actually revealed that story before. I told The Independent that...
This is like just after he lost the defamation suit against Deborah Lipstadt for Holocaust denial.
I was so ashamed of that having happened that when I went home to my little cottage on the island where I stay in America, where no one could see, I went down on my knees and I pleaded to God for forgiveness. And it's just totally unforgivable. I've never used that word before.
What did he say?
I pleaded to God for America. Where no one could see, I went down to my little cottage on the island where I stay in America.
I went down to my little cottage.
Something happened that when I went home to my little cottage on the island where I stay in America, where no one could see, I went down on my knees and I pleaded to God for forgiveness. And it's just totally unforgivable. I've never used that word before. I've never used it since. I would find it difficult to say it even now.
It was pretty close to hand when you wanted it, wasn't it? I mean, it was just right there on the tip of your tongue,
inside your
it?
brain, buried somewhere in an ugly corner of your brain, and in a moment of great pain it comes out and you wish you hadn't said it, and you know that he's seen you and he's heard you saying it, and you go and apologize. And that's all you can do.
What about...
Holy fucking Nazis, man.
You said about the kids in Texas would probably disqualify you or would probably have somebody in the upper levels of the Democratic Party say, okay, we'll never work with this guy again.
Yeah.
Do you regret sending those tweets?
I think they have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right. I feel like Republicans are so good at owning the space. Republicans do this thing where they say,
Interviewer was quick with that. Oh yeah, those British interviewers, those BBC Hard Talk interviewers are a different breed.
It is issues with jokes you've made. Yeah, that's the other side of the story, that he's just like so goddamn annoying with the whole, like, the guy who literally actively defends white people saying the N-word will like freak the because I say
not just actively, literally, actively, sincerely.
Cracker. And then his stupid ass audience will try to defend that principle as though it's like even remotely defensible. It is such.
Where are these articles? Who the fuck is publishing an article called, it looks like The Independent, but it's not, is it? It's some stupid fucking rag. Everybody is pretty dumb. XQC agrees with Destiny's take on Hassan Abi's cracker controversy.
Whiny loser crybaby too. He literally constantly doxes people, points them to Kiwi Farms threads. He's disgusting. Yeah. He is the perfect defender of Israel in that regard. He is very conservative coded, very reactionary in general, very similar to like the entitled, arrogant behavior that you hear from Israel when they're like, why you not like Israel? We are killing babies. We are killing children, you say? Okay, those children are Hamas. You are anti-Semitic. We must deplatform. You are anti-Semitism. Like he...
You'd think with... I feel like he does this accent a lot, but it's always quite... What the anti-Semitic with a Q-U-E at the end? French. How many Israeli Jews are French descent? The fuck? He's slipping, man. He's losing it. That's all he's got. All he's got on Israel-Palestine is his slightly convincing Israeli accent. He's losing that as well. He's falling to pieces. I swear to God, I've heard him do good Israeli accents before. That was not it, though. My God. Which one of these have I not seen on stream yet? How to survive a beheading? No. Dick Cheney. I don't remember this one.
These are people making comments about me.
No, I want his intro though.
Yeah. Stilton Keys, say hello for my lad. Say hello to Stilton Keys.
That's an Israeli accent.
To Stilton Keys. I'm just delighted to have an
That's how you do it. Bernie Sanders. He's not an Israeli in this one, no. Roy Moore. Where's the guns for kids? I don't think we watched that one on stream, did we? Yeah, Kinderguardians. Thank you. How long have you been sitting on that information? Why didn't you tell us earlier, you fucking prick? What the fuck? You left us in the dark. Left us in the shadows in Plato's cave without that information. That Sacha Baron Cohen is a Jew. That's crazy.
He basically does that. Yeah, like that's why you heard one of his fans be like, you called Mayor Pete a rat. It's like a big point of contention against me. Like, as much as I entertain edgy humor, it's usually not against like defenseless children. You know what I mean? It's just not. The jokes that I have that are edgy are the same type of jokes that like the right wingers get mad at, which is usually making fun of America as an institution, you know, making fun of the American government, making fun of dominant forces in American society. I'm punching up no matter how edgy it is. I'm not punching down.
He's legal again, and we can joke about anything. But when they say anything, they really just mean like immigrants and black people, right? Because if you make fun of anything on their side, they lose their minds.
I guess is your point that, you know, always trying to take the high ground is clearly not working for Democrats?
One of the things that conservatives...
Yeah, in order to beat Republicans, we must become more racist. Does anybody like this guy, Matthew? Honestly, it's just the grossest people. Or if there's anyone that's like normal that likes him, they probably saw like a TikTok clip where he doesn't look like a gross little freak pervert. That's probably it. But like the main community is some of the worst freaks. They basically operate like a bunch of cyber stalkers that have
definitely not like the people that you promote, eh, Hassan? We would know nothing about that cyber stalking. That's crazy. Never happened over here.
Politics at all, and just basically do his bidding, whatever it is.
Stumbled into accidentally, because I think Donald Trump's an idiot, even politically. But they stumbled into this thing where people started to get confused because of what the right and left look like, and I think they think that you need an extremist.
No self-awareness. No, well, the thing with Hassan is all that like toxicity and cyber stalking and Kiwi Farms-esque behavior, Hassan doesn't really do it himself. He just outsources it. He just outsources it in a way that's so fucking obvious that he like promotes all these people who do engage in it. He doesn't call it out when they do it. He only ever calls it out in a generic sense or just a very passive like, oh yeah, I wouldn't do that, like that kind of thing, even though he benefits from all their behavior and all the harassment that they engage in. And also, he outsources it quite directly. People like that fucking Gato dipshit who got doxxed, and I have no sympathy for whatsoever because they're a fucking psycho and would absolutely do it to anyone else had they had the opportunity, because they tried to. That person, the smoking cat retard, like Hassan outsources that person's behavior, that person who incites violence and doxes like all the fucking time, because he retweets them. He gives them like these unemployed fucking losers their little fucking dopamine budget. Like that, and just keeps them in that cycle. They just keep them on this drip feed of Hassan giving them retweets every now and then, so that they basically stay in the same position forever and don't want to improve their station in life, because why the fuck would they? They just get to sit there tweeting 100,000 times or whatever. Wait, where? This is a different channel. Where are they? No, it's this. Oh, that's their. Whoops. Terrible. Yeah, tweeting 112,000 times on the off chance that they're going to get a fucking Hassan retweet. This is him outsourcing. That's what that is.
Platform in order to win elections. But what you really need, I think, is just extremist messaging. I think that's what you need.
Back inside, the packed event giving the Un-F America organisers hope there will be appetite for similar debates on college campuses this fall.
I do 100 hours of this a semester. 100 hours. In addition to 2 hours of podcasting radio, I mean, the physical crowds are now 4,000 people almost every time we do this.
And so the plan for this semester is Charlie Kirk shows up at campuses all across the country. And
before I started watching Twitch, all I heard of Destiny was that he's a liberal that likes to debate Republicans. Most normal people don't know how repulsive he is. Yeah. I think like what he doesn't realize is when he gets into the spotlight a little too much and the light shines back
Doesn't Dan Saltman know the identity of that yellow cat grifter? Well, I guess everyone does now because it's published. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I can't have any sympathy for someone who does it to other people. Like, why would you? I think if you dox people, you deserve to get doxxed. I don't give a fuck. Jeez. Shit. There's this new trend on Twitter, on X, excuse me, where people will ask Grok a really loaded leading question, not get the answer that they want, and then argue with Grok in the reply. There's so many people on this internet, Beyonce's internet, who believe that targeting civilians is okay if you pretend it's to stop a genocide. I don't understand this. There's so many people. This was over Houthis following international law. Grok, by enacting a blockade on the Red Sea and enforcing their obligations under the Genocide Convention to prevent genocide by any means necessary, are the Houthis obeying international law? I don't know where this came from. Why are you so... Because this is not the first person to say that by any means necessary is in the Genocide Convention. Really? So the Genocide Convention thinks that if you can like rape to prevent genocide, you should do it like as an obligation. It's not true. That's just made up. They don't say by any means necessary. You still have to be within the law. And Grok responds, no, the Houthis' Red Sea blockade does not obey international law. It violates UNCLOS by infringing on freedom of navigation in international waters and resembles unlawful interference or piracy. The Genocide Convention requires states to prevent genocide via lawful diplomatic means, not vigilante actions by non-state groups like the Houthis. Grok, assuming that the Houthis are the de facto Yemeni government and that US-Israeli airstrikes have forced them into participating in the Gaza war, the chronology is quite important there. Would that not make the blockade a lawful diplomatic means to defend themselves and prevent genocide according to the San Remo manual? Fucking brilliant, man. Absolutely fucked. Grokked. Why did they leave this up? NB Martha's Vineyard. Oracle. Okay. Okay. I don't understand. I don't get it. It's like... You can have issues with Grok or ChatGPT because, yeah, there are issues with kind of like critical engagement that these AI tools can sometimes like miss the point of a question or answer it in a way that doesn't actually fully tell like the honest story. Like that can happen. Especially, you can also be in situations where figures of authority are wrong about things, and AI is not going to pick up on that. So. Yeah, you can get those issues, but why would you try to invoke it and ask it the most loaded question possible and then get angry when it doesn't give you the answer that you want? Very strange.
At him even a little bit, like when he has to operate under the microscope that he's placed upon someone like myself, for example, when people find out about what he says all the time and he can't help himself, that he basically wears like a badge of honor, like no matter how edgy it gets, no matter how gross he gets, he's seen as like no matter he in his own community is seen as like a beacon of truth and honesty whenever he gets like more edgy. But to the average person, that just comes across as like a repulsive freak. Why you hate on sexual choice when you preach acceptance for exactly that? Do you think I preach acceptance?
That's quite a stupid response. Okay.
For filming people without their consent in the process of having sex with them? Are you Insane. Yeah, another Destiny fan was arrested.
Oh, he doesn't even know the details. Okay. Wow. Thank you, Hassan.
For
I believe he's referring to the Cherry accusation, which was a voice recording without consent, but okay. And then the Pixie one was sending it around, sending it to people without consent. Okay.
That's the other thing. It was really funny. I looked at the dude's Twitter, and his last tweet was like retweeting something against me. This isn't getting enough attention. A close personal friend of Destiny was arrested for possession of over 300 files of child material. The culprit was a regular in Destiny's Discord and talks about ethical CP. It's like expected. A huge part is also that in the process of being an edgy little shit, he's not funny at all. Like Nick Mullins says, watch it too, and it's fine because he's actually funny. Yeah. Yeah. Judge me by my enemies, boys.
Close personal friend. Well, I heard it from Bad Empanada, so what can I do? Okay, that was funny. Did he play the whole CNN thing? It felt like it was really short. Whatever. Well. No, he didn't. Well, I don't know if I want to finish the whole thing, do I? Nah. Just a healthy small dose of our favorite. You're a lot quieter than the video. Shut up! Lonerbox's close personal friend, Teuton Teuton. I really do hope that Teuton doesn't commit any crimes, because they will try to say that he's a fan of mine. if that it gets published, they'll use it. They'll use what they can. Although I feel like the Teuton conversations are kind of like a dead brand now. We've had too many of them. And he's just getting more pissy. He was DMing me some fucking like unhinged shit as well, just making personal insults. It was really sad. I think he's run out of steam. Although I think my mic should sound better now because I've put it back to the main channel. It should be better now, no? It should be less distorted or whatever the fuck. Or maybe I have to do this. Hang on. Huh. Ah! Oh, Spider posting in H3 as well. Nice. Spreading his word, spreading his truth. What's on my subreddit? Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. It's the same shit as well. Okay, it's just people. Whatever goes on my sub goes on the H3 and LSF as well, I guess. Okay. Yo. Spider, what you doing? He's spreading his good name. That's what he's doing. He's putting the word out. Can I pay you to watch a long video in your stream suggestions? Yeah, $1 a minute. How long's the video? Yeah, it depends on how long the video is. We'll say $1 a minute, okay? Tall orders in here. $1 a second. Yeah! We're in the big game now. Playing with the big boys. Is that a genuine offer? Yeah, I mean, I've got plans, okay? I've got plans. I've got stream content to cover. I don't want to be held down by a long video. God, what if the long video just chases away all the viewers? We could never. That would be disgusting. Now, why did Chud Logic get... why did Chud Logic get banned? Or temporarily banned from YouTube? He's back now. The week-long streaming ban. Huh, whatever. What if someone actually ponies up 100? Well, then I'll watch the thing, I guess, yeah? All right. Preston.
So Putin says he is willing to halt the war in exchange for territory in eastern Ukraine.
Let me just hand over 3.6K for an hour video. That would be $1 a second. That's not $1 a minute.
Halt, not stop, not a permanent, durable just end to this war. And he wants Ukraine to cede territory in the eastern portion of the country that his military has not yet been able to take with force over the course of the last 3 years.
Oh, this is like...
something tells me...
Give us the territory in Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, Zaporizhia, even though Russia doesn't control all that territory, isn't it? It's so fucking miserable, man.
This is not going to go over all that well, but nonetheless, this does seem to be the direction the Trump administration is going in, so it's worth diving into some of the details. Now, I do want to mention that we haven't seen a response or really any commentary on this from the Ukrainian government or really any of Ukraine's European allies. So this type of deal, of course, Ukraine has to agree to it, right? The United States and Russia cannot agree to a ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. Of course, the United States does have a fair amount of leverage, but at the end of the day, this is not our decision to make. Now, President Trump talked about this a little bit today in front of some reporters, answering some questions in a way that really kind of drove home that this really does look like Putin's peace proposal, or ceasefire proposal is probably the right way to put it. And this follows a visit yesterday between U.S.
The person would have to pay 120 USD for a 2-hour reaction. Yeah, it's a 2-hour reaction. What the fuck? That takes like 4 hours to go through, potentially. Or 3, or 6. God.
Special Envoy Steve Witkoff in Moscow with Russian President Vladimir Putin, talking about a possible end to this war. And today, August 8th, was supposed to be the day that Trump layered on additional sanctions or maybe opened up new arms shipments to Ukraine because Putin didn't meet the deadline. And at the last minute here, we have what might be Putin offering some sort of ceasefire. Starting out, President Trump was asked about this during a session in the White House earlier today, and he kind of kept it big picture, starting out saying, you know, everybody wants to see peace. That's the direction we're going in. But he added a piece here that makes me think this is further along in the process than we might know. Here we go.
Leaders want to see peace. President Putin, I believe, wants to see peace, and Zelensky wants to see peace. Now, President Zelensky has to get all of his everything he needs
he's
because
dying,
he's going to
man.
have to
He's
get
fucked.
ready to sign something, and I think he is working hard to get that done.
So I know a lot of folks will key in on that, Trump saying that he believes Putin wants peace, and I'm there with you. I don't really see any indications that that's the case. But the thing that stood out to me was him talking about this process. We're talking about the process in Ukraine for Zelensky to get some sort of deal signed. He can't do it himself. He has to run it.
Dustin, great. I already did $5 for you. Ryan, thanks for £2. Hashtag addicted to slop. Oh, yeah. Lorna Unboxed. Spider, thanks for the $4.99. Hey, Lorna Box, with all the recent drama, are you retiring or just taking a break? If you do, I'll become a Hassan channel. What do you mean, all the recent drama? I feel like there hasn't been that much drama surrounding me. She's talking about other shit. What, the socialist live and learn thing? That's not even really, that's kind of done, isn't it? I think people just got bored of that. Huh. Dunno. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Every time I hear someone invoke Zog, I hear that big dude singing in American History X. Wait, what? I don't know what that refers to. I've seen that film once. I don't remember that much of it. Rosa Perks, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Charles Oberon, thanks for the 50 shekels. Maybe instead of video essays, you can use what you learned off camera to do teaching streams where you explain it to somebody on call or to chat. I mean, I do that anyway. I read stuff off stream and then tell you guys about it, yeah. It's not like this knowledge is just embedded in me, like, randomly. Oh, okay. Barabbas, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Ryan, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Anti-Semitic. Fucking brilliant. Hundesilm, thanks for the gifted sub. Wow, that's very generous of you. I'm sure Swan Star is very appreciative. 6 more for the goal, guys. 6 more.
Through their government. So when Trump is talking about the process that would be needed inside of Ukraine, that is way down in the weeds from the high-level talks we've heard publicly. That makes me think that this is a lot further along than maybe we know. Now, the majority of the reporting here is coming from the Wall Street Journal in an article just released a few hours ago titled, Putin Tells U.S. He'll Halt War in Exchange for Eastern Ukraine. This article, of course, will be linked in the description below. They say the proposal prompted by the Trump administration to begin preparing a summit with the Russian leader.
What is this? Hit.
My eyes are
This is the Zog scene. Okay.
My eyes have seen the glory of the trampling at the zoo. We've washed ourselves in niggers' blood and all the mongrels too.
No way.
We're taking down the Zog machine, Jew by Jew by Jew.
Oh, the Zog machine.
The white man marches on.
They're doing a parody on an old Union song about solidarity forever. The Union makes us strong. That's so gross. Fucking Nazis, man.
But European officials expressed skepticism over its viability. And we do know that yesterday, following the meeting between Witkoff and Putin, that right away there were a lot of calls between the United States leadership and our European allies and Ukraine. All day, President Zelensky has been rattling off one phone call after another. He's regularly talking with heads of state, but he's been in rapid fire mode for the last 24 hours, posting constantly, I talked to this prime minister, talked to this president, talked to this prime minister. So clearly something prompted all of those calls. They say Putin told Witkoff he would agree to a complete ceasefire if Ukraine agreed to withdraw forces from all of Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region, according to officials briefed on the call. And that is one of the aspects here that President Trump talked about in this session with reporters earlier today, saying, hey, everybody's going to have to give up some territory, which we're going to come back and look at in a little more detail here in a minute, but let's give that clip a listen.
Well, you're looking at territory that's been fought over for 3.5 years with, a lot of Russians have died, a lot of Ukrainians.
It was originally a Civil War song. I did not know that. I thought that was a Union song. But I guess a lot of these folk songs are covers of covers of covers. Damn. All right.
Have died. So we're looking at
Rip.
that.
Fuck me
we're
then.
Actually looking
Idiot.
to get some back and some swapping. It's complicated. It's actually nothing easy. It's very complicated, but we're going to get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both. And but we'll be talking about that either later or tomorrow or whatever. Yeah.
All right, so swapping of territories for the betterment of both. Keep that thought. We're going to go over to the map here in a minute and look at what President Trump might be talking about. The Wall Street Journal reporting continues.
Oh, is it Glory, Glory, Hallelujah? It is, because the first version of Glory, Glory, Hallelujah I heard was a different melody. But it is that Glory, Glory, Hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Yeah, okay.
By saying this latest proposal appears to be a significant shift away from previous demands made by Russia for a ceasefire with Ukraine, which included control over several other regions in eastern Ukraine, Ukrainian neutrality, an end to arms shipments in Ukraine, and no deployment of NATO or U.S. troops to Ukraine. Now, as I pull the map up here, this is deep state map, and I want to talk through some of the territorial questions at play here. But a couple key notes there is Russia, one of their primary war aims from the beginning has been around neutrality. When they say neutrality, it means they primarily don't want Ukraine in NATO, so they want some sort of confirmation, not just from Ukraine, but from the NATO alliance as well, that Ukraine will not be a member in the future. We've seen that kick down the road at times, 10, 20 years. European Union is on that list also, not as high as NATO. It's not as much of a threat to Russia as NATO membership would be. That doesn't appear to be mentioned, but I'm also pretty skeptical that we have the full details.
It would be good memes if the land swap was Transnistria. I feel like Trump would look at this and just be like, wait, what the fuck?
Plan, because the whole swapping of territory seems like it was left out of the Wall Street Journal's report. Was notable, however, no mention of the deployment of NATO troops, trainers moving into Ukraine, the coalition of the willing, possibly, European allies, and no mention of stopping the continued U.S., Western, NATO arms shipments to Ukraine to help rebuild their military. Now, looking at the map here to kind of orient you to this briefly, we've got Ukraine right in the middle of the screen. The green territory you can kind of ignore for now. That's territory once taken by Russia since 2022, since liberated by Ukraine. The purple areas down here, Crimea and Luhansk and Donetsk up here in the Donbass, is territory taken by Russia in 2014. The orange is territory taken by Russia since 2022. And that includes, importantly, some areas up here in Sumy and Kharkiv. Come back to that here in a minute. So in looking at this map, they say Russia's proposal includes two phases, according to European officials. In the first phase, Ukraine's forces would withdraw from Donetsk, right here. This is Donetsk. and the baseline and the battle lines would be frozen in eastern Ukraine. This would be followed by a second phase in which Putin.
This is Putin wanting to get as much of the Donetsk territory, if not all of it, in one go, right? Because he doesn't actually have it now. He just has a lot of it. Same with Luhansk.
Trump would agree on a final peace plan that would later be negotiated with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. There's a lot there, and they just kind of ran right through it. Let's start with the second part. The idea that the United States and Russia are going to put together a peace plan that at some point in the future will be presented to Ukraine does not seem like...
Russia keeps Crimea, but Ukraine gets Moscow. Good deal. Good deal. It'd be funny if Russia offered parts of Crimea to Ukraine. Only thing is, they never would. They'd never do it. They wouldn't do it. What the fuck? Okay, we don't have time. We need to do news. That's what we need to do. None of this nonsense. I wonder if I do the news, can I just do this background? I can just put this in the background, right? This looks cool. I have no idea if this is based on reality. I don't know where these guys get their graphics from. This channel, what are they called? AI Telly, but they did graphic stuff of the bombing of Nasrallah's building complex as well with the bunker busters. I don't know if this is based on an actual plan for Israel and Gaza, but it's whatever. We'll just have it in the background. Because it seems like the plan now, well, it's been okayed by the government, is that Mr. Netanyahu has, along with the security cabinet, okayed a plan to quote unquote take over Gaza. That's the word that they use, take over. It's going to involve, first of all, an offensive into Gaza City with the goal of disarming Hamas, returning hostages, demilitarizing Gaza. So far, that seems to have been their demands for the entire war. But it's also adding on Israeli security control over Gaza and the establishment of an alternative civil administration that is not Hamas or the Palestinian Authority. So classic Netanyahu shitter demand at the end there. The problem with this last one especially, not to mention pretty much all of it, is that Netanyahu has no practical reason for wanting this. He might say it's because he doesn't trust the PA to provide security or anything else, but at the end of the day, the West Bank situation, you're never getting a Gaza out of what they had in the West Bank. And that's largely thanks to the PA. Like, it's not comparable. You're not going to, this whole thing about like Fatahstan and Hamastan, the reason that Netanyahu says that isn't because of a innate problem or a lack of reformability in the PA. It's because he doesn't want a unified Palestinian political entity. That's what he doesn't want, because that's too much, that's too close to the sun. That's too close to potential statehood. That's why he's doing that. The other thing about this is it shuts out the rest of the Arab country. It shuts out Qatar and Egypt and Saudi and everyone else, because they've said, although a lot of these Gulf states or the, not just the Gulf states, the Arab League have said, Hamas, you need to go. You need to disarm and fuck off. The Arab League are on that now. They were not saying that all in unison in the past, but now they are. Hamas's days are numbered. They're fucked. They've lost their support. This was also in Lebanon in the 80s. This was also like effectively like the harbinger for the PLO in Lebanon. It was the Arab League saying, yeah, we don't want this. We don't want Beirut to turn into Stalingrad. You need to go. Like, and then by then they were isolated. They had nothing. Arafat couldn't really, he didn't have a choice after that. With Hamas, obviously, they're going to be a bit more steadfast because of their position. They don't have the same political opponents in Gaza that the PLO had in Lebanon. They are also religious, which extremists, which motivates their decisions as well. They're a lot more tolerant of watching their own people die than the PLO were. But that's where we are. Netanyahu basically wanting to isolate Israel's campaign to the point that the only people who are going to back this now is Netanyahu and Trump. You're not going to get Germany or anyone else. Germany have also suspended arms sales to Israel, I believe, because I think it's largely because of this last one. This last one is just so, it's just kicking the can down the road. It's just, again, status quo. That's all they want. They just want as close as they can get to status quo as possible, or what they believed the status quo was, which was a severed Palestinian political entity between Gaza and the West Bank, but also an understanding that the people in Gaza would not try to destroy Israel militarily. Obviously, he was wrong by the second half. But the first half, he'll get that. He'll get that from one of these. But it just means that they're doing it on their own, and they should be doing it on their own. They shouldn't have America back in this either. This is fucking bullshit. we can look at some of the things that people have said about it. They specifically said take over rather than occupy. Now, the reason for this is just technicality. It's just legal. Because if they said occupy, the Israeli law would dictate that the state has responsibility for civilian governance. Whereas Israel doesn't want to do civilian governance. They want someone, some unnamed Arab force to do that. But in practice, it's a superficial difference, because what this is really going to entail, unless you think that this new out of nowhere administration is going to come in anytime soon, it's going to be military rule. That's what it'll be. It won't be civilian control, like in the sense that they're going to set up schools and all this shit. It's going to be military rule, which is kind of like the worst thing. It just means that they're going to spend an indefinite period, if they're so stubborn that they don't want the PA to be involved in governing Gaza, and that by extension means the rest of the Arab world won't be joining in to govern Gaza, then they're just going to have military rule with an indefinite insurgency, even if they defeat Hamas, because that's what they'll inspire. They're not going to inspire like a rebuilding and fucking like a rejuvenated education system or anything else. They're just going to have, it's just going to be trash. Like it seems like it's not even, when I first heard about this, I thought it was like Area B is what they're expecting. Israeli Security Control, Palestinian Civil Administration, but Area B is PA. It's PA civil administration, not just random wankers chosen by Israel. The plan has also entailed that because Israel already controls 75% of the Strip, it's going to be the remaining 25% that's being taken over. But that doesn't capture the more important statistic, which is the number of people living in each area, because I believe the number of people in Gaza City right now is about 1 million. So that's an issue. It's not just 50%, it's not 75-25. It's half the population are in these areas. And that's not even to mention the refugee camps in central Gaza. And I guess like Deir al-Balah would be involved in that as well. But the first full-on operation they've okayed is Gaza City. They have also mentioned that they're going to provide aid to civilians outside the combat zone. So as well as the Gaza City assault, they're going to have evacuations, and they're also going to accelerate humanitarian aid. But it's going to be going through whether it's going to go through the GHF or some other mechanism, we don't know. Because if it's through the GHF, like what they're just going to build up more locations, then that's a problem as well, because those locations are horrible. They result in people getting killed. They're not helpful. They're not efficient. They're trash. 1 million, bro. It was 2.1 in 2023. No, in Gaza City, you idiot. Pay attention. Fuck. Anyway, Lapid, Israeli opposition, has said the plan is a disaster and it's exactly what Hamas wanted. I don't know why he's saying that second half. Maybe because, at least with Hamas, they know from statements like from the UK or from France, Hamas seem to be in this position now where they believe that they can just hold it out. They can just wait out, and then they'll get state recognition, especially from the UK in September, which is what Keir Starmer has said. Smotrich, with a more clear attack on the plan, is upset because it doesn't involve annexation. It's not maximalist enough. Smotrich is actually threatening, I think it's an idle threat, he's threatening to dissolve the government because all they need to do, they don't have that many votes, the Religious Zionist Party, but they do have enough to keep Netanyahu's majority. So if they pull out, there's low majority, they have to go to elections. Another Religious Zionist Knesset member, Zvi Sukkot, has said that in no ambiguous terms, it's either Gaza conquers us or we conquer Gaza. Smotrich gave a fairly long address. This is what he said. The time we proceed with a clear, sharp move towards a decisive outcome and victory, ending with Hamas's complete surrender and the return of all the hostages at once, or with its defeat and total destruction. Annex large parts of the Gaza Strip and open its gates to voluntary emigration. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet succumbed to weakness, let emotion defeat reason, and once again chose more of the same, to launch a military move whose purpose is not a decisive outcome, but only to pressure Hamas into a partial hostage deal, stating clearly that if Hamas agrees to a deal, we too will agree to stop again, withdraw again, and allow it to recover and rearm again. This is referring to the fact that they said that they're going to not do the Gaza operation is contingent on Hamas giving up the hostages. Now the problem is that they know Hamas won't agree to this. I think they're going to want to go into Gaza regardless. Like they give them an offer that they will always refuse. That's kind of where that's happening. With the IDF, another big issue is that the IDF have warned, because again, the IDF leadership is not quite as insane as the government right now. They have warned that this particular plan would risk the lives of hostages and also spark a humanitarian catastrophe because of how many people are in Gaza City. And also because Hamas have already warned that if people get too close to them, if they advance in their positions, they'll just execute the hostages. They did this in Rafah already. They did this in Rafah last year. You know, the 6 hostages who were killed in that tunnel? That happened because IDF soldiers went too close to a tunnel that they didn't know had hostages in it, but they got too close, and then the Hamas guys executed the hostages because they couldn't move them around quickly enough. They were a burden. They thought just better to lose them to deter those advancing. So as far as we know from Trump has just said, yeah, they're going to do what they're going to do. He doesn't really support or oppose it, which basically means he supports it. He's just okay to let it happen. Doesn't give a shit. So that's our progress so far. Hamas, as always, still claim to be winning. Operations killing the enemy. The Al-Qassam brigades continue to defeat the enemy in the honorable Gaza Strip. Mujahideen continue to strike at several fronts, all like IED attacks and mortar fire and all this shit. Does this violate Keir's conditions to not recognize Palestinian state? I don't know. Keir Starmer said that the war has to be over by September and they would consider recognizing a state, which is so irresponsible. I think that's like a very stupid thing to do because why would Hamas hear that and not just think, oh, well, if we just wait it out another month, we're going to get UK recognition. The UK, the British mandate. Like, yeah, the guys who started all this, right? But Netanyahu actually broke a bit of a trend and did an interview on Fox about this whole plan. So we have a few Q&As from the incredible pushback of Fox News. Fox News.
To our audience at home, 2 hours ago, here in Jerusalem, I sat down with an exclusive interview with the Israeli Prime Minister. We talked for about 25 minutes on camera, right before a significant meeting is about to happen. As you know, the fate of the hostages is still out there.
It's an upgrade from podcasters, I guess. Not far, but...
As you know, there are allegations against this government for genocide and starvation. There are questions about his relationship with Donald Trump, even Vladimir Putin. Israel's long-term plans for Gaza and how they achieve a lasting peace is still an open question tonight. We mentioned we're almost 2 years into this war. This country's tired, but they're still fighting. Here now, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, on all those topics and more. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your time today.
Well, glad to see you again.
Thank you. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do.
That's his way of sneaking in the Palestinian Authority, because him saying that's when he says that in his head, he means the PA. It's so dumb. The PA just like, everyone hates them. The hardline pro-Palestinian people hate the PA because they just see them as Zionist collaborators. Meanwhile, Israel says that the PA or Netanyahu, the Israeli right, think the PA are people who pay people to carry out terror attacks, which is not completely accurate. And they also educate people to hate Israel, or they're just like Hamas light. That's how the Israeli right sees them, which kind of suggests that they are just actually kind of more like middlemen, which is really what they actually are. They're moderates. That's what they are. In the context of the area, they're moderates, but you know.
To liberate ourselves and liberate the people of
free Hamas or free Palestinians from Gaza. Interesting.
Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future.
You met
they
Abu
can rid
Shabab.
themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people.
The Israeli right-wingers never change. Everyone in this region just loves comparing the shit to Nazis, don't they? They love it. It makes them so happy. It's like Begin claiming that his assault in Beirut was like marching on the gates of Berlin to get rid of Hitler in the bunker. And even Reagan was like, can you stop it with these Holocaust comparisons? Oh, shit. I don't know what this is or how much. Well, I can guess what it is. I just don't know how much traction it has. A new anti-Hamas protest in Gaza is expected to erupt soon as the emerging movement, the National Movement, is calling on people to take to the streets, raise their voices to reject the war, demand its end, and urge Hamas to step down. Oh, the National Movement. Are they more organic than Abu Shabab or? Huh. Expected to erupt. Well, I think a new one. A new protest. Probably because they know the terms that have been set forth to Hamas and they want Hamas to surrender rather than to keep fighting to, delay the assault on Gaza City. Is that what it's saying in Arabic? Oh. Is this wait, the fucking swiggle. Is this al-haraki? Which means movement, right? Watani? Wastani? Harak. When does it become haraki or harakit? When does it become that? Is that just like a grammar thing? Watani. Okay. Yeah. Watani is national, I guess. Movement national. Okay. The national harak based. Yeah, harak means movement. That's what Hamas are called, right? Haraki Muqawama al-Islamiyya. They can both be applied. Wonderful. Yes, thank you. That's what I need. You're reading in the opposite direction. Harake. Okay.
Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burned our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that. They have to go. I think President Trump has said it. You have to see two things in Gaza. You have to see Hamas eliminated, and you have to have the hostages released. And he's absolutely right.
There are 20 hostages that the Israelis believe are still alive. And in recent events, the closer the IDF got to them, many of them.
Bibi should work on not smiling when he says these things. Yeah, probably. You'd think with all this experience, he would pick up a few tricks. Not. He is inept. and very coddled, I believe, by the media environment. Grassroots Hegemon, thanks for the gifted subs. Appreciate that. 5 of them. Wow.
Were killed. Are you prepared for that?
We're doing everything in our power to salvage the hostages. We've, in the beginning, the second day of the war, I think, a senior commander...
Oh, you'll talk to Fox about the hostages, will you? Yeah. You'll talk to anyone about the hostages apart from the people who know the hostages, the family members. Well done.
In Israel said, you're going to have to get used to the idea that we're not going to see any of them alive. And I said, no, I don't agree with that. I think with a combination of the right military tactics and international pressure, we can get all of them, and certainly most of them, out. So far, we got out of 255, we've got 205 released. 148 of them are alive. Nobody believed that. And I believe we can get the others, but we have to combine the right tactics, military tactics. Without military pressure, nothing works.
Yesterday, I spoke with LaRon Berman. He has 2 brothers.
Yes.
His family believes they are still alive. He said the following. My advice to you, speaking to the Prime Minister, by all means necessary, we need to bring them back for stability in the region, for the future of Israel. It's a tough decision, but we will handle everything, meaning Israel. What do you say to the families of the hostages?
That's exactly what we're trying to do. People say you can't both release the hostages and eliminate Hamas, and I disagree. I think so far we've shown that
not just people, by the way. It's like he's saying this is a journalistic opinion or a UN opinion. No, this is the chief of staff who says this as well. The chief of staff has said that when you choose these operations, you have to choose between endangering the hostages or you're swiftly defeating Hamas. Quickly, it's been 2 years now. Okay.
And I intend to complete the job. But we have 3 missions. One, to eliminate the Hamas as a governing and military power in Gaza. Otherwise, there's no future for anyone. And we'll have many more kidnappings.
Janik, thanks for Twitch sub.
Many more hostages. Second, achieve the liberation of all our hostages. And third, make sure that Gaza doesn't pose a threat to Israel again. And we're well on our way to achieve all 3. Now, there are difficulties because there's so much vilification and misrepresentation in the press. There's an attempt to put blame on Israel for the interdiction of humanitarian supplies that Hamas is interdicting, and Israel is, the international community is delivering the blame to Israel. They're doing everything to rob these food trucks.
Okay, first of all, sentences like that just make me wonder if Netanyahu just gets all his information from, this isn't intelligence briefing. This just says if he just sits there on TikTok or Twitter and just remembers a few fucking photos and just uses that in his interviews. Because the idea that Hamas interdicts aid through taking trucks, that's not actually true. Even the people who claim that Hamas are abusing aid for their ends, which they are in a way, but it's not through people hijacking trucks. We've seen a couple of photos of that, and maybe in some cases it is Hamas with the masks and the guns and everything. But it's like saying, I don't know, what's a good example? He knows the Fox audience. Yeah, him watching Channel 14, BB Media. Oh, fuck. There was a really good example for comparing this thing about Hamas, quote unquote, stealing aid. It's kind of like saying that if a government went into the tax coffers or whatever and then just spent a bunch of money in a way that wasn't actually approved by the Congress, something like that, and saying that they stole the money, that's not them going into the place with a fucking armed robbery team with guns and a getaway car taking stuff. It's that they're abusing a position that they're in order to distribute things according to their own ends. So Hamas are part of the distribution system in Gaza, or they have been, because they're the government. They're the people who can be the only form of security or distribution in certain areas. And then the argument is that the appropriation or the misappropriation that they engage in is done in forms of taxing people on sales of items that were delivered by humanitarian aid agencies. Like that's the kind of quote unquote theft that they do. But him just reducing it to they jump on trucks and shoot people, that's actually not confirmed, but that happens to any systematic scale. Yeah, whatever.
They're taking the food for themselves and then jacking up the price.
But also, when he's talking about the people warning about humanitarian issues, it's also the risk that the GHF plan is just being. He's saying it's an unfair hearing in the press, but no, people are just correctly. And you want to talk about Gazans? Everyone condemns that scheme. Everyone, including people who have actually been part of it, people in the GHF or people in the IDF who have been securing perimeters around there, being like, yeah, well, there are people running towards these food stations, and the only thing that we've been given to control these crowds is fucking rifles, like live ammunition. So would you? It's a total disaster. And that's according to everyone. That's not just UN. Even Israeli academics have studied what's going on there and how to go at it.
The remaining supplies to their own population. That's monstrous.
We have seen some of that. And you're right about that. And you're also right that we went into Gaza while we've been here this week. And we were in the southern town of Rafah, near the Sinai Desert in Egypt. And that town has been flattened. And you have been accused of genocide. How do you respond to that?
Well, as Ambassador Huckabee said, if we're practicing genocide, we're...
Is Netanyahu lying really that surprising, dude? Yeah, I actually was expecting a very honest interview from Netanyahu. I was expecting a lot of candid, hard truths. So I'm very disappointed by this, by this dishonesty. Yes, that's my position.
And you have been accused of genocide. How do you respond to that?
Well, as Ambassador Huckabee said, if we're practicing genocide, we're surely doing a very bad job of it, because we could have, basically eliminated the entire population of Gaza, but we went the other direction. We did something that no army in history ever did. We're supplying humanitarian food to the enemy's population, because we distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. We put in 2 million tons of food. I mean, if we wanted to commit genocide, we wouldn't give 2 million tons of food to the population. And also, the reason you see the flattened buildings is because Hamas booby traps every single building. So when we come in, we first have the population moved, even though Hamas tries to keep them in the combat zone.
Again, they're also bulldozing entire neighborhoods because they want to set up security corridors. Like Netzarim used to have buildings in that area and they don't exist anymore. And this was after they'd been cleared of booby traps. It's not just like, it's not like every destroyed building is because of a fucking booby trap. Jesus Christ. Like, okay. This guy, man, this guy.
But after they move and we start to move into the neighborhoods that are now populated only by terrorists, they ignite these booby traps. So what we do is we put in an APC, an armored personnel carrier, with a lot of explosives, detonate it. It sets off all the booby traps, and the buildings begin to collapse as a result of that. They're empty buildings. They're not populated buildings. Secondly, they've built this underground terror tunnel network with billions of dollars that they had. They didn't build Gaza up. They built a Gaza terror city underground. So we now detonate.
Oh, that's a good little propaganda
clip. The tunnels.
They didn't build up. They built down into the ground. Into the tunnels are below. Good one. Good meme. He's just like, I feel like his messaging is just like 1980s advertising. He's just never grown out of it.
Explode, and they take down the buildings that are above the tunnels. And the reason you see this devastation is not because Israel is wiping out these structures filled with civilians. It's because they've been booby-trapped by Hamas, and that's the kind of warfare that we have to wage.
I'm hearing you say that you deny this charge of genocide.
Totally.
That's what you're saying.
Totally.
But last week, and you referred to it a few moments ago, President Trump mentioned the word starvation. And he pretty much said it is what it is, from his observation, looking at video and pictures. Were you surprised by that?
No, look, I think President Trump has been terrific. He's supported us in so many ways. And he understands that we have to get rid of Hamas. He understands that Hamas is also using their own interdiction tactics to prevent humanitarian aid going. So there's been shortages, no question about that. There's been also suffering. And what I intend to do with President Trump...
There's also shortages because you decided to put a shit ton of aid in during the ceasefire and then blocked aid for months, knowing that Hamas would interdict aid. That they would misappropriate. Interesting, BB. Interesting. Can't imagine why that would be a problem.
We talked about that and agreed upon that, is to overcome this with a humanitarian surge. So we're opening up safe routes through which aid trucks can go through. We're going to try to quadruple the distribution points that are manned by Americans. And they're doing a hell of a job distributing food to Gazans without Hamas taking over the food. And that's really what we're doing. And airdrops that we intend to do, we're already doing. And we invite other countries to join us. So it's Israel that's doing now, and has been doing for some time, an effort to give humanitarian aid to the population without letting the Hamas terrorists take it, steal it for themselves, and sell it at exorbitant prices.
Has President Trump given the green light for your plan to take over the remaining 25% of Gaza and occupy all of it?
Well, you know, he understands that it's Israel who's going to do the fighting. It's not American soldiers.
Did he give you a yes?
Well, he just says,
no, Israel will do what it has to do,
and we haven't got into that kind of discussion.
Not a yes or a no.
But we have gone into a discussion on two things. One, the humanitarian surge that we're going to do, which will precede our final military action, because I want the population to be in safe zones, to have food, water, sewage, electricity, medical help. I want to free 2 million Gazans from Hamas terrorism. The second thing that we agree on is that the day after has to have certain principles. I'm not talking about a detailed plan yet because I think that'll be developed. But the 5 principles, the key principles are these. 1, Hamas has to lay down its arms. 2, Gaza has to be demilitarized. 3, all the hostages have to be released. And 4, Israel will be responsible for overall security. So if there's an attempt to have a resurgent Hamas or resurgent terrorism, you know, we're the ones who are going to take care of it. And 5, let Gaza be governed by a civilian authority that is not Israel, because I don't want to occupy Gaza forever. I don't want to govern Gaza. I want to have a different governance there that basically is willing to live in peace with Israel and give Gazans a different future. That's entirely different from these unbelievable lies that are leveled against us, frankly against me too, by the international press that doesn't care to check the facts. It just takes Hamas statistics, Hamas arguments. It just swallows them hook, line, and sinker, and delivers this vilification of the one democracy, the one Jewish state that is fighting people massacred. It's the equivalent of the massacre of thousands and thousands of Americans, the rocketing of American cities. Nobody would stand for that.
Come back to my experience inside Gaza this week. We went to an aid distribution site, food distribution site. Your own soldiers have been accused of killing innocent Gazans who are in line for food. That's the accusation, almost on a daily basis. Can you defend that?
Yeah, I could deny it because it's a Hamas accusation. They're the ones often who are doing the shooting and waiting for our soldiers to respond. And in fact, very often they don't respond. But all these stories
it's always that heavy lifting. Traveling Israel does this as well, of like the word often. Because also, often, Israeli soldiers admit that they're just firing on people because they don't have any other crowd control methods, that they're expected to crowd control people who are rushing towards an aid site, potentially where there are threats in the crowd, but they're only given a gun, so they shoot them. Sometimes, actually, with the division commander telling them to, that it's fine to. Often, very often.
Repeated ad nauseum, and the people don't even bother to check the facts. We're doing everything that we can to avoid civilian casualties. And in fact, if you look at it, I mean, the town of Rafah that you saw all that, right?
All of it.
Right, okay. So I told you why there was devastation, because we moved the population out and then went to and dealt with the booby traps that were there.
Well, that's not exactly what happened chronologically, you wretched, lying fucking cunt. That's not what happened. What actually happened was you were going to go into Rafah without an evacuation plan when there were about 1 million people taking shelter there from the north, and you had to get fucking wrangled by the Democrats to put an evacuation plan into place before you went in because you were going to go in without one. He does this a lot. He always takes credit for things that were other people's ideas, even if it was other people changing his plan. He'll take credit for it afterwards. And any failure he blames on someone else. He's done this his entire career. Ugh. Damn. Remember when Biden did that?
And we killed a lot of terrorists there. You know how many civilians we killed there? Practically none. Why? Because we told them, please leave. We showered them with leaflets. We called them millions of text messages and many other means to get them out, and they walked out. They walked out 2 miles to the coast where they had a safe zone, and practically no civilians were killed. That nobody describes, nobody talks about. Israel is doing things that
nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about the time when I had my entire military strategy fucking micromanaged and shifted by the Americans. Oh God, no one talks about that. No one talks about this great achievement when I sat down and did what I was told, like a little fucking fanny, like a submissive, breedable
army in history is done. Colonel John Spencer, who's the head of urban warfare studies at West Point, he said that he scoured all of his modern history. He said no army in the world has done that. And yet Israel is, of course, accused again and again and again by fake reports, by Hamas statistics that are fake. And, you know, if you repeat a lie often enough, it assumes the cachet of self.
That's actually, even John Spencer wouldn't say what the evacuation, that in particular, that's what they did in Mosul. They created a corridor for civilians to evacuate the entire city, actually, into a DP camp.
But in truth, it's still a lie.
Yeah.
Like half
your
a million
chief
people
of
use
army
that.
says your military is exhausted.
Oh,
it's almost 2 years of war. And I mentioned 20 years ago this month, Ariel Sharon made the decision to get out of Gaza, bring the settlers out, and it's been that way ever since, and Hamas moved in. But you have 10 million people who live in this country.
That's right.
And they have a lot of opinions.
Yeah, well,
is it possible?
It's a democracy, you know.
Is it possible for you to keep Israel unified almost 2 years into this war?
Oh, I'm sure we can. I mean, there's an organized and systemic campaign against us. That's part of democracy. I accept it, although a lot of it is foreign funded.
Yeah, we get foreign funded. My God. Yeah, we can do it. I just dodged 90% of the press. Got my own little Channel 14 media. I'm fucking the courts. We're all good.
By the same people who also encourage the demonstrations on your campuses and so on. But I'll tell you one thing, the people are united.
Yes, I did do Smotrich's comments. Yes, the one where he was like, fuck you, we want to annex. Yes, we did.
Every last one. This is not a dictatorship. But, you know, when it's a Southern Front war, and look at what we did. You know, we were attacked. We were on the verge. Everybody thought this is the end of Israel on October 7th, when Hamas cruelly invaded us and those monsters took the hostages and murdered the men and raped the women and beheaded, it's beyond belief, and burned babies, okay? And everybody said, oh, Israel is gone. And I said on the...
Was he wanting to say beheaded babies, but then he had to stop himself? Okay.
Second day of the war, I said, we're going to change the face of the Middle East. And we went against Hamas.
There were some young children who were burned. Not babies, but young children. Yeah.
Then we went against Hezbollah, the terror proxies of Iran. Then we had the downfall of the murderous Assad regime in Syria. And then we went after Iran, and President Trump joined us, which was a magnificent act of solidarity against a common enemy. Everybody said, oh, well, you know, Israel's not going to be together, but it is. Now we have to complete the job of eliminating basically the last proxy of Iran that's still standing.
And this is your job to sell it to your people.
Well, I don't have to. Believe me, the people are selling it to me. You know, I go into Gaza as you went in. You've been to Rafah? I've been to Rafah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Talk to the soldiers. Talk to the division commanders. You know what they tell me? They tell me, Prime Minister, don't bother with the press. Just press on with the mission of liberating Gaza from these murderers. And we can do the job. We can separate the civilians from the combatants. We can eliminate Hamas. We can liberate the remaining.
Yeah, someone in chat's alluding to it as well. Like from October 7th onward, Bibi was not controlling most of the decisions by the IDF. This has been spoken about by quite a few top officials. That what happened after October 7th was Bibi was basically just spurging out over his general staff and telling them to find more targets, just kill more people, find more targets. And they were like, what the fuck we do with that information? And for quite a lot of that war, the IDF just kind of had to go their own, had to just do it by themselves. They had to just come up with these decisions on their own because Bibi was giving them like nothing, like no vision, no fucking cohesive plan. Like he was just stream of consciousness. He was just like yapping in vague generalities. And then obviously after things started to come together with the operations in Lebanon and everything else, then he comes in and just takes credit for all of it. Like it's always the same shit with him.
Hostages. Let us do the job. That's what the soldiers that cut across.
I didn't know he went to Rafah. I'm guessing that was very secretive if he did that.
Yes. Doesn't mean that they make it to the mainstream channels. Doesn't mean that they make it to the foreign press. In fact, they don't. But if I had to run the country based on these vilifications, I shouldn't be here. Because leaders should do what is right and what will withstand the test of time. And what will withstand the test of time is that in the hour of peril, Israel didn't slumber like other democracies often do. In the face of this challenge to our existence, we took on a seven-front war, won it, and secured the peace, and expanded the peace after this victory, expanding the Abraham Accords, creating a different Middle East. That's what we're in the process of doing. The last part is hard.
He says while he tries to pursue a final state in Gaza that none of the Arab League are going to agree to. Okay.
But it's doable, and we'll do it.
Let me come back to the Abraham Accords, because the president made news on that earlier today. In America, there has been a considerable rise in anti-Semitism, especially on American college campuses.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
How did Israel, especially for Americans under the age of 30, young Americans, how did Israel lose this argument? Or maybe the better question would be, how do you win them back?
Well, I think we will. First of all, you win by winning and shortening the war. And President Trump has given us the support to finish this war as quickly as possible. Of course, we have to contend with the campaign of vilification that is done by so-called reputable news media. I mean, the New York Times puts out a major story on the front page, Palestinian mother holding a child, starved supposedly, and then it turns out that that child has cerebral palsy. It's a congenital disease. He has a brother who's well-fed, family is well-fed, but it's put out this thing, and then it corrects it with a denial the size of a postage stamp.
Yeah, they kind of did do that, didn't they? They did that a few times where was it the same picture that was circulated? Where they used someone who had a genetic condition and said that it was like that this was like the general state of Gaza or whatever. Yeah, that was so dumb. I don't know if it's just like naive, but again, it's the problem when you get these people who just exhaust all the fucking vocabulary for stages of escalation right on day one, where you've got famine comes into the lexicon like in the second week of the war, and when genocide comes into the lexicon, I guess on day 2, I think that as I first heard people saying it, and you reach this problem where when an actual like serious escalation and humanitarian failure happens and catastrophe, and very, very easily avoidable as well, you get the situation where people don't know what to do with the information, because some people they saw the attack on fucking the GHF, and they just thought, well, this is just the UN saying what they always say. This is just them saying that there's like this was just them saying that that these are famine conditions and there's a hunger crisis. But then the IPC will just do a report the month later that contradicts these warnings, and they'll just keep doing that. But then obviously that's not what happened. What happened there was that there actually was a quite widespread hunger crisis, especially in the areas where people were going to get food from GHF, and not to mention all the shootings, and not to mention, but then also, do you know who else? Remember, I was like predicting what happened with the GHF before it happened. I said exactly where it's going to fail and why, and I was right to the fucking dot. It wasn't just me making those predictions, it was also UN officials, because there were some very basic things about humanitarian aid distribution that were being ignored by the GHF's plan, and they issued out those warnings. The problem is that a lot of these people were carrying the same badge as people who had been warning that famine was imminent from like week 2 of the war, so no one listened to them. Well, that's what happens. That's like the price that you pay. If you want to actually push forward advocacy and influence politics in a way that could actually help these people, these people just did the total opposite. They just turned it into some fucking like virtue circle where people can just like leapfrog each other into who can say the most extreme shit. And at the end of the day, what you had was you didn't have a political movement, especially in America. You don't have a political movement. You have a club, an exclusive club that pushes people away from you, not towards you. That's it. That's what they did. Remember that operation in Rafah that Bibi is now taking credit for, because they did actually evacuate like quite a lot of those people, like almost the majority of those million people. But they were originally not going to do it. They were originally not going to do that. It was because Biden was there to push them on the flaws in their plan that they did it. Can you imagine if we had that there, say, when the GHF was about to come in, when you had those like very sincere and very correct warnings in place that could have been communicated to Israel and pressured by the government, but we didn't have it because, again, like, because of this culture that is owed in no small part to the people that have dominated this like anti-Israel narrative for the last 2 years.
Buried in the back pages. No, we can't work by lies. How do we win? Eventually, the truth gets out. It takes time. People will see the humanitarian surge. People will see our efforts to prevent civilian casualties. People will compare what has happened here to other urban warfare sites that were not.
And they excuse it as well. Like this person in chat, like Rumble Tumble, just justifying it. Yeah, it's okay to lie. It's okay to misreport. It's okay for the IPC to say, we can't find any evidence that it's reached the stage of famine. But also 1 week later, or like a few weeks later, then you've got the special rapporteurs just putting out a press statement, regardless of what the IPC says, and being like, yeah, there's actually a famine. It's everywhere in Gaza. Fucking Albanese and all these like fucking hack morons. You think that's justified? Fuck me.
As dense, as difficult, without this 50 meters below ground.
You need
these
trust.
Tunnels.
You're going to be the international community calling out Israel. You need trust. You don't need hyperbole. You need trust. You need trust, and you kind of also need an American president there who's going to act on that messaging. And you kind of just like fucked both of them. For what? To tone police center leftists. And to scare everyone the fuck away from supporting you if they don't agree 100% with your like insane fucking dogma. Well done.
Yet Israel will triumph.
All the political capital in the world.
Succeed in this mission. And most of the people, I can't say 100% of the people.
Are they lying? Yes, because if you bother to read any of those reports instead of just coming in my chat and spurging out like a fucking idiot, you would know that they lied. Yes, you would know that they constantly lied about the pre-war number of trucks, and then, which by extension lied about the number that was needed in the present day, which also ended up being that they were misrepresenting where exactly the problem lay. They constantly said that it was like 500 trucks pre-war, and then even if they watered it down, I think even the more modest ones brought it down to like 150 in the projections, which is also not true. They constantly said that there was like this unprecedented, like never seen before number of trucks going in pre-war, because they lied about not to mention just the working days being excluded, but also excluding the fact that most of these trucks were not food aid. They were like construction materials and other things. Yes, they lied. They should have known. There's no excuse for a UN organization not knowing how many food trucks were going in before the war and how many extra ones would be needed before the how many extra ones would be needed without the internal production because of the agricultural industry being fucked by the war. Yeah, they lied. And then you have all these just like absurd solutions, like flood the strip with like 500, 300, 400 trucks of aid every day. And then what did you get? What was the result? You got aid going in and close to those numbers, and it just all stockpiled on the other side of the wall because there weren't enough people to distribute all of it. So it just got stuck. It gets through into Gaza and then just piles up. So yes, they lied.
Most of the people are united, and ultimately, this is democracy.
So instead of shifting that argument on the media, whether it's the New York Times or maybe the Gazan Health Ministry, putting out, because you've said repeatedly in this conversation that they exaggerate, will you allow more independent reporters to go into Gaza and see it for themselves?
That's my conclusion. In fact, that's my instruction as of this morning.
Concerned about the truth when there's a genocide going on.
Yo, thanks for $20. Lawson, thank you. Hakiko, thanks for the tier 1 sub.
Military, and I said, that's exactly what you should be doing. Those who are lying are going to continue lying, but give honest journalists the ability to see the truth.
What does Smotrich want Netanyahu to do? I'm confused by the comment. Smotrich wants Israel to annex Gaza. He wants it to become part of Israel and to kick out all the Gazans. Netanyahu's proposal and the plan that he has okayed through the cabinet is one of Israeli security control and civil administration by someone, which is different from the annex. Because remember, Smotrich is like an arch settler. Okay, he wants the government to settle Gaza, and the policy that Netanyahu is putting forward is going against that. So far, that's what Smotrich is upset about. Yeah, that's what he's. Yes, he's an arch settler. Yes, I will use those words. Get fucked.
The fact that we're trying to get civilian
He's
aid.
an active arch settler, a permanent settler. Does he still live on a settlement? I don't actually know. Huh. A quintessential, a settler profundo. He is John Settler. I'm sorry.
Humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza, the efforts that we're making there. B, to understand and explain why those buildings are destroyed, because they're booby-trapped, and we clear the population. And I'm glad you were in. I'm glad you did this thing. I'm glad, in fact, I would say you were blazing the trail. But there have been others, and we have the same result. Every time people see it, they see it in a more realistic way, in a more honest way than the way that it's presented in, unfortunately, in the New York Times and others. New York Times should be sued. I'm actually looking at whether a country can sue the New York Times, and I'm looking into it right now because I think it's such clear defamation. I mean, you put a picture of a child that's supposed to then represent all these supposedly starving children, yet they put in this picture of a child.
How true is this booby trap claim? Is there evidence of it being as often as he says? If you read the Al-Qassam page and their telegrams, I feel like one of the most common attacks that they talk about is sneaking out of tunnels, jumping into an APC and attaching an explosive to it, or throwing it inside if there's an open hatch. The other one is booby trapping. They claim a lot of booby trap attacks. I don't know if it's not every building, unless they mean like buildings or blocks of flats where there's like 1 out of 5 flats is a booby trapped. We know they booby trap a lot. I don't know if it's not every building though. No, but there are a lot of them. There are. And it seems like the IDF and Hamas both agree on that they are everywhere, just not that they're in every single building. It's just like an exaggeration. They do it a lot. But yeah, you can find clips of Sinwar talking about how they have thousands of traps all over Gaza. You can have the IDF saying it. You can have soldiers saying it. Yeah, they do have traps, but they just don't.
Appreciate the rational coverage on these muddy topics.
Lupin.
I am definitely more pro-Israel than you, but I enjoy challenging my biases and always find your coverage balanced and good faith. Keep up the good work.
Wow, thanks for $20. You said Bibi's plan goes against annexation. What did you mean by that? Well, the thing is that Smotrich wants annexation now. He doesn't want any government okaying civil administration. He doesn't want the government okaying that it's going to limit Israeli occupation to military rule or anything like that. That's what they don't want. Yeah. I mean, he's threatening to fucking hang the government over it. So I don't know. Who edits the Hamas propaganda videos? I don't know. An editor, I guess. Hello, Sev.
Okay, so the issue with that claim that there's every house is booby trapped from Netanyahu.
Oh wait, hang on, sorry. We need to get rid of a fucking liar in chat. I can't believe that you took seriously the claim that all the buildings destroyed because of booby traps. I literally contradicted that claim. I spoke against that claim. You dishonest fucking cunt. Get out of here. All right.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Also,
okay.
The fucking problem is my take on it is a bit different than yours. You just think it's a flat out lie. It might be some sort of truth to it, but the fact is, a lot of these buildings could have been booby trapped after people fled.
By what? Hamas? By IDF or Hamas?
By Hamas.
Yeah.
No, Hamas. Like they could have been because it is kind of crazy to think that 50,000 Hamas fighters has booby trapped 2 fucking million homes or 500,000 homes. So the reality is it's probably in an area that's it's gonna be fighting area. So civilians flee, Hamas stays, booby traps all the houses that majority of the houses, which is a lot likely to have been the case. But obviously for soldiers or people that have been through that area will think, oh, Hamas and the citizens work together.
Oh, Sev, sorry for interrupting, but I can confirm what you're saying as much as my word is worth. But a lot of the booby traps were fresh cement, and after the evacuations, Hamas did a lot of them.
Yeah, which is why I hate fucking Netanyahu for the way he speaks about it. It's actually insinuating that the civilians co-opted having their homes booby trapped.
Oh no, definitely not. That's bullshit.
Yeah, which is also something that people seem to fucking grapple with. They think that the civilians are in on it with the fucking traps, when in reality, no, David, he actually says that shit too, and it's a common talking point among Israelis too, that the fucking what's it called, the civilian population in Gaza works with Hamas extensively. And I've actually had this response where oh, why are all their homes booby trapped?
Even if it was before, but which I don't think it is for the majority. People would be doing this by coercion, by
I think the ones you could probably say is harder to disprove that it was done after they left is probably tunnels.
Yeah.
Or
maybe under roads or something. Probably that's.
Yeah, maybe there's tunnels under the homes, not directly into the homes, and then they dig afterwards into the homes. That's probably more likely. But the fact, if there's a tunnel that's been there for fucking it looks like years into a house, yeah, that guy's probably working with Hamas.
Oh yeah.
Chat. There's 3 more super chats needed for the goal. Teal or above. We got 3 minutes. We need 3 more. 4 minutes. Sorry, for 3 more super chats. God damn it.
For someone that makes fun of TikTokers and how thanks for the galaxy, guys, you do the same exact shit.
Yeah, but I do it in a more mean way. Okay, I coerce. I don't ask.
Yeah, you guys are broke.
I don't ask. I demand. Okay.
Give money now. Yeah,
shit.
Enjoy your BB, fucking slob.
I will. Let's go.
I took another picture somewhere else in other media. A child who had cystic fibrosis,
$5 a month,
starvation, or another child that we actually sent to Italy to be cured, and Israel is accused.
But still, you concede there is suffering on behalf.
There
of
is
people
suffering
in Gaza.
Yes, because Hamas is interdicting aid, exactly, and what we're doing is overcoming it.
Yeah, that's it. It can't possibly be that this all escalated around the same time as we were into your fucking GHF plan that everyone condemns. Can't possibly be anything to do with that, buddy. Ugh.
I don't deny that there's suffering. I want to end the suffering, and I want to end it by ending Hamas rule. Would you like to be governed by 20,000 armed monsters who shoot you in the back of the head if you try to leave a war zone? Who shoot you if you say, I want to have my freedom from Hamas? We now have Gazans fighting Hamas. They finally have the courage to do that because they see that Israel is progressing, and they think that we're going to win. So they're not afraid anymore to stand up for their own rights. And they have their separate schools, they have separate programs, because they don't want to educate their children for endless fanatic warfare, which is what Hamas is teaching. Hamas is saying, death to Israel, death to America. They hate everything that a free society stands for. And ultimately, the people of Israel understand it. And I think ultimately, the free peoples of the world will understand it.
I have one more question, but I want to clarify something if I could.
Taking credit for their protests. It's so fucking gross, man. It's also endangering it further to the protesters as well, because like the protesters, the worst thing for them is for people in Gaza who are on the fence to start associating them with Israel. Like you shouldn't say anything about the protest. If you're Israeli, just don't say a fucking word about them. Don't say anything. Don't say you support them. Don't say you oppose them. Don't give them advice. Don't take credit for them. Don't say anything. They don't exist to you. They're not supposed to. Like, stop. Anyway. MH, thanks for the $5. Fizz0, thanks for the €6. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. For only 10 easy payments of $5, you could have the dopamine hit of reaching the goal and supporting the streamer, man. True! Yeah, don't commit your war crimes on camera. That's exactly what I mean. Yes. But do loads of them off camera, based in a video game. Wow. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $5. Hey, make a new goal. Just reached your last one. Jacob, thanks for the $5. YouTube keeps blocking all my damn paid messages. Wait, really? How? Huh. And Dingus, thanks for $4.99. Hey, Sev, how's that Learnerbox Baldur's Gate playthrough? I'm so sorry.
You've said a few times now that the buildings in Rafah that we saw had tunnels underneath them.
Yeah.
There's no way for us to see that when we're there physically with our own eyes. But you're saying all these buildings were booby-trapped?
All.
And they were not hit by the Israeli Air Force?
Even the Fox guy is like, wait, you're saying all of them? You know you're full of shit when the Fox News guy is starting to pick holes in you. It might not even be it's probably not even the majority of them. From what I've heard from people who are fairly pro-IDF, they'll say like 1 in 3, and that's houses that they operated in. That doesn't count all of them. So that's not even close to majority.
No, what I'm saying is
because it is building after building.
Well, remember, these houses are empty to population. In the beginning of the war, I remember my visit to Washington, and I was told under the previous administration, they said, there are 1.4 million people in Gaza, in Rafah, because we moved the population away from war zones, and they all concentrated in Rafah. Then we wanted to eliminate Rafah. It's like, we were told, don't go in there. And I said, what do you mean don't go in there? It's like the Allies are, take over Germany, and finally they're told, don't go into Berlin. Don't go into Berlin, and leave the German army, 25% of the German army intact. I said, of course I have to go.
I mean, they were told to evacuate by the Americans. You were told to evacuate the civilian population before you go in, because that wasn't your original plan. You fucking snake. All right.
But they said, but there are all these civilians. And I said, okay, we'll make sure that they leave. In fact, they left within 6 days. They all left. And then we had to go in. It's full of terrorists in those buildings, in the streets. They booby-trap the streets. They booby-trap the buildings. So we go in and clear it away. And that's what you would do. That's actually that's what you did. That's what you did in your war zones too.
The reason why this point is important for me to understand is we only saw one part of Gaza. We did not see the rest of it. The town of Rafah, as I referred. Last question, sir, if I could, please. The president earlier today put on Truth Social that he wants all the Middle Eastern countries to join the Abraham Accords. Who are the holdouts?
Well, you know who we have peace with, so. If you look at the other countries, they're the ones that are potential and real potential candidates for this. And I think, look, the president and I joined forces with Arab leaders and had the Abraham Accords, which were historic changes, a real change in the Middle East. We had 4 peace treaties with 4 Arab nations in a very short time. And in fact, I think that the attack on October 7th among other things. It was meant to destroy Israel, but it was also meant to destroy the possibility of peace between Israel and the leading Arab country, Saudi Arabia. So obviously we like to see, with the elimination of Hamas and the Iran terror axis, which has been our war. Our war the last 2 years has not been with Hamas only, it's been with Iran and all its terror proxies and its attempts to develop nuclear weapons.
Other than Iran, who would be a party to this deal?
Well, Iran could be too if the people of Iran rise.
Is that an invitation?
It's been something that I think that many of them want. Many of them want to relieve themselves of that tyranny. And they openly say it. You know, I send videos to them, and I'm amazed. Bill, I'm amazed. Millions and millions of respondents from Iran, sometimes with their names and even their faces. You can't believe that they're doing that, but it shows you the thirst for liberation there. So, but
I guess it's not that surprising, but has there been any domestic fallout in Iran from the fucking strikes? They've lost so many of their top guys. People who have been top guys for decades, right? Because it's an authoritarian regime. They've been in power for a long time. A lot of those like RGC guys and the nuclear scientists and everyone else, big figures, big names. What's happened now domestically there? Has there been any power vacuum, or have they just clamped down on it, or what's going on? I guess there's no coherent opposition, so any moment now they're about to rise. Yeah, well, I guess we'll just keep saying that, eh?
The liberation of Iran will happen because we delivered a very strong blow to Iran's seeming invincibility, and the people will rise from within. But who are the countries that we know we could make peace with once we finish the war in Gaza? Yeah. I think there are at least 5 or 6 countries here in the Middle East. And President Trump and I have talked about it a great deal. And he's been just an unbelievable partner.
When did you talk to him last?
A few days ago.
Okay, so this week?
No, I think it was last week, I think. But we talk every week or so.
You talked to Vladimir Putin recently?
Yes.
A couple times?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
Well, I can tell you what I told him. I said that I took note of the fact that he said that Iran should not have nuclear enrichment, which is the American position, and our position. I thought that was very good. And I also said that I hoped that he'd come to an agreement with President Trump.
On Ukraine?
Right.
We'll see if we get that piece.
Yep.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So far as we can tell, it's the first time he's been asked directly about the allegations of genocide and also the allegations of starvation in Gaza. While that's happening, Sandra, there's a lot of reaction globally, as you can imagine. Gaza is within Gaza, Hamas, with many of their leaders in Qatar, have already responded saying that this new offensive shows Netanyahu's aims to sacrifice the hostages and serve his own personal interests. So we're reaching that point right now where we'll get reaction from the Security Cabinet meeting and see what the next move is.
Yeah, and the Israeli Prime Minister sending obviously a very firm message on many fronts there, including the plans to occupy Gaza, but also on the humanitarian situation with the Palestinians and, of course, the fate of the hostages. Bill, what he said in response to your question about the 20 hostages who are believed to still be alive, 50 hostages still remain. We're doing everything in our power to salvage the hostages because, Bill, of course, there is so much concern from the families of those hostages that as Israel moves in, what does that mean for those hostages? And he sent a very firm message that they are doing everything in their power for them.
Yeah, and many Israelis are well aware that the closer the IDF, you heard the question, the closer the IDF gets to locating some hostages, oftentimes they are killed before they can arrive, the Israeli army, that is. So what you're looking at now live.
You got anti-Bibi protests, specifically about the operation in Gaza City. Yep.
Is a protest on the streets of Tel Aviv. We've seen this throughout our coverage here over the past week. This seems to be a bit larger than we have seen earlier. And also here in Jerusalem, Sandra, when we left the Prime Minister's office, they were all getting ready for a rally for the family hostages as well. Many of them had a mini flotilla off the coast of Israel earlier today. So they're making their voices heard, and they want to make sure that their family, their loved ones are not forgotten. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
If there's only 25% of Hamas left when Rafah was invaded, how much could still be left? Well, Hamas keeps on conscripting more people. It's like the Hyde thing. Like they're still weaker, obviously, because they don't have the same infrastructure, training, etc. The people they're conscripting are younger and younger. No, they're but yeah, that's kind of why their numbers are like their numbers are probably not even that far off of what they were at the beginning, because they just keep on replacing personnel, albeit with less training and less equipment. So I don't know what it means for in regards to how long it would take for them to stop being an effective military force and just an insurgency. But my guess is it'll probably still take a while. I don't know.
And most
that we have seen
What's
earlier,
this?
and also here in Jerusalem, Sandra, when we left the
Is that me?
Prime Minister's office,
Oh,
they
that's
were all
me.
getting ready for a rally for the family hostages as well. Many of them had a mini flotilla off the coast of Israel earlier.
Whatever. Did you see the new Jenkin Rabbi Shmuley debate? No, but it sounds amazing. It sounds so good. Hello, Fire. What can I do for you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit loud. I'll take you down. Go.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
all good.
Yeah, listen, I am from Food Shop Server, so I mean, he's like a Destiny Orbiter, and I'm kind of like a lefty, and one of my friends from there told me that I should go on to your stream to debate Israel-Palestine. So I don't know why, but I am here now. He told me that we would have disagreements on the Yasser Arafat and why he walked away. He thought it was completely insane, and I guess I'd be more sympathetic to that view. But like, okay, I'm not a fan of you or anything, so I don't know exactly your positions on it, and maybe we would actually agree. So
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You can sympathize with him saying no to Camp David because it wasn't good enough. But I don't sympathize with him walking away without any counteroffer, and then also him diddling and wasting time when the Clinton parameters came forward, which I think were a better offer. I don't know why he didn't just play ball with that, because they were on a time limit. He fucked around anyway.
we're at a time limit, and they fucked around right away. I mean, I guess I could criticize him on that, but I mean, from my understanding, there were the two main narratives regarding on why he rejected the Camp David offer. Right, there was a main Israel narrative where under Ehud Barak, he made like a really generous offer for a Palestinian state. I think that's kind of an unfair assessment. And the second one is the Palestinian narrative, where a lot of the Israel offer was it was fragmented. Palestinians lacked a lot of sovereignty for the state and shit like that. So there are these two opposing narratives, and I guess I side with the Palestinian narrative more on that, on why he rejected it. But I mean, I guess, criticize him on him fucking around by not offering anything to counter that deal. And I guess this is also my position. I think strategically, the Palestinians probably should have accepted the deal at the time, but I am more sympathetic to that view that they didn't. So yeah.
I don't know if we disagree then. I think, apart from that, I don't think they should have accepted Camp David. I think they were right to say no to it because it's clear that Israel was willing to give up more, which is why the Clinton parameters came so quickly afterwards. But yeah, I think once the Clinton parameters came, then they should have just said like, okay, well, we'll take this, or here are the bits that we would change, and at least the historians
The Clinton
could be
parameters
blessed.
was that they got more. The Clinton parameters was they got more land, right?
Yeah,
Especially,
there's a
and I'm
few
not
other
sure.
changes as well. I think the security presence of Israel was a little bit different as well, with the warning stations and whether it was an American presence and some of them were an Israel one. Yeah.
Did they budge on the? Because I remember Taba Summit was the closest that they've ever gotten to the Palestinian demands, which is, I think the main Palestinian pain point was probably the right of return, and Israel's insistence on not really budging for that was why a lot of the deal got delayed, from my understanding.
Well,
I don't know if they care that much about the security. I don't know if they care that much about the security, because I believe that I would understand they conceded a lot regarding the demilitarization. They gave up rights for their borders and shit like that. I think they would have accepted all of that. I think the main thing was the right of return, or the infinite right of return, and giving some just solution.
Yeah, but we don't know
regarding
what the final offer was, or what any kind of implementable model was offered by the Palestinians, because they didn't give one, right? They gave vague statements about flexibility alongside a right, it being a right for everyone.
But we know they would be flexible to a potential deal that doesn't just include all the Palestinians going to Israel, because they were, I think, I'm not sure if you've read the EU papers on the Taba Summit, but there was like a general feeling of positive sentiment by the second meeting of the Taba summit that they would have reached a favorable conclusion to both sides. And I believe that it is in their opinions as well that if they had one more meeting, they would have had a deal that both sides would agree to. So.
But that one more meeting is quite crucial because Ehud Barak was a lame duck. So the one more meeting does matter. It's quite consequential. It's also, but the fact is that even after that one meeting, even after Sharon came in, it's not like Arafat still said, like, just for the sake of the international community at least, or for the Israeli left, like, here is our resolution on right of return that we will accept. Like, there was just never, Israel gave final offers on right of return and the Palestinians did not respond with a final offer of their own. That's the thing. And to this day, we don't have it. We have no idea, like, a final offer of concession from any Palestinian leader on right of return. It's all just
wait, I'm sorry. I'm actually not sure about it. What did Israel offer for the right of return?
Their offer, so Camp David is one I know best. I don't know if Glennon changed it that much. It was that they would contribute to a humanitarian fund to resettle refugees who didn't go back to Palestine. There would be an infinite right of return to the state of Palestine, say from like Lebanon and Syria, and Israel would allow in an unspecified number on humanitarian grounds. So people like who were in severe like humanitarian issues, mostly Lebanon, I think. That was their offer.
Do you think the Palestinians were not willing to budge on the right of return and would be more willing to accept like anything less than full right of return? You know.
I don't know. For Arafat, it seems like the issue was more to do with Jerusalem, but on right of return, it does seem like there is a general aversion to ever committing to something that looks like it's conceding right of return to any degree. That's why I don't think they've done it.
I don't know. I feel like after I mean that was the general feeling I had, right? But after reading the EU papers on Taba Summit, it seems like everything was so positive, right?
Yeah, everything was positive, and that was positive on both ends. But I'm just wondering, like, people can have positive sentiment, but out of even that, where's the right of return addressed or fleshed out from the Palestinian end? I don't see it. As far as I remember,
believe it was, no?
Let me see.
From last time I remember on the EU, when I read the EU papers, there was actually. Wait, pull it up.
I wish I took page numbers from this fucking book. Let's see.
So okay, the right of return. Okay, I have it here in this PDF. The right of return was discussed.
What about it? Of course you can say it's discussed, but I just want to know like what was changed from, or what was fleshed out from that made it look like there was something different from the Clinton parameters.
So I'm not really that aware of the Clinton parameters. I just know regarding the Clinton parameters, they got more land, and they kind of they removed some of the security requirements. I'm not sure, but Taba Summit is what I'm more familiar with. But I guess they in the Taba Summit, because it's all informal, they informally suggested a 3-track 15-year absorption program, and they provided real numbers. And the Palestinians' second track referred to the absorption of Palestine to Israel's hand that shall be transferred to Palestinian sovereignty. So I did not present a number, but they stated the negotiations could not start without an Israeli opening position. I'm actually not sure what that means. But I'm not watching stream, so I don't know what you're watching or what you're looking at right now.
I'm just listening to you. I'm just listening to you, but I'm also looking at Prophets Without Honor, because they mentioned something about Taba and refugees here, but I just can't remember where it is. My understanding is that that even in Taba, based on the Clinton parameters, Abu Allah was still, one of the Palestinian negotiators was still saying that this was generally still like unacceptable, but as far as I know about none before us had negotiated as we did in Sweden and later in Taba, a joint text about the responsibilities for the Nakba and the mechanisms for the solution of the problem of refugees. This was also the case with Jerusalem. When we went to Camp David, opinion polls taught us that only 5% of Israelis were ready to contemplate a division of Jerusalem. When we left the summit, polls showed 41% contemplated such a division for the sake of real peace. Yeah, as far as I know, with refugees in Taba, I don't think it actually made any concrete progress. That's the indication that I got from it.
It might have not made concrete progress, but I feel like the general sentiment being positive regarding the Palestinians and both the Israelis.
But you understand that
think
I
it
can't
goes
really,
away
I don't know
with
what to
regard-
do with there was a general positive sentiment. I don't know what that what that means. That's like the most vague sentence in the world, right? Like people could have been nice
I
to each
mean,
other and friendly, or like there might have been some
no, the
like
idea is that there's a
willingness to
general
talk about
positive
things.
sentiment
But
that if they had one more meeting, that there would have been an agreement reached.
okay, then why
So,
do you not think it would behoove Arafat or it would have behooved Arafat or Abbas to say that, well, like, even though the meetings are like are getting fucked by the change in office, like here's our offer that we will accept. Like I don't know why that just still to this day doesn't exist.
yeah, I mean, I'm not sure actually, but my main opinion has always been how do I phrase this? Do you think regarding Sabah summit, all the delays that were made prior to the Sabah summit, they were all done from the Palestinian side? Because there's always this general narrative that this is a strategy that has been utilized by the Palestinians. That Palestinians they use like a fucking regime change as kind of like a negotiation tactic, or they use this sort of delay as a negotiation tactic. But from my understanding, I thought that both sides engaged in this type of, I guess, behavior.
Well,
So like,
in
if you wanna
change of office, probably not for Israel,
like,
right? Because they're not waiting for Arafat to. Arafat was there to stay. There was no indication that Arafat was going anywhere anytime soon, right?
well, I'm just talking about, well, regarding Israel, shouldn't have Israel then accepted a deal because they knew then Ariel Sharon would have,
Accepted what deal
or
though?
Ehud Barak?
Yeah, that's yeah, but what deal? What final offer were they supposed to accept? There wasn't one. But yeah, you're right. If Arafat had played his cards right, I think, and at Taba on the last day before they're about to get fucked by Sharon, had actually said like, "Okay, here it is, take it or leave it," he could have probably highballed them pretty hard because that was Ehud Barak staked his entire political reputation and his entire legacy on getting a peace deal with the Palestinians. So he would have probably given quite a bit for that. I mean, obviously, we know that the difference between what they initially offered at Camp David versus what they were going to concede at Clinton was already quite wide. I feel like if Arafat had just dropped it again, just something, at least even just so we know where they're at in terms of like what a Palestinian leader would accept for two states, but we don't have it. So I don't know what they were supposed to accept.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess I thought I might have remembered on how concrete the Taba summit was. Uh, I from reading the PDF, the EU what is it? The EU representatives that came to the Taba summit described it as an incredibly forward, incredibly progressive, and incredibly like positive negotiations. Maybe there were still specific things, specific ambiguities that they needed to discuss, but I didn't understand that there were still those. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, people can have that sentiment and people can have feelings that things are going somewhere in negotiations, but obviously a negotiation can feel great and it can feel very positive, but if it ends with no offer when time is of the essence, when you're at the last minute, then it's nothing, isn't it? Yeah, that can happen. That can happen probably in any kind of negotiation environment.
Do you think there were things that Israel could have done to have accelerated the deals?
Yeah. I think one big mistake that Barak made especially was that he started with just an incredibly humiliating term of surrender as his opening offer. Like for Camp David, I think his opening offer was something like the West Bank would only be 66% Palestinian state and the rest would be annexed to Israel. That was his first offer, and Clinton shouted at him for it. Clinton properly fell out with Barak over that offer because it was just so unserious. And then the problem is that Arafat after then was just able to be like, no, 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 no. And then that resulted in Barak constantly accepting more and more. So if you start with that 66% offer, then you are just basically telling Arafat, whoa, if Arafat just keeps saying no, Barak's just going to keep on offering more. And then obviously Arafat, my good faith interpretation of Arafat is that he just interpreted that behavior from Barak and the Israeli team to just mean that if you just keep saying no, they're just going to keep offering you stuff. Why would you say yes when they are more desperate for this offer to go somewhere than you are? I think that was a huge mistake. Barak he didn't realize that he could never get into the head of what Palestinians saw peace talks as. He always saw it as terms of surrender to a defeated military, whereas Arafat and the Palestinians see a peace offer as an oppressed people getting what they're owed. And yeah, Barak thought he was fucking haggling at the souk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's probably my biggest critique.
So Barak shouldn't have. So wait, you're saying that Barak expected Yasser Arafat to negotiate further?
Barak should have offered something at the beginning that could have materialized into a state. That's what he should have gone with. Yeah, and then that gives Arafat room to say, okay, that seems good, but we can change this and this and this. And then that's actually their starting, not starting with what is just basically a surrender term. Yeah, which is what he was going for to begin with. Yeah.
But wait, okay. I'm not talking about the first thing that Clinton and Arafat talked about, but the final deal that they landed with, that they eventually presented to Arafat. Wait, I'm not sure. Would that actually be a surrender deal in his eyes? I thought.
You mean Camp David?
I thought that. Yeah, I thought the initial pro-Israel narrative or the Israeli narrative is he was so generous and.
Well, yeah, they'll say that. Yeah, but you have negotiators from the team, especially Shlomo Ben-Ami, who said that if he were Palestinian, he wouldn't accept Camp David. But we know now that Camp David wasn't an amazing, generous deal because Arafat walked away from Camp David, and then the response from Clinton and the Israelis was to go the Clinton parameters. And Israel actually said yes to the Clinton parameters with a few reservations, which even some of them were worked out as well. So yeah, of course Camp David wasn't good enough because we know it wasn't good enough because they offered more afterwards, very shortly afterwards.
Okay. Wait, well, what did they offer with the Clinton parameters? You said more land and the security. Did they budge on border and the refugee?
Well, more land would have been implied by border, right? The border
not
would have been different.
necessarily. I mean, well, the border would have been different, but I'm talking about the border.
Oh, security. But yeah, I think border control was. I can't remember exactly what the difference was, so you might need to double check that. But I believe the border was different in the Clinton parameters. I think it was to do with. Yeah, because I know that there was still leeway given to the idea about whether or not those security warning points would be that they would be staffed by Israeli troops or Americans, because I think Palestinians had a preference for there being Americans there. And the other thing was also just about how many of them there were. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. And wait, I think I'm not sure we disagree on much then. Okay, this guy prompted you up to be a super pro-Israeli spokesperson, but
that's because they live in a world where it's only black and white, and you are either pro all of the deranged pro-Palestinian orthodoxies in the West, or you're against them. That's what those guys do. Cults. It's normal.
I mean, I don't know. No, he's not like a leftist. Okay, when I debate him, it's like it's incredibly pro-Israel narrative. Like, he would he would um he would support the Camp David offer, and he would not understand a lot of the Palestinian grievances there. And so I kind of like, I'm sorry, I'm kind of projecting him onto you
Yeah, I don't go
because
that far. That's
yeah,
silly to me.
I don't. So okay. So I thought we would have more disagreements, but I'm not sure if I would read more on the Clinton parameters than I would read more on Taba summits because, I mean, I just read the EU papers once and I thought, oh wow, this deal was actually incredibly progressive, and I didn't know there were still specific ambiguities that needed to be discussed, but I guess there were. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Like I think for Taba, the big issue as well was Jerusalem. That they couldn't find, or the Temple Mount specifically, that they couldn't find a settlement on the Temple Mount that would have helped with that would have been accepted by Arafat. That was another big issue because Ben Ami's offer was like the whole thing about vertical sovereignty was rejected as well. Yeah.
Okay, have you heard of? Okay, I'm sorry. Have you heard about like this common like narrative that because the Palestinians, the Arabs started all the four wars from 1948 and 2000, they should have just accepted Camp David because that's something also like this guy repeats a lot.
Yeah, because in
And
history, what happens is that usually when countries start wars and then lose, then they lose territory. Right? That's like a lot of Europe's borders were shaped by wars being started, and then the losers lose territory, and then they agree to it, and but they just move on,
no, but
or
like
they
when I
start wars
understand
later.
that
Yeah.
I understand that narrative, but like I think if you look at the history more specifically, I don't know if I initially even agree with that framing.
But it's
That the
also
Arabs just
because,
started.
well, Arab leaders started the war, but the result of them starting the war was also that Arab citizens were also, two things can be true at once. Arab leaders can start wars that they shouldn't have, but they also have a situation where Arab civilians suffer injustices that are still with us to this day.
Okay, but
And
which wars are you specifically talking about now?
48.
Yeah, 48, but that's not just all the wars that they that supposedly they've all started, right?
Oh, like
So we're talking about
67 or
48, 57, 67. Because like from what I was led to believe by this narrative that is really common is that Arabs every single time there was a war, it wasn't really that nuanced. The Arab leaders were the ones that have started it. But like for instance, let's take the 1957. You know,
well, the
if
Suez
someone were to tell,
crisis.
yeah, the Suez
Yeah,
Crisis,
I
right?
don't know how people would argue
Um,
it's clearly that was started by the Arabs. Like Israel actually behaved horribly in that war. So yeah.
yeah, and even the UN. So, but like again, this narrative is still really strong.
Hmm.
Even though I feel like if you would point to the specific wars, like it would be a little bit more
Well, it's because there are certain acts that people like.
nuanced and ambiguous.
I can steel man what they're saying, which is that there are certain acts that people consider to be acts of war that are not that are more ambiguous. So rather than moving
Yeah,
troops
like
in, which seems like the obvious one, they would say it's because of nationalizing the Suez Canal and blocking the Straits of Tehran. Right? That's what people call like an
yeah,
act of. But
yeah.
for the 6 Day War,
But I
that
mean, they
makes
all at
sense
the same time
because
they
Israel
also
had
had
made
full
their.
sovereignty.
Hmm?
So and then also there were border skirmishes. So like
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know
Exactly.
where
Yeah.
you want to start from it, right? Like in 1967, yeah, they did rally the troops, but at the same time, I think eventually later investigations have proved that or have eventually concluded that they weren't really serious upon that. I mean, honestly on that I still wouldn't blame Israel for preemptively striking, but
Hmm.
like I feel like the idea that this narrative is so like shotgun clean, like I don't know how if that's the thing in English, but it's so clean and precise and perfect. I just don't like it.
Yeah, the more you get into
So
this
I was
conflict, the
wondering
more
your
you will
thoughts on it.
learn. Yeah, the more you get into this conflict, the more you will learn that the most comfortable position for anyone to have in it is to just pick a side and then just not concede anything to the other side. Because it's like and there's reasons for that. For Israelis and Palestinians, it makes sense because it's an ongoing conflict. So people feel like the narrative and the history is part of the national narrative, and the national narrative is part of the war in a way. It's about winning support. So obviously with Israelis, like they don't want to concede anything in terms of who started which war. Same with the way the Palestinians don't want to concede anything in terms of war crimes committed or failures to get peace earlier, things like that. This is the case all the way going back, where people just like, they feel like if they concede something on the history, they're conceding something on their right to exist now. And it's a huge problem. Yeah, it's just very partisan and very brain rot.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I would agree on that. Like, my main position on that is, I mean, historically, it's so weird to just pick like a time and then start history from there because this conflict has been going on for so long. I don't necessarily like. I can understand the contextualization, but where I would get iffy is like selective contextualization that both pro-Palestinians and pro-Israelis engage in. I think that shit is just like equally cringe.
Wow.
And also, but like, regardless to what is happening right now, I don't know if I care that much about about what the history is, at least. I don't like another person has said that when I describe a lot of the atrocities that what's happening in Gaza, another person has said, well, wait, the Arabs have historically been oppressing the Jews, and like, I mean, I can admit that, but I don't know if it has anything to do. I don't even think 1948 or all these wars or Camp David, maybe it led to this current war, but I'm not necessarily sure if it's relevant or if we should even, mention it.
That would really depend on the context you're talking. I have no idea. It depends. Yeah, but probably not. Historic Muslim oppression of Jews is probably not that relevant to figuring out how they should pursue the Gaza war, but that's a different discussion altogether.
I mean, I guess the lens that I kind of see it on is I don't think there's much that the Palestinians can do. Like in general, I don't think they have that much power, but I think there's a lot that the Israelis can do. So my current criticism is kind of directed at that. Like there are, I feel like there are a lot, like both societies have been really radicalized, but only one society, in terms of what it has materialized into, like only one side is really currently suffering the consequences of the years of conflict. So I don't really I'm not gonna. I don't think it's. I feel like when you look too far ahead from the current situation, you kind of you gain perspective, but you kind of lose perspective at the same time. And I think looking at the history too much in this current conflict, I feel like is makes you lose perspective. I mean, that's my opinion.
It's always good to learn, but yeah, you can definitely go wrong with it sometimes. Anyway.
All right.
Well.
Okay. Shout out to Yoj. Okay. He's the one. I mean, I don't know. Has he ever been on stream before?
Not that I know of,
You
but maybe.
know him?
We have a lot of call-ins, so
Yoge?
hard to tell.
Yoge? Okay. All right. Okay. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Yoj called out, put on the spot, shagged. That was a surprisingly collected conversation. Wow. Your days are numbered, Yoj. Okay. Gapes. Don't say that. It's a disgusting word. I should never have introduced it to this community's lexicon. No way. It's an actively horrible word. Yo.
Leading Hamas.
Bruh. Andrew Neil. What's he yapping about? I haven't seen him for a while. I'm actually quite curious what his general perspectives are rather than just watching him bulldoze people in interviews. Huh. Though. What about gupped? Gupped is fine. It's amazing what happens when you change a single vowel. Hell yeah. I need to go bathroom and get food. So, one moment. Hang on. It doesn't look that much stronger.
صارت بالعزم فتية طارت كالصقر أبية
You compare that to the women one. It's not funny. Wait, what's happening here? Okay, let's compare it to a man one. That was a good one. I like that one a lot. Yeah. I don't know Terry Reid streams or Mile. I don't know that many tunes. I've always been quite limited. Despite Sir Headsworth with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. We're having a productive day. 51 viewers. Why? Chapter 1. The commodity. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation therefore begins with the analysis of the commodity. The commodity is first of all an external object, a thing which through it's going to be like this. He's going to be like, today I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look, you see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's going to be that.
Churchill say if he were alive today?
I know what Churchill would say. He'd say, that's what Churchill would say. We have to constantly feign victimhood and financial struggle whilst taking in 5 figures a month, at least, mostly from unwitting donors. We have to review supercars and deflect all criticism by the mere fact that some people produce more carbon emissions than I do. We have to avoid a revolution at all costs, lest I get actually executed because everyone who takes part in that revolution will notice me for the inauthentic, slimy, ineffectual hack cunt that I actually am. Go change the title. The title has a question mark on it, you dumb fuck. Chill. The title is honest. The title leaves room for interpretation. I'm not Vosh. Wait, wait a minute. that shit. Facts. Facts.
Dog, like you're an Israeli dog, at least, or you're.
I'm a Palestinian, but so you hate Palestinians. You don't like Palestinians.
No, I don't like Israeli dogs. That's what I don't like.
What do you think? What do you think
Anyway,
Seth should
gotta
do?
go.
What do you think Seth should do to be like not an Israeli dog? What do you think like a true Palestinian would do in living in Israel?
66 multiple rocket launchers have been either destroyed or captured.
66 multiple rocket launchers. Armada Rota 2024. Oh, is that this website? Militant groups in Gaza and the West Bank. No, wait. What? Qassam. 59 makeshift. Qassam. These are not Israelis. An Israeli rocket launcher would not be called Qassam. This is Hamas's losses that he's framing as Israeli. He can't even read. This is the biggest communist creator on YouTube. Why are you getting your talking points from Hamas spokespersons, from Islamic fundamentalists who still won't even tell you how many soldiers they've lost? Israel does, by the way. They can't really hide that. They're a democracy. There'd be problems if they were just disguising dead soldiers. So he quotes Hamas. Yo. Why are people laughing? What the fuck? Anyone complaining about the WoW arc as a fake fan? True. You should enjoy it, dipshits. Right. Where is... Oh, yeah. Ryan Macbeth's take.
Israel just signaled it's going to take control of the entire Gaza Strip. Not a raid.
Wait, hang on. I'm going to watch this first. Andrew Neil, Israel's lost the propaganda war. Wow, really? That's crazy.
A leading Hamas official has said that the way countries, including the UK, are planning to recognise a Palestinian nation is the fruit of the October 7th attacks. Andrew, there is a version of history here where Israel have played directly into Hamas's hands because Hamas knew there'd be a response. They knew Israel's response would be a certain way, which is understandable in the days after October the 7th, but this has become increasingly unacceptable morally to many people around the world. And actually, Hamas are going to get the win here. Israel isolated, a Palestinian state recognised, no conditions placed upon it. Could that have been the strategic aim all along of October the 7th, or is that crediting them with too much planning, do you think?
It's crediting them with too much planning and too much foresight. I mean, Hamas's original objective with this was to provoke a retaliation from Israel. They got that, probably more than they thought. But that in turn, they hope would mobilize Hezbollah to attack from Lebanon and Iran to attack as well, and other proxies of Iran to get involved too. In retaliation for Israel retaliating against Hamas in Gaza. Well, it didn't work out that way. Instead of retaliating, Hezbollah got decapitated. And instead of Iran playing a seminal role in the conflict, the Israeli Air Force started to control all the skies above Iran. So that didn't work out. But while all that was going on, Hamas was winning the propaganda war. And the world's attention moved from the appalling atrocities of October the 7th to the appalling pictures and atrocities and bombing to smithereens of Gaza. And these pictures have gone around the world, and people who don't even follow it that closely just think this is wrong, this shouldn't go on. What happened on October the 7th was terrible, but this is pretty terrible as well. And we shouldn't be going on like this. So I think Israel's now in a position where it's lost the propaganda war and it doesn't know what to do. Because although Hamas has been destroyed as a functioning entity in terms of defending Gaza, it still exists. It still has leadership. It's still there. And Israel really has run out of methods of destroying it outright. So I think it's bad news for Israel at the moment.
And is Starmer, when Starmer said we're going to recognise Palestine, he put all the conditions on Israel. We had Angela Eagle on and she started saying, Hamas need to lay down their weapons and they need to give up the hostages. But, but Starmer didn't say that. Starmer very specifically said Israel need to do X, Y and Z. He didn't put any requirements on Hamas, maybe because they're a terrorist organization.
Starmer did say that, but he didn't make them conditions.
Yeah.
When he announced the conditions on Israel, He also said what he expected Hamas to do. And it was exactly what Angela Ego repeated.
That is so fucking goofy, man. What the fuck is wrong with him? Blockhead Kier. The guy can't get anything right. He's dog shit on the areas where he should be more left wing, like on the domestic stuff. And on Israel, he's just like completely fucking confused. Doesn't make any sense.
This morning on the show, but there weren't conditions. And so he's got himself in, I think, a ridiculous situation where he said, well, if Israel doesn't agree to a ceasefire, we will recognize Palestine, whatever that means, but we will recognize Palestine. Well, that's a perverse incentive for Hamas to do all it can not to give Israel a ceasefire, and then Israel will get blamed for it. And looks exactly like what's happening. And then this added thing coming out from the Hamas spokesman, which I was looking at this morning, about saying that getting the recognition of Palestine is, quote, one of the fruits of October the 7th. I think we can all agree that's not exactly helpful to Keir Starmer. And he's got himself into an absurd position where he has no influence at all. I mean, do you think Hamas were taking notes from what Angela Ego was suggesting this morning? I don't think so. There are more people listening to her in Mars than there are listening to her in Hamas. They don't give a monkeys what she says or anybody else. But it's just made so Starmer's
is so freakishly English. It's unbelievable.
In a position where he's got no purchase, no leverage, no influence, but has made himself look ridiculous.
Andrew,
what's the point?
What do you make of Ben Gvir? His decision to, essentially go and pray in a place where there is an agreement that you can go and visit Temple Mount, but you absolutely cannot pray there. He has done that. He's publicised it. It's obviously drawn a significant reaction. What do you make of his decision to do that?
There's a group in Israel on the hard line that think that Israel has won so much. It's not defeated Hamas altogether, but it's certainly reduced their capabilities by about 95%. Decapitated Hezbollah, seen off Iran, which is no longer a threat in any way to Israel. There is a view and part of the right, the hard line in Israel, which is, look, we're in a stronger position than we've been for a long, long time. We've also got Donald Trump in the White House. He's the most pro-Israeli president in living memory. Let's push it harder. Let's go further. Let's take more. And I think that will include settlements in the West Bank and all the rest of it too. That is very dangerous. And I fear that things are not going to settle down very quickly if that element in Israeli society is given its head.
And we talked just
I wonder if pariahhood helps Israeli right-wingers as well. I wonder if they enjoy it when the rest of the world fucks with, just shits on Israel, because it just lets them say, look, they're going to hate us anyway. Let's go. I wonder if they think like that, or if they just don't think about it at all. Because I think a lot of them can't even speak English, right?
Loop this back to how we began.
Obviously they read the news, so.
And you started by saying that, Jess Phillips in a place with a tiny majority. Wes Streeting, another one who's very unlikely to survive the next election because of what amounts to Middle Eastern politics. Is that what's driving Starmer here? He's going to get blamed by those who think he's gone too soft on Hamas, and he's going to get blamed by those in urban Muslim-dominated areas that think he's been too soft on Israel. But is that what's driving his strategy here?
Oh, sure, that's what I mean. When I was asked last week on the show, because we workers were still here.
Bless your heart for that.
On holiday somewhere in the Maldives or wherever it was. But we workers were still here, and I was asked on this show exactly this time last week, what would Starmer do? And I said, well, he'll U-turn. That's what he does. He U-turns on everything. And he'll U-turn for political reasons. And there are two elements in the Labour Party and in British politics that he's worried about. One is the obvious one, which is the Muslim vote in Britain, which is hugely pro-Palestine. But it isn't just the Muslim.
Box, are you from the UK? Could you explain who is Tony Robinson, or whatever his name is? Well, Tony Robinson is the actor who played Baldric in the Blackadder series. If you mean Tommy Robinson is a coke-riddled, thumb-shaped, short man syndrome supreme cunt who hates Muslims and fights with people and films himself doing it sometimes and has been to jail many times. That right? Right.
But by any means, Labour's support is now overwhelmingly metropolitan, white-collar, public sector workers, quite young, 20s, 30s, 40s, white-collar workers, bourgeois incomes, middle-class lifestyles. They're all overwhelmingly pro-Palestine too, the metropolitan areas. So he isn't just shoring up his support in to try and see off the Muslim threat in seats like Jess Phillips and Birmingham Yardley. He's trying to stop his whole metropolitan power base, which goes way beyond the Muslim vote, from collapsing over an issue like Palestine. So it's entirely political, as is everything he does. He won the Labour leadership as a Corbynista because that's how you win. But then he realised to actually become Prime Minister, he had to dump all that. So he dumped all that. He was going to stand out against recognising Palestine. Then he became aware of these forces that I've just described. So he announced he's going to recognise Palestine, but in the most cack-handed way, in which he has got nothing in return.
Wow, that's huge. Crazy.
Not a security sweep, control. And Israel just signaled it's going to take control of the entire Gaza Strip. Not a raid, not a security sweep, control. And they're doing this a day before I leave for Israel, which is fine. I guess I better download that Red Alert missile app, right? Look, this is going to be an occupation in all practical terms. The Israeli Defense Forces are already in charge of the ground, the air, the sea.
Yeah, the only reason, remember, they haven't used the word occupation in the government statement is because of legal reasons. But yes, it will be de facto occupation.
And essentially the gates, while somebody not named Hamas will handle day-to-day services, perhaps sometimes later. I saw this movie in Iraq. It basically took paying the Iraqis not to kill us, also known as the Sons of Iraq, to kind of get it through to the Sunnis that, yeah, they have a future if they stop being knuckleheads.
Wow.
Fingers crossed, Israel will use my idea of creating a Tahrir militia, which will kind of be like the Sons of Gaza. So what does take over actually mean? Well, what takeover does not necessarily mean is annexation. This is more like an indefinite Israeli security control to keep Hamas from regenerating. Think of it like this. The IDF decides who to move, what flows, and where the guns live. And maybe foreign but trusted NGOs.
A lot of Israelis on Instagram are doing the exact Iraq comparison. But wasn't Iraq kind of a fucking failure? Wasn't there a whole ass civil war in Iraq after the death of Saddam? And there was also that epic brawl on Al Jazeera. You know the one I'm talking about? This was not a successful operation. Look what it brought us.
أدعو المشاهدين لأن نقرأ 80.6 من الشارع لا 11.4 لا. ماذا تقول لهم؟
بس إذا سمحت
بس دقيقة
قبل ما يجاوب
إيه؟
أنا أريد أبدأ البرنامج أو الحلقة أدعو المشاهدين لأن نقرأ الفاتحة على روح الرئيس الشهيد صدام حسين.
نحن هنا
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
الفاتحة على أحد. نحن هنا ندين رجل قتل آلاف وملايين من العراقيين. لسنا هنا لنقرأ الفاتحة على أحد. على ظالم وطاغوت قد سفك دماء العراقيين. صدام حسين ليس قائدا وليس زعيما عربيا. صدام حسين تسلق إلى الحكم سرقة وغلسة في ليل مظلم قتل أصحابه، قتل رفاق دربه في سبيل الوصول إلى دفة الحكم. صدام حسين ذهب إلى مزبلة التاريخ.
عليك أن تحترم نفسك وتؤدب ألفاظك جيدا، وإلا أسوي بيك شيء ما تتصور أبدا. حجمي فارسي قشمر، أدبك بأي أدب
يا جماعة.
احترم نفسك قشمر
يا جماعة.
أنت إيراني. هسه راح أنت اطلع
يا سيد.
Where is it where he calls him a Persian shoe?
يا سيدي هذا الكلام لا يصح، هذا الكلام يا
أنت مش جزء من مصر عصر طاح حظك وحظ الحساب الآخر.
يا سيدي أرجوك تجلس، أرجوك تجلس، أرجوك تجلس. لا يصح هذا الكلام، لا يصح هذا الكلام يا أخي.
ما يصير سيده وسيده خلفوه.
Okay, yeah, Iraq wasn't a success, is what I'm saying. Okay, it wasn't a successful regime building operation. It was actually horrible. It was actually fucking horrible. It was a disastrous failure. Okay.
There's some kind of non-Hamas civil authority is supposed to do trash pickup, water, schools under some sort of protection. That's the only way you get any kind of stability while Gaza rebuilds its basics like power, water, medical care, food distribution, and then afterwards housing, education, economic infrastructure come back online. Maybe the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is currently distributing aid in Gaza, kind of morphs into some sort of viceroy, and I don't like to use that word, but some sort of authority that slowly becomes responsible for everything a city needs except security. I mean, yeah, that arrangement would be kind of controversial, but the alternative is to let Hamas reinflate like a pool toy. You know, Gazans know what Hamas rule looks like. People have risked their lives to protest it. But, you know, living under a theocratic militia means your kid's hospital is also somebody else's ammo dump. And I would imagine by now
look
there
at all
are
those
some
tubes.
people in Gaza who don't want that
rocket
anymore.
tubes. Shit.
Urban control happens in 3 phases as defined by American General David Petraeus when he was head of multinational forces Iraq and later head of CENTCOM. And that is clear, hold, and build. Now, what's interesting is that Israel got the clear and hold
Where's
parts
the
right.
build at? Oh, no.
They now hold about 75% of the Gaza Strip. They just forgot about that build thing, which is a crucial part to fighting any insurgency. And this is where people, especially Israelis, are yelling at their screen going, Ryan Havel Shali, you don't understand. This is not an insurgency where people can be convinced that...
Why is he doing a Russian accent? What the fuck? Oh, no. We got Hassan being a French person. Ryan being a Russian to be an Israeli.
We are the good guys. And yeah, in a case like that, you need to get to a 4-phased approach, which I kind of made up an acronym for. I call it I Escape, because eventually the idea is to leave, and I Escape stands for isolate, evacuate, strike, control. I Escape, right? But the second part, this evacuate thing, that's going to be...
Do your Jew accent then. I would never stereotype a Jew and reduce them to a simple comical accent. Okay? That would be terrible. It would be terrible for me to stereotype like that.
Ugly and slow. Even when the IDF floods phones with warnings and opens routes south from Gaza City, which is essentially the last stronghold, Hamas's tactic will be to sabotage corridors, maximize civilian pain for public relations, because they are extremists who don't give a crap about their civilian population.
Give a crap. Okay, cool. I guess he's just going to describe like the rationale for doing it, etc. I think, yeah, Ryan's quite pro-Israel, isn't he? He's going to Israel? He's going, to do content? Or is it to do with NATO intel shit? I'd be interested to see what his content looks like if he does stuff in Israel, but all right, whatever. Just speed through it. Okay, I want crucial shifts. I want shifts.
And Qatari media.
We did the protests. We did the Netanyahu. We did Smotrich. We did Lapid. We did Hamas's statements. We did my own opinion on the plan. Did the legal stuff. Egypt and Qatar working on a new ceasefire proposal. Do I need to watch this? Bro, it's going to be it's the same shit. It's just so... I obviously they have to try. I'm not against it. It's just like, what, bro? You're not reconciling these two differences. Oh, this is new, isn't it?
And let's take
Netanyahu defending his war plan. He's doing a fucking, oh God, he's doing a presentation. No way.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin
Netanyahu
is holding a news conference.
The savagery of the October 7th massacre and to do so again and again and again. It openly professes its goal to destroy the state of Israel. It subjugates Gazans, it steals their food, it shoots them when they try to move to safe zones. And I think it's instructive that now many Gazans are fighting back. They're begging us, they're begging the world, free us, and free Gaza from Hamas. No nation can accept a genocidal terrorist organization, an organization committed to its annihilation, a stone's throw from its citizens. Our goal is not to occupy Gaza. Our goal is to free Gaza, free it from Hamas terrorists. The war can end.
But no state, and also no PA, even if they want one. Very free. Fuck, I hate him so much.
Tomorrow, if Gaza, or rather if Hamas lays down its arms and releases all the remaining hostages, Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will have overriding security responsibility. A security zone will be established on Gaza's border with Israel to prevent future terrorist incursions. A civilian administration will be established in Gaza that will seek to live in peace with Israel. That's our plan for the day after Hamas, and let me summarize it. 5 principles for concluding the war. 1, Hamas disarmed. 2nd, all hostages freed. 3rd, Gaza demilitarized. 4th, Israel has overriding security control. And 5, non-Israeli peaceful civilian administration. By that I mean a civilian administration that doesn't educate its children for terror, doesn't pay terrorists, and doesn't.
You could do such a good edit with this. He's like, when I say non-Israeli, I mean non-terrorist. where we don't tell our kids that the Holocaust could have been avoided had only Hajem al-Husseini not suggested it to Adolf Hitler, which Netanyahu has said. He said that it was al-Husseini's idea. Based.
Launch terrorist attacks against Israel. That's what we want to see in Gaza. So it's neither Hamas nor the PA. That's our plan. Given Hamas's refusal to lay down its arms, Israel has no choice but to finish the job and complete the defeat of Hamas. Now, we've done a great deal. We have about...
Wow, Lerner's eyes are actually tiny. Thank you. Any other observation? Yeah, I've got quite small ears as well. My ears are like strangely small, proportionate to my head. I have a bit of an overbite. I have a slightly crooked lower tooth, despite having braces as a kid. I have big hair. Well, that's not really a bad thing. I think otherwise we're good.
70 to 75% of Gaza under Israeli control, military control. But we have 2 remaining strongholds, okay? These are Gaza City and the central camps in the Muasi. That's roughly, it's schematically presented here, but it's fairly accurate. Last Thursday, Israel's Security Cabinet, instructed the IDF to dismantle the 2 remaining Hamas strongholds in Gaza City and the central camps. Contrary to false claims, this is the best way to end the war and the best way to end it speedily. We will do so by first enabling the civilian population to safely leave the combat areas to designated safe zones. In these safe zones, they'll be given ample food, water, and medical care, as we've done before. And again, contrary to false claims, our policy throughout the war has been to prevent a humanitarian crisis, while Hamas's policy has been to create it.
Why yeah, you're right. Why? That's not the map. That's not the map. This is just the map with a fucking drawing done on it. I don't know why you wouldn't just use the proper map. It's not even that hard to find. IDF, map, Gaza, city, operate. You can just make some edits, couldn't you? Wait, why is it blocking the fucking... Okay. Is it harder to find than I thought? Shit. If I go to INSS, that would do it, alright? Come on, guys. Come on, don't fuck with me. Hebrew autocorrect. Rumainig. He's so scuffed. Fuck me. Wait, what is this? This is just an ISS. Look! Use this and edit it. The fuck? You can just... This is that legendary Hasbro we've been hearing about. This is what I mean. It's so scuffed. Look at... People talk about Israeli controller Remedia or Israeli Hasbro machine and how it's so powerful. Bro, it's like... You know that Netanyahu doesn't even have an English-speaking spokesperson right now. They had Levy. He fucked off. I don't even know if they might have replaced him, but as of now, they don't even have they don't even have an English-speaking spokesperson for the government.
Presented here, but it's fairly accurate. Last Thursday, Israel's Security Cabinet, instructed the IDF to dismantle the 2 remaining Hamas strongholds in Gaza City and the central camps. Contrary to false claims, this is the best way to end the war and the best way to end it speedily. We will do so by first enabling the civilian population to safely leave the combat areas to designated safe zones. In these safe zones, they'll be given ample food, water, and medical care, as we've done before.
Should I just
and again,
superimpose
contrary
this
to
guy?
false claims, our policy throughout the war has been to prevent a humanitarian crisis, while Hamas's policy has been to create it. Since the beginning of the war, Israel has let in close to 2 million tons of aid. I know of no other army that has enabled such aid to go to the civilian population in enemy territory. Now, if we had a starvation policy, no one in Gaza would have survived after 2 years of war. But our policy has been the exact opposite. We let in, as I said, almost 2 million tons of aid.
Damn, he's been reading those anti-Israel articles, isn't he?
And sent millions of text messages, millions of phone calls to Gazans to get out of harm's way. Yet in the last few months, Hamas has violently looted the aid trucks meant to get to Palestinian civilians. They deliberately created a shortage of supply. And the UN consistently refused, until recently, to distribute the thousands of trucks that we led into Gaza through the Kerem Shalom crossing. So our problems, we've had tons of uncollected food rotting on the Gazan side of the border because the UN was and still is unwilling to deliver all of it. Here are the tons and tons and tons of humanitarian aid that Israel led in to the Gazan side of the Kerem Shalom crossing. It's just sitting there because it's not distributed. So now we're going to go around this obstacle. We are going around it by doing 3 things. 1, can I show this, please? Okay. Designating safe corridors for humanitarian aid distribution.
He's so scuffed.
No, that's showing the problem, not showing the solution. But here it is. First, designating rather safe corridors for aid distribution.
Okay.
You can drive trucks there and you'll be safe. Second, increasing the number of safe distribution points managed by the Gazan humanitarian foundations. And 3, airdrops. That's airdrops done by the Israeli Air Force, and we're inviting others to join us. The result has been a humanitarian surge, which we're coordinating with.
Is Hamas raiding aid trucks a genuine issue, or is that Netanyahu meme? It's because there were like some fucking pictures from last year of some guys in ski masks holding AKs standing on top of trucks that are commandeered, but there's not many of them. No, I think mostly that's not how they appropriate aid. I think what happens is that because Hamas are in a governing position, they are involved in the aid distribution process, and they've been taxing people on aid that they sell. That's kind of where the misappropriation comes from. And as far as we know, the IDF have captured documents of them saying as much, but it's not the same as stealing aid. It's not the same as stealing. Like in the comical sense of like commandeering trucks that he's putting out. It's just stupid. Yeah. It's like when Israel when those IDF videos from 10 years ago used to accuse Hamas of human shields, and they would just have a stupid fucking animated graphic of a terrorist with a little kid, and they just bring the kid in front of them. It's like, that's not what human shield mean. That's not what they're referring to. They're just confusing everyone. Because again, Israel and propaganda is fucking dog shit.
President Trump and his team, and hundreds of trucks have gone in recent days. This is preventing hunger. But it's not prevented the global campaign of lies that we have all witnessed.
Dastardly
so in
lies.
Gaza, despite Hamas's obstacles, 2 million people are now getting access to humanitarian aid. But I'll tell you who isn't. The only ones that are being deliberately starved in Gaza are our hostages. This is Evyatar David. Look at his hand, at his arm. He's being deliberately starved by these Hamas monsters. And look at the Hamas captor. Look at the difference. He's eating, and he's eating well. The purpose of this news conference is to puncture the lies and spread the truth. But that distortion has been propelled around
the hostage families, like most of them fucking hate this guy, by the way.
The earth. Almost the way that the Jewish people were maligned.
Oh my God.
Middle Ages. Every massacre of the Jewish people was preceded by massive vilification.
Wait, does he think the fact that they have genetic conditions makes it fake? The fuck? Oh, I hate this man so much. This man is such a disgusting fucking wretch.
We were said to be spreading vermin to Christian societies. We were said to be poisoning the wells. We were said to slaughter Christian children for their blood. And as these lies spread around the globe, they were followed by horrific massacres, pogroms, displacements, finally culminating in the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Today, the Jewish state is being maligned in a similar way. Everything that I told you could be verified easily, but it hasn't. And the international press has bought hook, line, and sinker Hamas statistics, Hamas claims, Hamas forgeries, and Hamas photographs. For example, these 3 children.
Oh my God, he's bringing them back. What the fuck?
Osama al-Raqub. He is in Italy getting treatment because Israel got him out. That's what he looks like today. He has a genetic disease.
He didn't get permissions from the families to use this in his speech, by the way. I'm guessing you mean for the Israeli hostage and definitely the Palestinian one, right?
Damages the lungs and digestive system. It makes it hard to absorb nutrients and gain weight. Okay? So Israel facilitated Osama's travel to Italy, where he got the medical aid that transformed his position. The second one is Abdul Qadir. He suffers from a genetic neurological disorder, spinal muscular atrophy, a degenerative condition that causes muscle wasting, weakness, and severe weight loss unrelated to nutrition. This was the real cause of his frail appearance, not starvation. In fact, he was treated in Israel in 2018. Doesn't help because it's a congenital disease.
Imagine if he used Comic Sans for the words fake starving children. He might as well have, eh? It reminds me of that screenshot, Russian state media fake the Bucha massacre, where Russian state media just had pictures of the Bucha massacre, but they just plastered the image fake across it. This was it, wasn't it? This means fake. Yeah, well, fake. It's in English as well. Actual high school kid.
It defies most treatment, at least. The third one is the most celebrated one. This is a New York Times cover photo. It's on the front page of Muhammad Zakaria Ayub and his mother. Muhammad Zakaria Ayub is suffering from a genetic illness, which you're familiar with. It's called cerebral palsy. His mother is well fed, and his brother is healthy. I'm looking right now into the possibility of a governmental suit against the New York Times because this is outrageous. Of course, the correction was postage size. I don't know where it was buried. But this is outrageous. These are the 3 most celebrated photos, and they're all fake. It's the kind of...
My mother just looks kind of like, she could be well fed, or she could be like, you could be like almost anorexic and look like that. Oh yeah, whatever.
I'm looking right now into the possibility of a governmental suit against the New York Times because this is outrageous. Of course, the correction was postage size. I don't know where it was buried. But this is outrageous. These are the 3 most celebrated photos. And they're all fake. It's the kind of malignant lies that were leveled at the Jewish people in the Middle Ages. We won't suffer. We won't allow it to go.
Like, why is this a capital and this one's a small? Okay.
Unchallenged.
And why is this like a tiny font? It looks so weird.
This is the purpose of this press conference. I hope that you open your eyes to a simple fact. Hamas lies. Now you can ask me any question you want.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Could you give us, please, a timeline when you expect to conclude the new expansion of the new offensive? And if you can give us a few more details about how you're going to provide about this humanitarian surge and how GHF is going to be involved in this. Thank you.
Well, the
That second question is quite important because they mentioned a humanitarian surge, but they didn't say which mechanism it would be. And obviously one mechanism is dog shit.
time that we set for the action is fairly quickly. I mean, we want to, first of all, enable safe zones to be established, facilities to be brought to, so the civilian population in Gaza City can move out, as they moved out in Rafah, by the way. You remember in Rafah? There were 1.4 million people. People said they can't, they have nowhere to go and they're not going to move
Oh, he's
out.
doing the thing again.
It took us, I think, about 8 days or 6 days.
After being told by Biden that you should have an evacuation plan in order before you move in. Yep.
To move them, and they all moved. There were practically no civilian casualties because they all left. And they went to the Moasi area that I showed you before on the map. We think we can achieve a similar result that safeguards the civilian population, at the same time enables us to go at the last stronghold, the most important stronghold of Hamas, which we haven't done so up to the war. I mean, we've been there, but we haven't taken it as a goal to dismantle the Hamas.
This gives me cherry-picking 3 photos vibe to discredit all the other photos. I mean, if one that's being used in the New York Times, it's pretty irresponsible of them. And, they admit this because they did their retraction note and everything, And Netanyahu loves that, right? Netanyahu loves it when the mainstream press or when the UN does a fuck up like this because it puts him in a position where he gets to say, look, the boy's just crying wolf. Like he just gets to do that. That's why he abuses those missteps. They're not cheap doing fuck ups like that.
Stronghold there, we do now. I don't want to talk about exact timetables, but we're talking in terms of fairly short timetable because we want to bring the war to an end. This is how we bring the war to an end. As far as the surge is concerned, we're talking to the U.S. about additional measures, but we haven't waited because what we're doing, as I said, is designate safe corridors, allow and expand the GHF distribution points.
Oh, God, he wants to expand the GHF. Wow.
We're trying to bring in more resources, hope to recruit some international organizations, maybe, God willing, the UN, if they ever decide to actually do something for the Palestinian people that doesn't go through Hamas. And third, increase the airdrops. The airdrops are important, but they're not the most important thing. The most important thing is ground routes that bring aid, a surge of aid to the Palestinian population as far as we can without letting Hamas loot it.
Second question, Prime Minister, 2 questions. Firstly, why is Israel not allowing foreign journalists into Gaza to report independently?
Uh-oh.
And secondly, President Trump has said there is real starvation in Gaza. Do you disagree?
Yeah.
On the first question, in fact, we have decided and I've ordered, directed the military to bring in foreign journalists, more foreign journalists, a lot. There's a problem of assuring security, but I think it can be done in a way that is responsible and careful to preserve your own safety. So the directive has been since, when is it? 2 days ago. From what you're telling me, it hasn't yet been implemented, but it should be, because I think you should see it. And one of the things you're going to see is precisely our efforts to bring in.
Wait, are they allowing journalists to go in on their own, though, or is that just for IDF escorts? 2 days ago. Israel, allow foreign journalists. Gaza. More foreign journalists to be allowed into Gaza. 2 hours ago. A lot of foreign journalists. Fuck you, prick. Get away. Allow more journalists into Gaza to verify activities. United States is aligned. Yeah. Journalists would witness the efforts by Israel to feed civilians, Gazans fighting against Hamas, and the IDF working to destroy terrorist infrastructure. Terrorist. Oh God, I need to get more practice with the Sacha Baron Cohen guy. I should just listen to that guy. I should listen to someone else doing it better than me. Bibi should debate Hassan. Now that would be good Hasbara. 100%. A lot of journalists, what, they just get loads of Douglas Murray. Just cut him into 5 pieces and scatter him. Almost all buildings are booby-trapped by Hamas. This is what he's saying, okay. I don't know if this means that they would have escorts or not. They'd have IDF embeds, or if they could go without them. Because anyone who goes with an IDF embed, like, no one's taking them seriously. It's not going to happen, sorry. Welcome to the world stage, baby. I'm a booby trap. Well, good for you. You can be whatever you want to be. You know, it's 2025. Fucking Times of Israel loves freezing my PC. Look at this. Disgusting, wretched fucking page. 50 apostate prophets.
Gazans to bring in rather food to Gaza. You'll see the trucks that have been entered Gaza and are still waiting to be.
Can we talk about foreign journalists and the GHF? If you can go 1 week without annoying me, David, then yes, I will talk about whatever you want, okay? Go 1 week, starting now, without annoying me with fucking pings or Discord drama or injustices that are committed against you, the quintessential Jew. Yeah. Take that challenge up, and then I'll think about it. You know, I'll think very hard about talking to you on stream.
Distributed. You'll see Gazans who are fighting Hamas. You know, we haven't seen it since the beginning of the war. You know, and that's a reflection of the fact that they know that we're approaching the end stage. And these people are, you know, risking their lives and their families, but they say, we can't take it anymore, and they fight back. And the other thing you'll see is physical destruction. And the physical destruction is not because Israel is destroying structures with people in there. That's not what's happening. Israel, in fact, is clearing the population, as in Rafah. But the Hamas terrorists who may stay in those areas booby-trap just about every single building. Not every
just
single...
about, okay. He's moving off every single building. Next time it'll be like quite a lot of them, many buildings.
Building, but a lot of them. And every road, and every street, and every junction, every intersection. So one of the things that we do is we place basically old APC, armored personnel carriers, with tons of explosives. And we detonate them, and they set off all the booby traps. That's why you see the destruction. And we do similar things in the tunnels. The tunnels, these terror tunnels, we put TNT in them, and we detonate that after people have left. But they're under buildings, so the buildings collapse. That's why you see destruction. You see destruction not because we go after civilian-populated areas, but in fact areas that have been cleared of civilians and are still rife with terrorists. And
someone made an account called Concede because I said that Palestine should make concessions to Israel, and they're comparing. That's so funny, man. What the fuck? What the fuck? Usually, when your leaders, and this is a sad truth of international relations, when your leaders start wars to destroy nations that are, recognized under international law with rights to defend themselves, you make concessions. Yeah, that's usually what happens. Doesn't mean that Israel shouldn't concede things the other direction. I don't even know which concession. Better question. Which Palestinian concession do you think I'm advocating for that you think is unjust?
That's how we've been able to reduce actually the civilian casualties and increase, of course, the terrorist casualties. I very much appreciate President Trump's support through this entire Seven Front War, his magnificent cooperation in the battle to stop the.
Is it really still a Seven Front War? How is that? I always forget the fronts. There are so many fronts. Most people only have one front, like this one. Look, you can't even answer the fucking question. What a fucking retarded, cowardly fucking cunt. I just asked you, which concession do I advocate for that you think is unreasonable? And you're like, oh, what should the union have done to the Confederate? Fucking concede your entire life to the gods in a video game. What are the seven fronts? Hezbollah, Hamas in Gaza, militants in the West Bank, probably Syrian proxy. I guess there's still some refugee camps. Iraqi militias, Iran and Houthis. Okay, yeah, there you go. I feel like Syria and Iraq, you're really stretching. You're really gaping. Columbia University. Yeah. Twitch.tv.
Iran, his support throughout, and his support now. He says two things. He says all 20 hostages.
Hey, it's Vadim, the guy who would famously get turned down at Israel because of his tweets that the Israeli government definitely knows about. Damn. What is this?
I feel like
Bah! This is like a video with 75 subs. I'm good.
Have to be released, and he says Hamas should not be there. And I think that he, like me, he recognized the fact that there have been deprivations in Gaza caused by Hamas. Hamas has been the cause of that, and what we have to do is overcome it. So we're working together to overcome it.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Is Israel working, proceeding in the belief, in the understanding that it can and will recover all 20 hostages alive militarily? Or is it proceeding in the belief or understanding that conditions of their captivity, Hamas strategy, will make that impossible?
How much will the West Bank have to concede in addition to all the land they've already conceded when we recognize the PA? I think it should be one-to-one land swaps. If you're going to do that, I think they got the space. They got the stuff. Might be difficult. You might need to evict a lot of settlers, and that would be very sad. It'd be very sad to see those guys getting shuffled out by soldiers. That would be so tragic.
My goal is to get all of the 20 out alive, and also all the ones who are not alive. In the beginning of the war,
we keep Hebron. You're not getting fucking Hebron, man. Fuck off. H2 is like, H2 is the Jewish one. It's fucking disgusting, man. I bet it's like dead. It's so cringe. God. If you really want to go to the fucking tomb or whatever, just the cave. Just get like 2 American mercenaries to be there so that if fucking Jews want to visit, they can just go there in the Palestinian state. Just let them go with a motorcade. You'll be fine.
we were told by a very senior commander, he said, look, we have to get used to the idea that we're not going to see even one of them alive. And I disagreed. I said, we'll get most and possibly all of them if we apply judiciously both military pressure and political, diplomatic pressure. So far, out of 255 hostages, we got 205 out, of which 148 are alive. 148 are alive. We have 20 living ones left in the Hamas captivity, and 30 who are not alive, as I said before. If we don't do anything, we're not going to get them out. The option of just doing a war of attrition from defensive positions has not proved itself, and I think it will just, it won't get them out, but I think it will draw us into a protracted conflict that doesn't bring the war to an end. The move that I'm talking about, I think, has the possibility of getting them out. We're talking about how to, I don't want to go into details, but how to get them.
Does Netanyahu actually not know the number of living hostages that he's supposed to? 28?
Remaining hostages alive as we close in on Hamas. And there are various ways that I think, creative ways, that this can be done, but again, I won't go into that now.
Thank you, Prime Minister. 2 questions, please. You've just shown the horrific photo of Eviatar David, who's kept hostage in Gaza. We know that the hostages' days are numbered. So how will prolonging the war bring them home? And second question, you stated that Gaza would be passed a civilian governance that is not Hamas and not the Palestinian Authority. Can you specifically identify who this civilian governance would be? Do you have any concrete entities or individuals in mind? And is there a timeline for establishing this administration?
Yeah, well, I don't want to prolong the war. I want to end the war. And I think the other suggestions would have prolonged it. We may have gotten maybe a dripping of hostages, even though Hamas showed no willingness to do that. And then they just go on and on and on, and we'd have this endless. Unless you are willing to just say, Israel, capitulate, go out. And even then, I don't think we'll get all the hostages. And if we capitulate, it means that Hamas will rearm, regroup, and carry out all the threats that it openly professes every day, by the way. Every day they say, we're going to do the October 7th massacre again and again, and we're going to destroy the state of Israel. You can't leave them there. So we're not going to do that. So my goal is not to prolong the war. My goal is to end the war. And I think that prolonging the war means that many of them could be starved to death. That's exactly the point. I don't want that. As far as the specific partners for the civil governance of Hamas, we're actually, I think the 5 principles are generally widely accepted. And it's instructive that some of the Arab countries, quite a few of them actually, said that Hamas has to be disarmed. I think this is the starting point.
Genuinely curious, what does Hamas gain from releasing the horrific footage of the hostages? Well, they know propaganda is sluggish for a reason, that they know that people they're trying to convince will always be convinced. So they don't care that you could see the captor's arm in the shot and know that he doesn't look at all like he's being starved. Whereas the hostage is, because if they just say the message, we're not trying to starve them, we feed them what we can. We feed them what you feed us. and that will work on the people that they're trying to make it work for. That's why they do that. It's also psychological terror, I guess, against Israelis, because the guy's digging his own grave and shit. But they get to do both at once. You know, they get to film themselves doing crimes to terrorize Israelis, but then they also get to feign humanitarian like catastrophe for themselves, even their own like soldiers. Yeah, they get to do both.
And look at what is happening in Lebanon as a result of our action. The Lebanese government
also completely taking advantage of the fact that Israel is divided over the hostages. It's like one of the biggest divides. Yeah, the digging his own grave would be that, yeah. It's to sow division amongst the government or amongst the Israeli populace.
Lebanese government is talking about disarming Hezbollah. You know, who would have believed it? Well, some of us did. I did. And that's changing the Middle East, as I promised to do on the second day of the war. I think in this case, if we succeed in this effort to basically end the war by defeating Hamas, its remaining strongholds, there are several candidates. There are several candidates that we're talking about, several constructs. And it's a transitional period. It's a transitional authority. It's going to be there because we don't want to, contrary to what I said, we want a security belt, but right next to our border. But we don't want to stay in Gaza. That's not our purpose. At least not my purpose, and I openly say, including to those who disagree with me, and there are some who do. But I think that our goal is to make sure that Hamas isn't there, and that what replaces Hamas does not educate for terrorism, pay for terrorism, launch terrorism, but is willing to live in peace. There are candidates. I don't want to spoil the chances of succeeding here because I think they're real, but they're real providing we finish the job. See, no one's going to go in there if we don't finish the job. We can talk about the day after until eternity. No one's going to go in there unless we finish Hamas, and we're able to finish Hamas, and we will finish Hamas.
Yes, Welt TV Germany. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. So the German Chancellor has once again defended his decision not to send weapons to Israel, which can be used in Gaza. He said a friendship can and must withstand that. From your perspective, what has changed in this relationship?
Look, I respect Friedrich Merz. I think he's been a good friend of Israel, but I think he's buckled under. He's buckled under the pressure of false TV reports, the pressure, internal pressure from various groups. And I can say this, and I don't want to talk about him specifically, but I want to say this. Look, maybe some choose to forget October 7th. We will not forget.
You're literally rejecting the internationally recognized governing body of the territory that you're trying to capture and saying that you're just going to wing it and do your own thing, that the Arab League doesn't support and that the UN doesn't support and that the Germany doesn't. Germany recognizes the PA. Yeah, of course they're fucking angry that you're saying we're going to take Gaza City and the rest of the strip, but we're just going to put in, oh, you know, whoever. Steve, Arab Steve. Jeffrey, put him in. Arab Jeffrey.
What happened. And we will do whatever it takes to defend our country and defend our people, defend our future. We will win the war, with or without the support of others. But I think that I think there's an issue here. And the issue is many leaders tell me, look, we know you're right, but we can't stand in the face of public opinion in our country, especially European leaders. They tell me that over and over again. And I say,
no one actually wants to run it, bro. I'll tell you, listen, let me introduce you to my good friend, okay? They send you a job application right now on behalf of my big man. And this guy's got a lot of advantages in the fact that he can't die. He's like, he's immortal, okay? And that's a pretty strong quality for a Palestinian leader, okay? This is your guy. This guy wants it. He said as much. He's prepared to take over the reins. Actually, it was stolen from him. He's the rightful king. He's like Hassan and Hussein. He'll ride on a fucking horse down to Gaza to reclaim it. That's the story will end in a different way, though. It won't be the same as what happened to the original chosen men. He's the 12th Imam. You just don't know it yet. I hope that's not... Is that haram to like... Is that just for the Prophet? Is it okay to do that with the 12th Imam? To have a visual... I don't know. This picture is 8 years old. Yeah, it's 2017. It's okay. He looks the same now, though. He's very brave. He's Sunni. That's the big plot twist in Islam. That the 12th Imam's a Sunni. Bro. Look, it's frozen my fucking PC again. Why does Times of Israel... I just have to wait. I just have to wait. It's so dumb. It won't let me click on it. Why? I don't know how to fix that. How do you troubleshoot the fact that Times of Israel freezes my PC? Nothing else does.
That is your problem. It is not our problem. It is not our problem. You know, in Munich, everybody celebrated Munich. Everybody celebrated the capitulation in Munich, the Munich Peace Conference, peace in our time.
Oh, yeah, World War II, let's go.
Okay? And everybody lambasted Churchill who opposed it. So what?
Wow.
The difference now is maybe they thought then
Clementatli, Gigachad.
there was a real chance for peace by succumbing to the Nazis. But I don't believe anybody seriously thinks that now. And we're facing neo-Nazis. You know, Chancellor Merz's predecessor was here, okay? And on the first or second day of the war, he was there, on the first days of the war. And he said to me, they're exactly like the Nazis. And they are. And we're not going to leave. We're not going to leave the remainder of the Nazi army, you know, in the equivalent of Berlin. You know, don't go into Berlin and don't finish off the Nazi army, the German army. Of course not. I mean, that's what people are telling us to do. And I'm not going to do it. And the Israeli people are not going to do it. We're going to do it. And we have enough criticism within, but the majority of the people, if you really check it, the majority of the people say that's a result we can't afford if we want to live here. So we're going to do what we need to do. And I hope that Chancellor Merz changes his policy. And you know when he'll change his policy? For sure? When we win.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You talked about the 7-front battle. There's an 8th front, the propaganda war, the information war. Is Israel winning or
Stop adding fronts. There's too many fronts.
losing this war? And also, have you spoken with President Trump since the Security Cabinet approved this plan? If so, can you share some of the details of that conversation? If not, do you plan on speaking with him at some point soon? And is he planning to also come to Israel at some point?
Well, I suggest you ask him that. But I haven't spoken to him since next Thursday. Yes, I intend to speak to him very soon.
Breaking news, guys. Get Lookner on.
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question?
New front just dropped.
The propaganda war? Look, no, I think that we've not been winning it, to put it mildly. I think there are vast forces that are arrayed against us. Among other things, the algorithms of the social network that are driving a lot of everything else, you know. And people who really know, and they're the foremost people in this field in the world, they're telling me that about 60% of the responses on the social media are bots. They can categorically say they're bots. And they're bots that, you know, especially in America, you know, they want to attack the support that Israel has from the...
Nice bots and bots. This is a bot. It's definitely not Neymar. It's a bot. Definitely a bot. 100%. Definitely a bot. Definitely a bot. They're all bot. Okay, whatever. That was quick. That's no problem. People putting the fucking God. Doxing and shit.
Republican side, so they describe how, you know, themselves as homespun Southerners, except they're writing from Asia somewhere. You know, that's a big issue. We have to contend with it, and we also have to stand up and tell the truth. Probably at greater frequency than we're doing now. That's exactly what I'm trying to do now. But again, if you want to win this war, end it speedily. End it speedily. Expose the lies as much as you can. End it speedily, and that's how you win the war. You win the war, the propaganda war, by winning the war and winning the peace. That's the simplest way to do it, and it's about time to do it.
Sky News UK. Last question.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Given what the IPC says is the unfolding spectre of famine in the Gaza Strip, would you accept that your 11-week blockade, complete blockade on Gaza, played a role in that? And also, given the killings that we have seen at the GHF aid sites, how will you guarantee that that kind of disaster will not happen when you have 1 million more people displaced? Thank you.
Well, number one, the problem that we had was trying to stop Hamas looting. There's no question there was Hamas looting. Everybody saw it. You could see it. Hamas terrorists taking over trucks and so on. We tried to do two things simultaneously: stop the trucks and bring in the trucks through the GHF distribution points. Okay, it wasn't successful, and it wasn't successful among other things because Hamas interdicted also the GHF program, the distribution point. So Hamas created this problem, and it was directed against us immediately. We have a starvation policy, which is completely false, any more than we have a genocide policy, which is equally false. We don't. Not this, not that. I don't know of a country that texts millions of messages to civilians to get out of harm's way, giving up the element of surprise, or calling them individually on cell phones. Yet Israel is accused of genocide. It's absurd. Or starvation policy. But there was a problem of deprivation. No question about it. And so we had to solve
it. Which the GHF has also been directly responsible for, as have the IDF soldiers that you put in charge of crowd control with fucking weapons, with lethal weapons. Yes, that. And actually, that seems to, so far, based on what we know, be more of a cause of the problems of the GHF than Hamas were. There's more evidence of them fucking things up than there are of Hamas in that particular situation. Is it true, the phone call thing? What, the text messages and phone calls? I don't think there's any evidence that they're fake. You know, they're real. I don't think anyone's contested that, actually. Yeah, they do make a lot of calls and texts. They do. They do lots of perfect phone calls. Right?
And the way we solve it is the way I described it to you. And there are now not 0 trucks, but at least in, I think last time I checked, hundreds of trucks that went into Gaza. That's alleviating the situation. Now we want to increase the number of distribution sites. So there's not, basically you answer this problem, or you solve this problem by the law of supply and demand. If you have a lot of supply, if you flood Gaza with food, which some of it will be pilfered, there's no way to get around that, will be looted by Hamas, but you'll have, if enough food reaches the marketplace, so to speak, then you'll see a difference. And you know what the difference is? How do we know for sure there's a difference? Because we monitor, as any one of you could, the price of food in Gaza. It's plummeted. It's plummeted ever since that we decided to take to do the humanitarian surge, and it'll plummet more if other countries join us. So I called on other countries to join in the airdrops. I actually called them to help persuade the UN to move those trucks, because every truck that goes in brings down the price of food. That's what happens. And when you have no shortage like that, then you don't have also the crowding around distribution points. And by the way, a lot of the firing was done by Hamas, seeking to have response by our forces, and very often they didn't. They held back. They stayed their fire, even though their own lives were on the line. Yeah.
We're done. Thank you, Prime Minister.
We're done? What the fuck?
I couldn't resist that one.
Imagine making an account with that name just to... Man. That's so much anger. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You've seen countries such as the UK, Canada, France say that they will support Palestinian statehood in the next short while. You've described that as a reward for Hamas here. Other countries like Australia are also walking down this path, not quite there.
Look at the fuck. What is this picture? It's just like October 7th? It's like just like a boot on a fucking stomped head. Jesus. Okay. Well.
There yet. How much of this is a reward for Hamas, and how much of it is actually countries like those who have repeatedly said Israel does have a right to defend itself, but are now struggling to stomach what they're seeing you and your military doing in Gaza?
Well, first of all, those who say that Israel has a right to defend itself are also saying, but don't exercise that right. When we do what any country would do faced with this genocidal terrorist organization that has performed the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, I think we're actually applying force judiciously, and they know it. They know what they would do if right next to Melbourne or right next to Sydney you had this horrific attack. So I think you would do it, at least what we're doing, probably maybe not as efficiently and as precisely as we're doing it. We've lost quite a few soldiers in that effort. But that's the first thing. I think that the second thing you ask is Palestinian state. Well, the assumption, the prevailing assumption in this is that the problem that we have with the Palestinians is the absence of a Palestinian state. And if they were given a Palestinian state, they would stop the efforts to destroy the Jewish state. But the Palestinians were offered a state many times, including in the partition resolution, and they turned it down. They were offered statehood by my predecessors with lavish concessions. They turned it down because the Palestinians are not.
But you also tried to hamstring it every step of the way. Yeah, you actually tried to make it very difficult for them to do that. You literally, this guy fucking held a march where people went down Zion Square with fucking coffins, like mock coffins saying "Death to Rabin." And he was told, don't do this. Don't let people, don't say something, like call out the people who are putting up pictures of Rabin with a fucking Hitler mustache and all this shit. Because it's Jews, right? Like you don't want to, like, if you paint your political opponent as a fucking Hitler, that's quite inciting. That's like really insightful. Or is that the word? Inflammatory. Insightful would have a different meaning in that sense, yeah. And he just didn't care. He didn't give a fuck. He addressed those crowds and egged them on. Yeah, he said that he was like, that Rabin was befriending a fucking terrorist, Arafat. And then not long after, Rabin gets assassinated by a right-wing Israeli extremist. So the fact, again, it's just that he just completely wipes himself out of that, that picture.
About creating a state, they're about destroying a state. That's why they opposed the Jewish national movement to create a state called Zionism. They opposed it before the inception of the Jewish state, and they've opposed it since. They've opposed it when they had the Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, and Gaza in their hold. They didn't say, let's create a state there. They didn't say that. Because again, their goal is the destruction of a state. It defies imagination or understanding how intelligent people around the world, okay, including seasoned diplomats, government leaders, and respected journalists fall for this absurdity. It's so easy to verify. You know, and look at the PA, okay? Look at the Palestinian national movement today is divided, okay? Divided between two forces, okay? The Palestinian Authority in Judea and Samaria and Hamas in Gaza, okay? Hamas in Gaza had a de facto state. It had a state. And it used it to launch a war of terror against Israel because their doctrine is that the destruction of Israel should proceed with forceful and direct military and terrorist moves. That's what they did on October 7th. And that's what they'll do again if we don't destroy them. The Palestinian Authority, on the other hand, says no. First, Israel has to be reduced to indefensible boundaries. You've got to get them out with the ICC, with the UN, with the Security Council resolutions, drive them to indefensible boundaries, and then deliver the blow. Because Israel is too strong in its
That's not what the Palestinian Authority says, but okay, that's just completely made up.
configuration. Sure. These discussions are open. They're held. Anybody, you don't need Israeli intel for it. Believe it. Okay, you can just scour the web.
PA actually spends more time fighting with Hamas than they fight with Israel, with you guys, Mr. Netanyahu. Like physically, okay, they might do toothless fucking UN resolutions and everything else and speeches, but in terms of their security forces, they fight with Hamas more than they fight with you. Yes,
you'll find it. Okay, so they have no difference about the goal. That's why the Palestinian children in Judea and Samaria, and the Palestinian children, that is the Palestinian children under the PA and the Palestinian children under Hamas, are educated with exactly the same textbooks. That's why the PA calls its public squares against mass killers of Jews. That's why they have pay for slay. The more Jews you murder, the more you get paid, or your family gets paid. I mean, so that's the crux of the problem. The real reason
if you die, it's if you get killed by the IDF. But
that this conflict persists is not because of the absence of a Palestinian state, but the persistent Palestinian refusal to recognize a Jewish state in any boundary. Okay. Now, when you give them a Palestinian state, when they haven't abandoned the goal of destroying the Jewish state, all you're doing is you're bringing the next war closer. Again, Hamas had a state. You just brought the war closer. And if you did the same thing in Judea and Samaria, right above Tel Aviv, enveloping Jerusalem, some say cutting Jerusalem into two, that's all that's going to happen. You're going to have the radicals again take it over, Iran take it over, and start a state from improved boundaries, start a war with improved boundaries. That's not going to happen. I think the solution to this problem is that the Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves in the places where they live and none of the powers to threaten Israel. They should obviously reform their whole education system. They should reform their whole historical outlook and say, all right, we accept that Israel is here to stay, not as a fact, as a physical or geographic fact, but as a fact of historical.
Do you think if you got Netanyahu in charge of Palestinian textbooks, do you think he'd put in his claim about al-Husseini being the one who concocted the idea to murder all the Jews? I think he would. I think he'd shove it in.
Equity. If they want to live here next to us, they have to stop seeking our destruction. And to give them an independent state with all the trimmings, okay, is to invite a future war and a certain war. And that's something that today the Israeli public forcefully opposes. Before the war, by the way, it was about, two-thirds in the overall population. Probably 60-40, or even more, against in the Jewish population. But now it's changed more dramatically. I mean, we had a vote in the Knesset a few months ago about the possibility of, having a Palestinian state. And the result was 99-9. 99-9. And that covers a very broad spectrum. And today, most of the Jewish public is against the Palestinian state for the simple reason that they know it won't bring peace, it'll bring war. To have European countries and Australia march into that rabbit hole, just like that, fall right into it, and buy this canard.
Whoa! What did he say?
Into that rabbit hole, just like that, fall right into it, and buy this canard.
Oh, 1999 is probably not a real poll. That's I don't know how many. Wow, he almost said a bad word.
It's disappointing.
No, he almost said shit, you fucking idiot.
Rabbit hole, just like that, fall right into it, and buy this canard is disappointing. And I think it's actually shameful, but it's not going to change our position. Again, we will not commit national suicide to get a good op-ed for 2 minutes. We won't do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Netanyahu there addressing the foreign media in Jerusalem, defending his plan to expand the operation in Gaza and also criticising, in his words, what he described as a global campaign of lies. He said, our goal is not to occupy Gaza, but free Gaza from Hamas. He said it can end tomorrow if Hamas releases the hostages and lays down their arms. Israel has no choice, he said, but to finish the job and defeat Hamas, given Hamas's refusal to end the war. He said, if we had a starvation policy, no one would have survived 2 years of war. It's Hamas who has been ambushing aid trucks.
Now, okay, why did Sundowner get banned? What, from Discord or YouTube chat? Why is Sundowner banned? I feel like you're not supposed to ban Sundowner. That's like illegal. What? Sundowner contributes like quite a lot to the stream. You need to have a really good reason to. What? What happened? His last message is, God help me if they plan for the Egyptians to take control, or even worse, the UAE. He's not banned. He's still in the Discord. 2 days ago. You guys are full of shit. Full of shit. Okay. Now get out of my fucking waiting room, guys. I'm not talking to you today. Palette cleanser. God damn it. Yog told me to debate you again on genocide. No, probably not. I would rather go in the camp. I'm gonna give myself a minute and then we're gonna do another segment, okay? Fuck. There's so much to cover and we're only 5 hours into the stream. Okay. What's a good word that gets me through the vowels? S-E-A E-A-I? Not fucking adieu. I usually do this, but I want to try a different one. I feel like we can do a better one. I had thought of one earlier today when I was making my food, but I forgot what it is. It's one that uses A, E, and I. AEI. Okay, we're in business. The fuck? Why aren't you growing your band? How are you going to stop the rise of the far right among men? Bro, because the amount of decisions that people make to grow their brands are just things I don't have much interest in. So I'm happy to be smaller and doing things I enjoy. This segment to prove I'm not a bot. True. Facts. Okay. How do I use O and U? Well, in no. Hey, that's you guys. Thanks for the 6 shekels, Charles O'Brien. Appreciate that. Have you considered suing anyone? No. Double N? Probably not. Oh. I guess we can try that. That's all new letters, isn't it? Okay. I haven't used S yet. Ooh. Bint. Mint. Wait. But it can't be an S. Hey, let's go. Get fucked. Get absolutely shagged. Okay, look at people in chat trying to get it, even though they got it after me. Well, fucking morons. Dipshits. White tea poison. Thanks for the $5. Hi, Lorna. Can you react to the interview of Jonathan Greenblatt with the NYT? Who's that? It was the latency. Don't care. Don't care. All right. Connections. August 10th. Okay. Did I do yesterday's one? I don't think I did. We'll see if it's afterward. Okay. Pulp. Biopic. Fan. Calcium. Pull. Concentrate. Science. Group. Historical. Juice. Collect. Chemize. Sway. Triglyceride. Weight. Cluster. Well, concentrate and juice, maybe, but not really. Probably not. Historical. Nothing to do with old science. Pulp. Pulp. Biopic. Fan. To do with wind or like an audience spectator. Cluster. Group. Okay, cluster and group. But what else? Would concentrate be part of cluster and group? Like a no way. There's no way. And also, I don't think it goes with anything else there. Are there any fan? Juice? What would juice go with? People would think juice and pulp, but like, because it's American. Pulp means like bits that go in juice. That's another thing as well, isn't it? Doesn't pulp just mean like junk in a way? So it could be pulp, concentrate, and juice. This is all to do with fruit juice, right? Like orange juice. What else goes with orange juice, though? I don't think anything else does. Maybe triglyceride is part of fucking orange juice. Also, I'm going to turn off chat. Fuck off. Don't need you guys. Calcium? No, no way. They use science to make juice. I'm sorry. No way. I really hope it's not this. There's no way. The fuck? It's a fruit juice. But I guess if you have like juice at the shops, they probably do have all kinds of nonsense in them. I don't know what triglyceride is though. So we'll leave it. Collect, group, because it can also be to like group up, right? There's a group up, collect, like get together, concentrate. It wouldn't be pull, like pull together. No, that's too cluster. Wait. It's like to bunch up together, right? Maybe? Hey, amass. Gotcha. See, it's not concentrate. Concentrate's used up. Okay. Pull, sway, weight. Don't know. Oh, wait. Whoa. No, I don't think it's that. I was thinking you could have like a try, buy. I don't think there's anything else that goes with that though, right? Sigh? No. High? No, that doesn't work. Unless there is other, like, what was it? Try, by, what is it for four? For like tricycle, quad, well, yeah. Quinta, no. Sway? Sway, pull. Like gravity or something? This word. Bro, fuck this word. Chema. Is that to do with chemistry? Is it when you change one letter, you get a different word, like chemist? But what else would there be there? I don't think there's any other word that you would change one letter and it's a different word, is there? Don't think so. Are there any anagrams, homonyms? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's going to be a really dumb one here. There always is. My head keeps going biology. There's so many. Oh, periodic table. CA. Is it like? No, never mind. I think calcium is Ca in the periodic table. But I don't. Would it be like what other states, or like United States? I'm thinking American states. Ca. I don't know what. There's no Bi, is there? No. Is there a WE? Don't think so. No, it's not that. P. No, it's SC. South Carolina. Oh. Wait, CH. Is there a state CH? No, it's not. It's not gonna be that. Stream suggestions. Photoshop. I was Epstein's butler for 18 years. Okay. Sure, dude. Pulp Fiction. Science fiction, fan fiction. Wait. Oh no. I don't know the last. If there's. Would there be one? Because what else is pulp gonna. Pulp and juice? No, that's not a category. That's like. Because pulp is in the juice. Is a biopic? Would you say biopic fiction? Is that like a. Or historical fiction? Oh God, because I might have to get one wrong here because it's one of these. Yeah, it's this. Yes. Okay. That's the easy one. Okay. Wait, no, green is harder than yellow. So there should be an easy-ish one and then a hard one. So I need to think of four that. Pull, weight, sway. Oh, wait. Does this have to do with movement? But what are these? What? What does biopic have to do with any? Oh my God. Wait. Bio, chem, trig, calc. It's like Yeah, sign. Okay, okay. Ah, okay, okay. What is this to? Wait, it's better if you know before you submit. So pull, it's like moving direction. Juice, pull up, juice up. I can see pull, sway, and wait because it's about movement. Like grab a wide juice. Um, is it because of juice up? Like wait, like it's movement, influence. Kill yourself. What the fuck? That makes no sense. That's stupid. People on roids fuming at that reference. Reuters. Ain't got the juice. That's a weak one. I don't like that. Oh well. Did I miss any in the archive? I did. I didn't do one yesterday. Okay, goodbye, chat. One more. Okay. Knock knock joke. Who's there? Ghost. Okay, wait. Inside. Product. Maize. Syrup. Fruit. Knock knock. Let me in. Muffin. Practical. Ghost. Return. Silk. Yield. Twilight. Dad. Casper. Well, at least I know what all these words mean. That's good. Good start. The thing I like knock knock and let me in. Obviously that's like things that you say to get in somewhere. Knock knock, let me in. But I don't think there's anything. Oh, knock knock joke, practical joke. There's going to be two really fucking stupid ones, isn't there? Dad joke. Inside joke. Is there anything more obvious? Okay. That's one of the second hardest one. Okay, good. Okay. Casper, Ghost, Twilight. No, these connections are too loose because Casper is a category of ghost, and Twilight. No, fuck that. Yield can mean it yields something, or it can mean like it holds or return, or it can mean forfeit. See, let me in and knock knock weren't together. You gotta be careful with that, okay? What would let me in be? You can ghost someone. But what has that got to do with no? Fruit, maze, getting lost in. Hmm. What else would Casper? Is it just Casper the Friendly Ghost? Is that the only Casper? I feel like there might be something else going on there. Maybe. Because what else would Casper the Friendly Ghost apart from Ghost? Twilight's too loose. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. Where would fruit syrup? Fruit syrup muffin. Is this like things people have in a fucking hotel breakfast? But what else? Fruit, syrup, muffin, food items. Nah, something else to go with that. It's not going to be maize because that's spelled with an I. M-A-I-Z-E, right? Product. Product. Oh, wait. There's a lot of words within words here. See this? There's light. There's fin. There's turn. Duct. Host. What do those have in common? Host, turn, light, duct. Not really anything. Muff. Return, twilight, muffin, product. These are like, I mean, this is so loose, but it's like, but no, that's not, no, it's not. Never mind. Nothing. That's so shit. Duct, host, and turn. Earn? I don't know. There should be easy ones. Where the fuck are the easy ones? Yield. Maze. Amaze. Silk. Smooth. Fabric. Product placement. Productive. Productivity. Produce. Twilight return. Oh. The Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man? Because Casper's there, I feel there's going to be some insanely stupid pop culture thing that you just know or you don't know. What is let me in? Oh God, let me in. Yield like you give up in a duel. You lose a duel and you yield. Like maze. Oh, there's no way. That's so stupid. Wait. It's making me think of like maze, ghost, Twilight. These are all like things that appear in like horror scenes or films, horror stories. Like there's a maze, ghost, the Twilight, but Casper's not related to that, is he? What, Casper the Friendly Ghost in the Twilight in a maze? I don't know any of the Casper stories. Is there a fucking maze? Maze that make me think of The Shining. The Shining, there's a maze, and there are ghosts, but Twilight's got nothing to do with it, I don't think. Wait. Am I actually closer with The Shining? Wait, no. Because with The Shining, doesn't he say let me in a lot? When he's trying to, no, it's when he's trying to get, he says let me in when he's trying to get out of the, he says let me out. When he's trying to get out of the fucking freezer, or the fridge that he's in. Okay. Whatever. No, it's not that. It's not The Shining. It's way too niche. Duct. Pro. Go. Rat. Are there any anagrams? Bro. What is it doing to me? Or homonyms yield? No. The only homonym would be, is that what it is? Maize, because it sounds like the corn shit. Okay. Oh, a yield and a product. Like business terms. There can be a yield, there can be a product, and there can be a return. But what other? I don't think there's any of these. No fucking way. You can have a yield, you can have a product, you can have a return. Would it be fruit? Like you're a farmer? I don't know, man. Oh God. Oh, a result. Like the fruits. Okay. Good one. Good one. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so Casper, Ghost, and Twilight are still there for some reason. I'm sure that makes sense. Silk, Maize, Syrup. Oh my God, why is this so awkward? Wait. Muffin? What does a muffin have to do with... Wait. Light, host, thin. No, ilk? No. That's no connection at all. Apart from just words that have words in them. This would be so much easier to connect. And is it just ghost story stuff? No, one away, bro. It's not the Muffin Man, is it? Why do I keep thinking about the Muffin Man? Is Silk part? Wait, let me in Maize, Syrup, Muffin, bro. I don't. No, I'm not doing another one. I'm not doing a round of fucking guess. Yo. Okay, Casper. So two of these go together at least. Might even be three because I did those three and then changed. But what? What's their? What does Silk have to do with? It could be. It's like just names, parts of names of fantasy stories or films. Because maybe there's a film called Ghost, and there's also a film called Casper, and there's also a film called Twilight, and there's also a film called Let Me In. There is a horror film called Let Me In. I watched it. You had the hand, the fucking Kiwi film. Is it Australian or Kiwi? Hey, fuck yeah, get shagged. Corny things. Oh, because it's American. Why would I know about corn being related to all that shit? Okay. Why would I think about corn muffins, bro? Or corn silk? Mate, I'm fucking Scottish. Sorry. If you're American and that bothered you, you deserve to die, okay? Because why the cock would a Scottish person know about corn muffins? Okay? Stop with your imperial colonizer mindset and expect me to know what corn muffin and corn silk is. Dick. The Muffin Man. I know cornflakes, yes, and I forgot about them existing until that clip. The fuck is a corn muffin? Imagine. Corn silk. What is... This is corn silk. This stupid shit. Okay, good. Great. Great. Oh, that's talk to me, not let me in with the hand. Ah, yeah. So let me in is just some... Did I ever... I don't think I ever saw let me in, did I? 2010. No, I don't think I saw this. I saw talk to me. Okay. Excuse me. Talk to Me was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Thought it was decent. Give it a good why not. Are you good at the bass that's behind me? There is no bass behind me, but I'm alright at guitar and bass, yeah. I can do well. I can do a reasonable job. Let Me In is a movie about Mike from PA. Yeah, we don't eat fucking corn-based everything in the UK. Yeah, we don't have a corn problem. Yes. We do not have a corn problem. We do not have a corn problem. We are not corn wankers. You guys are? Sorry. Sorry that happened to you. That was punishing play again. Shut up. Half of you are Googling the answers and then getting frustrated with me that I'm not as fast as you, okay? And you're disgusting human beings. Bad people, I tell you. Okay. Are we doing Sam Hyde and Fuentes? Are we going to learn about Nazism for 3 hours? Cornhub. That's what you are. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. How do you think Genghis Khan would prosecute a war in Gaza? I think you mean Gaza. Probably swift and dirty. Like I am with your mom. $5 a month. 7 more people. $5. $5. $5. All right. Wait. Sam Hyde Fuentes. Okay. 1 hour. It's
Looks
only 1
like
hour.
we might have to do another show.
This young man who's with us is the recipient of the J. Albert Bean Libertarian Young Creative Thinkers Award.
Good old American neo-Nazism.
Guys, we're very excited to have Nick Fuentes with us in the house. Nick, how you been?
I'm good, yeah, great to be with you.
Excellent. Is the fucking air conditioning on for a reason? Let's actually make it louder. Let's make it louder in post.
We are Ronald McDonald.
Our allegiance is to truth and justice.
N-word thinking.
You are now banned from the computer.
From a FEMA fridge full of cursed condiments.
Oh, it's so stupid.
The only broadcast still operating under the 1983 Emergency Continuity Act. This is the Sam Hyde Show. Tonight, don't watch in the school computer lab. It's Nick Fuentes. The Sam Hyde Show.
This episode is brought to you by Hale. Is that the actual brand name? The microphone cradle is by Hale?
Heil.
Heil what?
It's just Heil.
It's never just Heil. We know this. It's never just a simple Heil. Guys, welcome back to the Sam Hyde Show. Very proud to present Nick Fuentes. Fresh off his Candace Owens interview. That was fun.
Oh, yeah, I had a lot of fun.
I had to stop listening at about an hour because she was yapping so much.
Yapping?
Yeah, it's really more like an interrogation.
She was coming after. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what her problem is. It's another narcissistic black woman, pretty typical.
Come on, Candace, what's going on over there, buddy? So what's going on in the world, man? What's new with you?
I mean, we got the war with Iran. We have the Epstein files.
I've heard from some pretty high up sources that this might be million-dimensional chess. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, Trump has not lost cat turd yet, so I think there still might be a chance.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is an epic crash out. I think it's over. This is Zognald Blumpf and the final stand.
Wow.
I'm afraid of what's going to happen next. I think he's going to turn the cannons on us now.
You think Trump's going to go after the alt-right?
I do. I do. I think it's over. I think it's been over.
The entire world is sexually blackmailed by Mossad. Do mainstream people know this?
I think so. The name's Epstein, so it's kind of hard to ignore.
Regular people know about Epstein.
Well, it was absolutely blatant. You know, he goes to jail for sex trafficking, dies mysteriously. The cameras were turned off. Nobody was there.
Uh-oh.
I actually just discovered this last week. Bill Barr was the attorney general when he killed himself.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Because I've read, I don't think I read the whole thing, but I read bits of that FBI report. It's like, is it like 180 pages, that one? Or I don't even know if it was FBI, but it was some report, state to something. There's federal prisons, yeah. It seems like federal prisons just have issues like all the time. Like cameras fucking up is a common thing. People not being in the right place at the right time, like for guards and everything, like that's a normal thing. Apparently there's like so much of what was happening, so many of the errors, like the mysterious errors that Epstein used to kill himself, like it's just like a very normal thing across the entire country, like the federal prison system. So because again, like the guy's locked in a room, they're just sitting there like, well, the main issue is dealt with. Nothing else really we give a fuck about.
That means he was overseeing the federal prison that Epstein was detained in. Did you know that Bill Barr's father was the principal of the school that Jeffrey Epstein worked at in the 1970s?
Oh my God.
Jeffrey Epstein was hired by Bill Barr's dad at the Dalton School in 1974. And then his son, Bill Barr, oversaw the detention facility that he died at.
Wow.
So it's just beyond parody. And it became a meme. You know, Epstein didn't kill himself. The meme should have been the Jews killed Epstein to keep him shut, you know, because it's like, well, who killed him then? It just does to show you get one side or the other. If you get the left, you get George Soros. If you get the right, you get Jeff Epstein in Israel. So
it's nice how that story came full circle, though. It's a generational thing. We were talking about people in the CIA, some of them wanting to push.
I love how you have this example of someone who is a fucking really wealthy, really well-known guy caught in an inescapable situation doing some really nasty, reputation-destroying fucking shit, and he's in a jail cell with just alone with his thoughts. He knows he's fucked. His life is over. Oh, what? But there's no way he'd want to kill himself. Come on.
War with China. Why would people want this? Why is it like a thing that anybody would push for?
You have three real countries in the Middle East. You have Turkey, Egypt, and Iran. Everything else is basically a construct. Everything else is fake. Egypt and Turkey have been pro-Israel for 50 and 80 years each. Iran's the only major country that still opposes them in the region. So the Jews want a war with Iran because that's basically the last opponent. China, for obvious reasons.
That sounds kind of badass.
It is.
I got chills when you said it's their last opponent. Made me think I was watching some badass action movie.
So that's why they want a war with Iran. They want a war with China. Elements in the U.S. want that because they're going to be the next great competitor. They're going to be the next great power competitor. But I don't mind them, actually. I think the Chinese are all right.
I'm just thinking, what would you need? Would you need to go to war with somebody if they're going to be a competitor?
No, not necessarily.
Does it necessitate bombing and going to war. I'm just thinking what many great leaders have thought for thousands of years, Ryan.
When are you not thinking like many great leaders throughout the...
Indeed. Anyway.
It's a shame that it
Oh
crackles
my
when
God,
you're just
what
doing
the
your most
fuck is that?
comfortable movements.
Well, I have to break it in here. I don't have time to break it in when I'm not on the show.
Is that
Why are you watching this? I want to catch up. I want to see what American neo-Nazis are saying, you know? And this is a good example of it.
regular leather?
This is Indian goat leather for real.
Okay.
We're doing an ad read, right?
Oh my
Let's
God.
start this-
Get
let's
to the
start this-
fucking point. How long is this ad? This ad is like 3 minutes long.
I might put it back on later.
Gas station items?
We want war with Iran because they're the last opponent. It sounds badass. Okay, I'm going to give the devil his due here. We want war with China because they're a possible competitor.
Well, they just did the big, beautiful bill. That just got through Congress. They're cutting the corporate tax rate again, extending the corporate tax cut, and to pay for it, they're cutting Medicaid by $900 billion, which I think is like great politics. You know, taking away healthcare to pay for corporate tax cuts is a real winner.
That's
you
funny,
know?
yeah.
Well, and it's like, this is just so classic. Every year, people
Bachelor
vote
Pod
for
Garage.
fewer immigrants. People vote because we hate seeing like Venezuelans peddling candy bars on the street. And every year we just get tax cuts. We get a corporate tax cut and like $1 trillion defense budget and more wars for Israel. So that's basically what was in the bill. And well, here's the best part. They allocated $150 billion for border, for ICE and deportations and for the border. And then the same day that the bill passed, Trump got into a rally and said, we're not going to do mass deportations anymore. So,
Beautiful.
well, what's the money for then? And then they told us the week later, the deportations are now for citizens that criticize Israel. That's the new memo from the DOJ. They're going to revoke citizenship of people that criticize Israel and then deport them to Libya and Africa.
I remember when they were deporting
Libya and Africa. If you criticize Israel. I see. Very real. Yeah.
people for being pro-Palestine, people on, was it student visas?
Yep.
So people who were, listen, we don't want Arabs in this country, but they were in this country legally here to study.
There's the conflict of interest here, isn't it? Oh shit! So don't want Arabs in the country. Fuck those guys. But also, they're opposing Israel, and I really, really hate Jews. Oh, what do we do here? But I like Trump, but I'm not happy with his with what he's done. He's actually let me down quite hard as a Nazi. Oh God. Oh, these guys are so uninteresting. Fucking hell, boring. I can't be fucked watching an hour of these guys just like contradicting themselves and tying themselves in knots and leapfrogging each other about who can hit the largest rake in the field. Like fucking hell. God, what a waste of time. Nazi brain for you. Fuck me. It's quite interesting to hear him doing it out loud though. That's funny. Listen, I'm going to talk about one more thing, one more big topic, and then, I don't know, we'll see where we go. Because I do believe that if we don't, I think I'm going to drift into a bit more UK politics segments in stream, because I just don't care that much for going in massive depth on American stuff, because I'm not American. I just don't have I don't have it in my heart. But UK, I do worry that in the next 3 or 4 years, this small boats xenophobia bullshit is going to be the first stone that falls in the avalanche that destroys my entire country. Like, it's so bad with the amount of irrational hatred that it spawns for such a statistically small problem. This is in Aberdeen, actually, from my hometown. in Scotland. This is one of the hotels near the beach that is being used to house asylum seekers. It's been converted. And the protests are quite rough. Normally, anti-immigrant protests in Scotland are, you'll have like 7 people from the Scottish Defence League, and they're just kind of standing in the rain looking sad. And the counter-protest is like 200 people from anti-fascist or socialist worker or unions or trans people, whatever. But these days, it seems like the numbers are evening out, which is not nice. And I just don't think it's the best look when you've got protesters here saying that, oh, our country is being taken over, but then the counter protest is a fucking white dude in a keffiyeh and a Palestine flag. I think this is like a bad approach. Oh God! I did not expect that to happen.
Stop that boat! Stop that boat! Stop that boat!
Like, this is bad numbers. The counter protests are getting fucked.
Stop that boat!
This is like the most racist, the most anti-immigrant protest that I've ever seen proportionately to the counter in Scottish ever in my entire lifetime. At the BLM march, there were a lot of anti-BLM people, but they were completely dwarfed by the protesters. The counter protest was tiny, but now it's like this is about asylum seekers. This is about very vulnerable people in these places who are often subject to attack. Like, they can't work. They're on a very pitiful allowance from the government while their claim is processed. They've risked their lives to come here. I don't know why the protesters are making, or the counter protesters are making about Palestine, and these guys like.
We don't feel shit! We don't feel shit! Nothing to do with that man in the hotels! Nothing to do with Palestine! Nothing to do with Palestine! Fuck Palestine! Fuck Palestine!
Oh no, he's taking the bait. The rest of them are saying it's nothing to do with Palestine, and this guy's just like, hey, fuck those guys.
More bombs! More bombs on Palestine! More bombs, Palestine! More bombs! Nuke Palestine! Yeah.
Jesus.
It's gonna give Palestine!
Why is her megaphone getting? This is the. Oh no, we got the Rift now. We've got the Rift. Because I have like I'm going to give it a 20% plus chance, maybe 50 even. We'll say 50-50 on this guy saying that because he's a Nazi. He's like, you don't understand. We don't like the Jews either. We're just having to go at boats.
Hey, you fucking object! It's got nothing to do with Palestine! It's got nothing to do with Palestine!
Look, the counter protest is fucked. Look how small it is. Is this what? Do you think that it would have been bigger? I'm sorry. You think it would have been bigger, but they decided to purity test every fucking attendee about whether or not they felt the same way about Gaza and genocide and all the fucking shit. Oh God. Why didn't you go? Because I don't live there anymore.
Point to one refugee. Women and children are refugees. Where are they? Where are they? Yeah, where are they? Where are they? These are foreign military-aged males. These are not children. Exactly. Aberdonian children in this city are starving.
This guy starving. Okay, dude. Aberdonians are not fucking starving. Like, we're actually quite chunky as a city. Okay, this guy's like a posh dude. He's got a posh accent.
Sit back, letting these horrible bastards. I know about kids.
If you look at the stats, it's between 10 and 15% of the people on the small boats are women. I don't know about children. Do you know why it's mostly men making this journey across the English Channel in a dinghy? Because you're crossing the English Channel in a dinghy. It's fucking dangerous. Yeah, of course, it's the kind of activity that is going to be selecting naturally for people who are physically fit for the journey. That's why that's the case. Usually women who are refugees, they stay back. They go somewhere, they don't travel as much, right? And they don't take as dangerous passage. Military age, yeah, bro, military age, especially since Middle Eastern or African dudes, like they get beards early and shit. This guy, yeah, military age to this guy is like anything from 13 to 80. Like, yeah, it's.
Why are we taking care of these first and not our people? Exactly. Tax the rich and do more of this. You're not thinking. Exactly. They're taking care of their people first. Honestly, NPC conversation. Just literally, just like oh.
NPC. Men cannot be refugees. They're military age. Bro, you are like the ultimate fucking NPC. What are you talking about? Why do you have an American flag on your fucking t-shirt? Pretending to be a Scottish patriot. Fucking retard.
Oh yeah, tax the rich, tax the rich. It's like tax the rich and do fucking more of what? Do more of this. Do more of.
Do you know what percentage of our population in the UK is asylum seekers? Let alone not all of them go to hotels. And those hotels are not like, they're not getting hotel service. They don't get like the fucking breakfast buffet. It's like the government hires out the building.
Taking care of their people first, our people second. Point to one.
Taking care of their people first, which is that these guys get given something like £7 a day for food, clothing, and toiletries as they get their claims processed. They can't work. They're not allowed to work until their claim is processed. Asylum seekers in the UK make up about 0.1% of the population. They are fucking nothing. They don't commit any more crime than the average person does. Arguably even less, maybe.
Refugee. Women and children are refugees. Where are they? Where are they?
Yeah, where are they?
Where are they?
Where are you? One of you fucking answer.
Military
Not
age.
one of you can answer. Left at home.
This
not
is
one.
Conquest. You know it.
Why are you wearing a Second Amendment t-shirt, bro? What the fuck? You're Scottish. We have no, like, we're the last country in the world. The cops can't even carry guns. The fuck?
No, I've got my voice. I can't hear you. Explain to me how the Panama Papers is going to take care of the 1 in 5 children in Aberdeen which cannot eat because you're spending 30k a day on this building. I think that you're here at the behest of these millionaires. They're bringing these people here to drive our wages down. You know that. You know this is conquest. This is conquest.
This is conquest. Asylum seekers are 0.1% of the British population. This is conquest, bro. That's why you're an American LARPing dipshit, because you hate your own country. You hate your own country. Like, you're embarrassed by fucking Scotland if you think conquest is asylum seekers, which, by the way, is within their rights by UN treaties that the UK is party to. We are party to the Refugee Convention, which means if you want to claim asylum or refugee status, you are allowed to come in basically whichever way you want. As long as you're here, that's where you make your claim. And if they're in that hotel, that's because they have gone through a process. They don't just wander in. They haven't dodged the authorities. You don't get into that hotel by dodging authorities. You get there by cooperating with authorities.
Take care of these men in this hotel before you take care of Aberdonian children is disgusting. You are the ones that are being played. You are the pawns.
It's the rich that want these people here.
Exactly.
Cheap labor. You don't understand.
Look, there's a woman in the window up there.
The first protest I've actually attended.
There's a child and a family of 3 in the window.
Just...
Oh, no, wait. No, it's not. No, it's actually a military-age male. Yeah, it's multiple military-age males. Where are the women and
Why
children?
did they flee France?
Where are the women and children then, if they're fleeing? I've been to a real refugee camp. There's women, why did they flee? Children.
These are the same kind of like brain rot people who will see migrants with like with iPhones and think, how can they possibly be a refugee? Like, these guys are so fucking miserable. Like, they're like, you're not a refugee to these people unless you literally just fucking limp onto the shores with one leg blown off and your fucking eyeball missing with bullet wounds like dotted all around your side, and the military age thing is so fucking stupid. Ugh. Has it gone up now, the payments? Let's see. You'll begin somewhere to live if you need it. This could be a flat house, hostel, or bed and breakfast. Unlikely you'll get to live in London or Southeast England. You usually get $49.18 for each person in your household. This will help pay for things. It's a weekly thing. If you're provided meals, you get $9.95 for each person. I believe this is weekly. Why don't they say? That would be weekly, wouldn't it? Each week, yeah. Yeah, so if they're catered for with food, then you get less. You get a lot less. Like, this is not much. This is not much to get by on in the UK. $50 a week for food, clothing, and toiletries. Mate, you're scrimping pretty hard to get by a week on that. Where are they coming from? You're out of the loop on the... Oh, it's... The original country they come from varies. At one point it was Syria, another point it was Afghanistan, Somalia is another one. The immediate country that they've come from is France. They usually end up in France, and then they're in Calais, and then they get stuck there, and then usually ones who speak English better than French, or if they've got family in the UK, or if they just have been unable to get asylum in France, then that's when they move up to the UK on the dinghy boats. And it's it's usually managed by people smugglers. It's very dangerous. A pregnant woman only get an extra £5 a week. Yeah, it's not much at all. It's not much at all. Yo, this guy. Wow, you mods are so quick. Oh, there you go. Language is a huge reason that people don't talk about enough. Yeah, that's usually the reason. It's also just because you don't want to live in a world where refugees and asylum seekers have to go to the nearest country. Because then, what if a small country has a refugee crisis of a population that's like the same size as their country? Then you're just destabilizing that country. Like, the idea of the international treaties on refugees are so that no single one country has to absorb the humanitarian crisis of another one, that it's something that gets spread around, and it also means that asylum seekers can go to countries where they can actually be put to some use, where they can be helpful to the country that they're in. If you're an asylum seeker in the UK and you speak English, well, you can work, and there are lots of companies that are hiring. It's not just about suppressing wages, because there are a lot of lower middle class people or middle class people who want to start businesses and hire people. And then if those businesses hire people, then maybe there are some businesses that might not even be able to start without the right people filling those spots. And those spots are filled by asylum seekers and refugees. There have been countries that have taken like a fifth or a quarter of their entire population worth of asylum seekers and refugees, like Greece after the fall of the Iron Curtain, and it did not collapse their entire country. That's just not what happened.
We're asking the exact same question. Why did they flee? Money. Give me why they fled. Tell me, because I've spoken to them. It's money.
Because I've spoken to them. Well, you've spoken to every asylum. Yeah, we have a process, you fucking moron. Yeah, we have a process that sorts people who came here for money compared to ones who fled for persecution and war.
How many safe countries are there between where they came from and where they are now? Why does Saudi Arabia close their borders to refugees? Why does Egypt close their borders to refugees? Why would they do that?
Do you want to be like Saudi Arabia or the Emirates? Is that like your preference?
They can come here to Scotland and the United Kingdom and get a free iPhone, £70 a week, free GP and dentist appointments in-house. Where are the refugees? These are men. France isn't at war. These are Palestinians. Not at war. This cannot be a location for refugees. I used to know a guy. His name was Theo. He was African. He was from Burundi. He tried to go through Rwanda into Uganda to claim refugee status and was denied because he passed through.
Why do you keep using these, like, the most authoritarian, like, fucking war-torn... Why do you keep using examples of countries that, like, that you don't like as models for your refugee system? Like, the fuck? You're from, like, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, buddy, and we spend fuck all of our budget on asylum seekers. They are such a tiny proportion of our population. Just for reference, okay? This year is so far the biggest year for small boats, because in the first half of the year, we had 25,000 crossings, which is a 50% increase from 2024. The highest rate of crossings of small boats that we've ever had in the UK in a year was 45,000. Okay? We're a country of about 70 million people, just under. Do you know how much our regular migration is? Our regular immigration was 948,000 people came to this country. 500,000 left, so net migration just over 400,000. And that's what these guys are shitting and pissing themselves over. It's so stupid. It was lower when we were in the EU. Yep. Because the only way for a continent like Europe to manage a refugee crisis is to coordinate. 500k left. Yep. People move. People like to move. And Keir Starmer has tried to get around this by doing what's been called the France deal. They've done a deal with France. This is what the Tories failed to do when they were in office, although it doesn't really, I don't know if it's the right strategy. So what Keir Starmer's done is they have made a deal with France, which means that every week, 50 people can be selected within the first 3 days of arrival if they get really quickly rejected. So if someone comes in and within 3 days you find out that their asylum claim is invalid, then they can get sent back to France. And what the French can do is if they have someone who wanted to go to the UK as asylum seekers, but they didn't take the boat crossing, then they would get to go through an official channel. So it's the one in, one out policy, which basically means that if we find 50 people who came and got rejected, then France can give us people who didn't choose the small boats method but want to come in through an official channel. That's like, which to me is just kind of like it is good in the sense that it's better for asylum seekers and incentive systems. Like people in France who want to come to the UK can come in through that and not risk their life or not risk like a lot of danger or physical harm. That's one potential thing, but it's also just not very, that's not the issue. The problem is that I don't know if there's a way to solve this issue without just demonstrating leadership and why it works and why it's important. Because the alternative, which is what these inbred fucking mutants want, is that they want to stop the boats, like just to physically find them in the channel and just turn them back. The problem with turning a boat back with people who are risking their lives to come here and have probably quite a good reason to not want to stay in Calais anymore because it's not a very pleasant experience, you're going to, and this has happened in Australia, you're going to cause violence, you're going to cause attacks, you're going to cause people jumping overboard in desperation, which happened with Australia as well. Yeah, people get actually quite fucked for that. Like you're risking killing people, and that's why part of the Stop the Boats incentive from the Conservative Party was that they actually had to change one of the laws to grant a level of immunity to border guards if they killed someone in the process of turning a boat around. So we can do that. We can just like literally dump people into the sea and become like a fucking nation of barbarians, or we have to just explain to people that borders are never perfect anywhere. People are going to find ways in if they are desperate enough, and we can either just let them sink under the radar as criminals or like non-citizens or anything else, or we can process them and see if they have valid claims. And if they don't have valid claims, which would often imply that they are either deportable or they can be fined or treated in some way if you can't deport them, and we can do it that way. Like that, it just needs to be explained to people. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a profitable incentive. Like asylum seeking is something that countries pay towards as part of a humanitarian incentive. Like that's why we do it. We just give up like a tiny amount of our GDP or our budget every year to help people who would otherwise just wander the world stateless. And having a massive stateless population is also its own threat. It's a dangerous thing. Like making people stateless is really dangerous. How does the processing work? So I knew someone who worked in these kinds of offices at one point, and they apparently, this is only one position that they had, but it was basically like a vetting process. And what they did was they would take whatever, like they would assign people a country to learn about. And these people would learn as much as they possibly could about a particular country. And if they had an asylum seeker claiming to be from that country, they would be able to question them in a way that was very easy to spot if they actually were making things up or if they were telling the truth. So they would refer to like a particular event or a national crisis or some like some protest or some battle or whatever the fuck they're coming from, and to see if they actually understood the region or the place. Like, yeah, that was quite common because a lot of these people don't have passports. A lot of these people get rid of their passports because they're afraid of being deported back. But yeah, like in terms of illegal immigration, the biggest issue that most countries have is people who get visas and then overstay them. Because it's hard to find them to send them back. Like deportation it's always going to be expensive. But these guys care so fucking much about these relatively tiny numbers of asylum seekers in small boats for no other reason than because it is visceral. Because they can see it. That's it. You can't really see someone overstaying a visa and just working away. But a hotel building that's that's housing a bunch of asylum seekers, and you see like the massive the overcrowded boats, like yeah, that's visceral, and that makes these people absolutely soy the fuck out. These Scotland hating fucking mutants who wear Second Amendment t-shirts because they're getting all their information about this country from reliable British sources for sure. Yeah, and not just like. I've noticed this as well. Like when I hear Americans talking about Scotland or the UK in general with immigration, man, you guys have no fucking idea. When people in America talk about the UK, I feel like the discourse is just completely dominated on this country by right-wingers, by like far-right people. And there's a huge risk now because we got fairly lucky, I think, in the last election. Labour's win was not as big as it looked, but it was largely the way it was because of the right-wing split. The right wing was really, really split. But now that split is more or less complete, look who's high up in the polls. It's fucking Reform. They're leading the polls, man. Reform. The right-wing fucking snake oil selling spiv party is top of the polls. And they're just going to spend the next 4 years devouring the Conservative Party. And Labour, I don't think Keir Starmer is the guy who has an answer to this. He's not he just doesn't have the leadership or the spine to take this shit on, which is why he's just passing these policies which are designed to make it look like he's appeasing them. Do you think the Conservatives are going to care? Because this thing here, 948 in 500,000 out, this is less than it was under the Tories. The Tories had a net migration rate of like 750,000. You really think the right-wingers are going to be appeased by the fact that you've taken net migration down from, what, over 500k to 400k? Not really. The same thing with the small boats. Because this is not a rational fear. It's not a rational issue. It's a racist issue. And the only way to get around that, I think, as a political leader is to demonstrate leadership and to just stand your ground and give people who are inclined to support you the tools and the arguments and the rhetoric that they need to defend the position. Because I don't feel like these guys would be the best defenders of immigration rights in the UK. I don't know. Just a gist.
Exactly. If you pass through one peaceful country and move on. You are no longer a refugee.
That's not international law. That's not the refugee convention that the UK is still party to. The guy's just fucking lying. Okay.
You're just coming here for shits and giggles like these guys. 2 months ago, a 75-year-old woman was sexually assaulted by one of these in this city. Pathetic. Am I pathetic? Look at this ginger 4-year-old virgin. Look at yourself. When was the last time you got laid?
Oh,
you
God.
look like a fucking inbred. Look at me. I'm jacked. This guy is jacked. We are class. We are class, thank you. Even the guys in the window are cheering.
Is he actually doing a fucking bodybuilder pose? Oh my god.
Look at this ginger 4-year-old virgin. Look at yourself. When was the last time you got laid?
The guy who loves Scotland is making fun of someone for being ginger. Fucking brilliant, man.
You look like a fucking inbred. Look at me. I'm jacked. This guy is jacked. We are class.
Look, this guy's doing like a fucking bodybuilder
We are
pose
class,
and shit. Ugh.
Thank you. Even the guys in the window.
You're too gym brained, but he isn't jacked. I mean, it's not stiff competition in Aberdeen, mate, in Scotland. When I was in Miami at the gym there, I was like, Jesus Christ, everyone here is on steroids. There's no way.
Don't worry. We'll defend the country when they start trying to rape you.
Bro. Okay. Yeah, that's the guy. This is the man that you want. This is the dude that you want to make sure you don't get raped. Okay.
Class, thank you. Even the guys in the window are cheering. Don't worry. We'll defend the country when they start trying to rape you.
What were they filming at the end there?
That man there is a refugee, apparently.
What do you think a refugee looks like? Fucking hell. I need to find these people. I need to get these people on call. I need these people. Get in. Why? What is a refugee supposed to look like? The thing is, if this guy came with severe bodily injuries, they would just say this is more evidence that he's a soldier. They have to look like this picture. Is it? Wait. What's that meme? If you don't look like this, you're not a refugee. Even then, they would say you're a soldier ant. A military age soldier ant. They'd say it's Takia. True. This is the only acceptable refugee form. God, these guys are so disgusting. Yo, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's Temu. Thank you. Wow. Bro. Mate. Who put this video out? Maybe this guy, the guy who filmed it? Maybe this dude? He was the guy who filmed one of the videos. And they are organizing protests around the northeast of Scotland. Where else are they going? Peterhead. Really, there are too many migrants in Peterhead. For reference, Peterhead is like a fucking fishing village way north of... Bro, there's no... How many migrants are in Peterhead? It'd be like that would be like a 99% white town. There's no chance. I'm gonna send this guy a message. Hey, I just saw your video from the protests in Aberdeen. Seems like you guys enjoy... It looks like you guys enjoy arguing. And, Don't suppose any of you would want to call into a stream to discuss migration / small boats in the UK. Here is my channel for reference. Yo, okay, let's see, new channel. All right, we'll see. I hope I get the jacked guy, the beefcake, the chest puffer. I'm gonna have to go and get my gains on again, get my creatine, my water retention. I did have my protein this morning. I did have that. I'm gonna also have to relearn my Scottish accent because it's kind of been destroyed for the last 5 years by talking to yank dipshits on the internet. He works out at the gym, but Lorna works out at the library. I feel like those guys would really like it if I said that to them. They'd really appreciate my. They'd be really wooed and charmed by my ability to humiliate them in an argument with stats and facts and figures and logic, with with pink lights in the background. They'd really come on board if I behave that way to them. Hell yeah. They'd be like, wow, this guy's read the papers. It's not as if the government hasn't tried to appease this shit as well. They've made new rules. One of them is that it is almost impossible now for a refugee who arrives in a small boat to become a British citizen. You know that? This is a new rule that was put into place for the Department for Visas and Citizenship. Even though that's not actually like laws that we're signed up to. The Refugee Convention doesn't penalize. You're not supposed to penalize people for illegal entry, because the whole point of being a refugee and asylum seeker is that part of your condition as a refugee and asylum seeker is that you can't just go to the embassy, get permission, and then fly over, like, and get a fucking visa. That's not really the option that's available to you. Like, if you're fleeing a war, the idea is that you just run and ask questions later, you know? That's how that goes. Isn't it pointless to appease this nonsense? Yes, it is 100% pointless to appease these people because, again, they don't get. It's not proportionate. It's not about them bringing a rising crime rate as asylum seekers. You can look at like asylum seeker crime rate. Parliament. This one suggests that they do commit more crimes, so we'll see that. ONS. Is this just a parliamentary debate? No, I don't want that. Foreign nationals, Deliveroo. Oh my God, not Deliveroo. God damn the Deliveroo drivers. Why not just open all borders? Yeah, why not, eh? Okay. Problem solved. Done. I got nothing. What is Asylum Aid? I don't know this organization. Despite government data and media rhetoric linking migration and crime, there is no statistically relevant evidence to support the claim that people who are seeking asylum are more likely to commit crime than the UK population. Oh, I misread the synopsis for that. That's what I thought. I don't think they commit any more crime than locals do. If anything, maybe even less, because, you know, they're being processed. They're under a fucking microscope. Like, they have so little incentive to commit crime. They won't say anything about Savile or Gary Glitter. I mean, they might, but it's definitely not a priority for them. No way. Yeah, I don't know. I need to get involved though. I feel like I need to get more involved in the British immigration debate because it is going to destroy my country. And it's like reform are not just horrible for their immigration policies, but like their economic policies are total fucking trash as well. They want to privatize basically fucking everything. Ironically, apart from the NHS, even though Nigel Farage has long had his ambition to move away from like the NHS towards a national, towards an insurance-based system, America, they want to. They have these grand schemes of scrapping like 10 times more waste than any government can seem to find, which is just code for we want to cut all the social welfare and social spending programs that we don't like. Yeah, they're a horrible fucking like spiv libertarian free market retard party, and they just use the fear of immigration as a foot in the door to do that.
We start with a man who, well, is
and this fucking media is what Jeremy Kyle. Jeremy Kyle.
We start with a man who, well, is a doyen, a dresser, a successful businessman, and a supremely talented broadcaster. That's what it says here. Oh no, sorry, we've got Russell Quirk.
Yes, right.
How are you?
There was this Labour MP, Stella Creasy, her name is, like a feminist. She made this interesting quip that because we've changed the laws now, where even if you're granted asylum or refugee status, you can never become a citizen. That's like the new guideline. Pretty much never. And then Stella Creasy made this interesting quip, which says that if that were the case, Paddington Bear wouldn't be allowed to become a British citizen. Paddington Bear, the London fucking bear, the cultural icon, because he was sent in a boat from Peru to the UK for a better life. But by our new asylum laws, this guy, this British jewel, would never be able to become a British citizen. Poor Gup.
At the last minute.
How are you, mate, old son?
I'm very well, mate. Very, very well. Apart from this lunacy of news that we keep having to talk about.
Well, it is lunacy, and
these guys are cartoon characters. Like, people in England don't actually talk like this. These guys are just fucking. These guys are just off on one.
I tell you about Stella Creasy, people think that I genuinely am making this up. She stood up in the House of Commons. We believe that she was digging at her own party, who are starting to talk about we need to control illegal migration, because let's be honest, that's on the lips of every single person in the United Kingdom. But Stella Creasy genuinely said small boat asylum seekers should get the same welcoming treatment as Paddington Bear. Yeah. She hit out at her own party's crackdown on them gaining citizenship as part of Home Office's efforts to deter it. Border officials have been given toughened new guidance by Labour, but the Walthamstow MP, Ms Creasy, said that this would deny those whose asylum claims were granted from integrating into communities with full citizenship, like Paddington Bear. I'm not making this up, Russell.
Is he going to explain why it's wrong? Yeah, why? Why would you say that if you're a successful asylum seeker or refugee, you can never get citizenship? Why? Don't you want people? You know that part of becoming a British citizen means that you have to take a citizenship test and you have to swear loyalty to the Queen. Like, you have to become the ultimate, like, gift shop, I heart the UK British gimmick to become a citizen. But they're against that, even for successful asylum claims? Like, why?
As well, and I had to have a second look. I also had to have a second look at the date today to make sure it wasn't April the 1st. But yeah. We are here, another day and another ridiculous edict from this hapless government and she's not a minister, thank goodness, but give it time. I'm sure there'll be a few more sacked and she'll be in line.
By the way, at least this France policy, which has already gone into action, is already proven to be more effective than the Rwanda scheme from the Tories. And this government is currently overseeing lower net migration than the Tories did in their previous years, so
in the not too distant future, no doubt. But yes, does she not realise that Paddington is not real, but also that what this actually tells us is that the Labour Party, at its heart, at its root, the approach by them with regard to immigration is very much open the doors, let as many people in as possible.
Yeah,
and
that's exactly what we want.
the rub. Give them citizenship so that they get the vote. Now, in that way, and we've talked about this on this channel many, many times, lots and lots of people have poo-pooed me on Twitter when I've said, I think this is what this is all about. They are going to try and give illegal migrants, let alone legal migrants, the vote, so that those people vote Labour forevermore. And
well, that's just completely fucking wrong, it's turned out. This guy said this, and then a few months later, the government did the total opposite. They changed the guidelines so that if you come in for asylum, even if it's a successful claim, a legitimate claim, you still can't become a citizen, ever, if you came across by a boat. So they're just completely making shit up. Like, they're just completely winging it, drooling their opinions. I don't even know what show this Talk TV, is it? Yeah. Russell Quirk, absolute fucking hog. Looks like a hog, is a hog, just making shit up. Labour being more anti-immigrant than the Tories is an interesting turn of events. Well, Labour have policy. Tories had rhetoric. That's how that goes.
Out of gratitude.
We just, you know, Paddington Bear is not real. Wow, really? Yeah, I was under the apprehension that he was real. He's a real bear. Because there's a big statue of him in the city centre in Edinburgh, and people take pictures with it. Joke's on you. Fucking dribbling fat fuck. All right. What are your opinion on Corbyn's new party? Well, from the last election, my understanding is that when you split the left or the right, they do badly. So the right-wing split gave Labour the biggest government majority since the 1830s. But I guess Corbyn's evening out the playing field now by starting a single-issue party for Gaza, unless he's going to try to put... Bro, Corbyn's fucked. What does he think he's going to do? Think he's going to get more votes than Labour? Think he's going to become the answer to reform? Oh, God. And then we're a two-party system with reform and Corbyn's party based. Wow. Beautiful. It's probably not the best time to split the opposition when reform are in the lead in the polls. That's terrifying. If Loner is invited to run the interim government in Gaza, would he accept it? Yeah. Get me out of this boring fuck country. Imagine living in a country where your big issue is 0.1% of the population are asylum seekers, and a smaller number of them come on boats. Look at this polling, 28%. You can win an election, you can win a majority with these gaps if you're in the right place. Fucking hell, man. I really hope our old money Tories can hold firm and keep this vote split. It would be interesting to see how Corbyn fares compared to Labour. Maybe he will outdo them, because populism is, you know, very popular. Would you believe? Anyway, I'm going to be more proactive on this. I'm going to be more proactive on the British politics stuff, because I need to rescue my country from these fucking lunatics. These worms. Yeah, we've got 3 years as well, don't we? We've got 3 years before the election. Maybe even more than 3, 4 actually. How pro-Israel is the UK right now? I mean, they haven't meaningfully opposed that much, but Keir Starmer offering recognition to Palestine if Israel doesn't accept a ceasefire by September, that is... It's not pro-Hamas, but Hamas are very happy with it. Put it that way. UK, what, should I do the citizenship test? Bro, I'd probably fail. You can do the UK citizenship test or like a mock exam. Okay, obviously, yeah. I'm gonna do this? I would probably fail. I know I would probably fail. Like, it's not, I've heard of some of the questions, I've heard some of the topics. It's like boring fucking, what is known as Lent. I don't know what fucking Lent is. I don't care. Is it after Christmas? No, it's Easter. Okay. I've never paid attention to Lent. Which country's flag is not part of the Union flag? Wait, what? I'm speedrunning, okay. Ireland? Wales, the dragon. Wait, where the fuck is Ireland in the... Oh, Ireland. Never mind. Okay, wait. We're starting again. Okay. Okay. I'll just go from there. What is the judiciary responsible for? I don't know what that means. Is it interpreting the law? Hey, when did Habeas Corpus Act become law? I have no fucking idea, man. If there's a dragon in the... I thought it was the colors, though. The Irish flag. I was thinking of the Republic of Ireland flag. Obviously, it's not. Yeah. It would be the dragon. I thought it was part of the Welsh flag was in it. Habeas Corpus. 1685? Okay, I don't care. Which of the events is the bombing of English cities by the Germans? It's the Blitz. Even though the Battle of Britain did overlap with it. Why is it called the Glorious Revolution? The what? Cromwell? Because there was no fighting? Oh no, it's ending the threat of a monarch ruling on... Okay. Which of these venues is in Greenwich? The O2. Okay. When did the UK leave the EU? 2020. Based. When was the first British Prime Minister in power? Oh, I actually don't know. I don't know what... I'm not even close. 17. I don't know that period of British history at all. When did we have our... I think it was like this one. No, it's later. Okay. 21. Okay. Which country's national flower is a thistle? Scotland. Who developed ideas about economics during the Enlightenment? Adam Smith. Wow. One TV license covers all the equipment at one address, but people who rent different rooms in a shared house must buy a separate TV license. I think it's one house, isn't it? Oh yeah, okay. Fuck. I should know that because I've shared flat. I'm not paying attention. Okay. Focus. Give me an Israel Palestine quiz. Or give me a US civics. Well, I'd do it better than this one, wouldn't I? Magistrates and justices for the peace are members of what? Law society? Local community. Okay. A 2-minute silence is observed on Easter to commemorate the death of Christ. No, we don't do that. Peers nominated by the Prime Minister can only serve for their lifetime. Is it they can only serve for their lifetime? Like they have no choice? I think that's true, actually. Yeah. Which two countries took part in the Battle of Agincourt? France and... Oh, wait. France and England. Yeah. Who is credited with the introduction of the NHS? Florence Nightingale. Based. Nye Bevan. The Speaker is an MP, represents a constituency and deals with the constituents' problems like any other MP. Ooh, I think they are MPs, aren't they? No, wait. They are. Are they? Yes. What religion were Puritans? Protestants? Wait. Yes. Who can nominate life peers? The Prime Minister and the monarchy? No, it's not the monarchy. Damn, leaders of other political parties. Okay. Which country did Hitler invade in 39? Poland, bro. The Ashes. The small... oh, I don't know. I know Scotland. Small claims is 2000 in Scotland. Is it 2000 in England and Wales? No, it's... fuck. Small claims. It must have gone... Is it 2000? Maybe it must be higher now, but I remember it being 2000 in Scotland. Like 10 years ago. Small claims. Why is my brain going 4,000? Not 10, surely. 10? Okay. Which tribes invaded Britain after the Romans left? The Normans. No! I'm thinking of a different time. Fucking idiot. Okay. Not enough to pass. Ah! Okay. I can't even remember them. Okay. Well, now we can do it. Okay, now we got no problem. Okay. Hey, it's easy. It's much easier the second time, isn't it? Wait. Forget this one. 79. Okay. RIP. Just gotta do a refresher, okay? 21. Scotland, obviously. Adam Smith, obviously. True. Yes.
You failed, now you get deported. RIP Zogbox.
Thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that, David. Magistrates and justice, local community. What does this mean? Unpaid. Do not need legal qualifications. They receive training to do the job and are supported by a legal advisor. Okay. False. We don't do Easter. Shit. Peers can only serve their lifetime. True. England and France. Bevan. This one was true. Puritans were Protestant. Leaders and Prime Minister. Poland. Ashes. 10,000. It's 5,000 in Scotland. Okay. The Jutes and the Anglo-Saxons. Hey, okay, let's try more. Oh, there's so many. Roast beef is a traditional food of which country? Bro, what? Excuse me. Fuck off. I have to log in to move on? Hang on. Give me a fucking... Get me in. Put me in here. Yo. Oh, log in with Google. Thank you. Shove me in. Put me in it. Do Scotland. You don't get Scottish citizenship. You just get British citizenship. So, not happening. Save. Okay, am I logged in now? Dark mode. Oh, yeah. Got my license. All right, England. Go. Next. Who can get a 50% discount on their TV license? Oh, it's not students. Unless it's changed. I don't think I got it as a student. Did I? Blind people. That's a joke, right? Like, you get to watch TV for less. You're blind. Okay. Army officers? How can it be one but not the other, blind and deaf? Fuck off. Is it students? Do students get fucking TV license discount? Army officers just seems way too specific, like not veterans? It's not Huh. Blind people. Which languages were the basis of modern English? I don't know. Anglo-Saxon and modern Norman French? French and Celtic? No. Okay. How many members does the Northern Ireland Assembly have? 129? I don't know. I don't know anything about Ireland. Fuck that place. I'm joking. I would never. That's a lot. 129 is a lot. But, oh, okay. When did the first farmers arrive in Britain? 6,000 years ago. Okay. Who was the Iron Duke? That was Wellington. When did the Irish Free State become a republic? 22. No? Oh, as a trick question. Trick. Okay, okay. Not really a trick question. Just cocked. Okay. Ulster Fry. It's Northern Ireland. Yeah. Who tells visitors about the history of the Tower of London? London Guides? Beefeaters? Fuck off. Which two wives of Henry VIII were executed? Oh, divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. Anne Boleyn. And, okay, so there's Catherine of Aragon, Anne Boleyn, Jane Seymour. Anne of Cleves, wasn't it? Was she the fifth? So Catherine Howard. So Jane Seymour was third. She died. Was it Catherine Anne Jane? Catherine Anne. There were 3 Catherines, 2 Annes, and 1 Jane. It's not Seymour, you idiot. Seymour died in yeah, she died. Divorced, beheaded, died. Oh, fuck. Was Anne of Cleves number 4 or was it Catherine Howard? He kind of beheaded the 2 Annes. There's no way. He kind of... Okay. She was accused of taking lovers. She was a cousin of Anne Boleyn. RIP. When did Ireland split? 1922. That's the... Okay, yes. Volunteering is compulsory in the UK. Well, it might become but not right now, no. We're a free country, bitch. Nowadays, the House of Commons has more power than the Lords, obviously, yes. Select 2 popular social networking websites. Okay. No problem. What can carry on be associated with? Is that Phil? Ugh. Carry on. Something made me think of TV. Carry on? What are they talking about? The Carry On films. Okay. How do you make a complaint about the police? Chief Constable? Police station. Elgar is known for his work The Planets. False, that's Holst. No one likes Elgar. No one cares about Elgar. They just have his face on money because he's English. What were the first women's social and political union group members called? The suffrage, not the rotten boroughs. Okay. What was the system of land ownership used by the Normans known as? It's not Magna Carta. It's not democracy. Is it just feudalism or noble land? Just feudalism, yeah. Who can only give advice, warn, and encourage about government matters? That's the monarch, isn't it? They can only give... Wait. I think it's the monarch. What awards event celebrates British theatre? Bro. Mercury is music, isn't it? Turner is literature? I think it's the Brits. No, theatre. Whoa. The Brits would be television. Oh, fuck. The Laurence Olivier. I'm going to say this one because I don't know what else that would be. Yeah, okay. Is it a legal requirement that men and women should not be discriminated against due to their gender or marital status? Oh, actually. I think that might be false. Is that false? No, men and women. That's true. Because we have the Equalities Act. Catherine Howard was Anne Boleyn's cousin. True. Shagger. Who is known as William the Conqueror? Normandy? Yeah. Hey, I'd be a British citizen. No problem. Solid pass rate. Let's do one more. 45. What did Henry VII do? He didn't break away from the Church of Rome. I actually don't know what the fucking 7th did. I don't know what the... I don't know what Henry VII did. Did he didn't restrict king's power, not way back then. No way. It's something to do with the nobles. He invented gooning. He died. He got diseased. True, he got huge disease. Why are the Brits so proud that they had an absolute nutcase monarch? I don't know, because he's interesting. A good story. I think he probably would have taken power away from nobles. That's my guess. Because Henry VIII was after... Yeah! Hey! Which of these is not a music festival? The Fringe. Because that's a all kinds of things festival. Who is responsible for crime and immigration? The Home Secretary. Wait. Secretary of State is... Yeah. When did the English Civil War begin? Oh, fuck. I should know this. I'm not going to remember it. The English Civil War. Is it 1640? I think it's 1640. The Cavalier years. Is that? 42. Fuck you. All right. Edward I introduced the Statute of Rhuddlan, which annexed Wales to the Crown of England. 1284. Wales. Wales was a principality until the 1300s. This is false. Duh! Fuck! When were the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms established in England? 500? Duh! Shit! All right. Struggling. The Scottish Parliament, after the Magna Carta, split into two estates, the Lords and the Commons. After the Magna Carta? No, that's newer. Way more recent. What is the Shadow Cabinet? It's the opposition party. Who wrote about their experiences in First World War? I think it might have been Blake. Blake was one of them. Not Byron. Is it Blake? Oh my fucking God. It wasn't Blake. Ugh. Blake's too early. Yeah, little lamb. Discrimination in the workplace is a criminal offense. Oh yeah, it's not. Oh. Civil. What is the Giant's Causeway made of? I don't fucking know, man. Fucking waste of time. I don't know what the Giant's Causeway is made of. Lava. I don't know. I want to say stone. It's made of lava, bro. But it looks like stone. Conditions in Ireland in the 19th century were much better than in the rest of the UK. That's obviously false. There's a famine. Radar was developed by Sir Robert Watson Watt. I don't think that's true. I think it's a... Oh, it's true. Okay. BBC's first regular TV service. I don't know, man. It must have been 36 or 38. 36? Hey, okay. Lava turns into obsidian and basalt. Yeah. Satirical magazines began to be published in the 19th century. When was Punch first established? Oh, 1890s? 70s. Fuck, 40s. Okay. What destroyed London in 1666? A fire. A nuclear plant based. Other than universities in London, which university was credited with the discovery of the DNA molecule? Edinburgh. No, fuck. There's a museum. There's a museum in Edinburgh that talks about DNA, but I guess no, it was radioactive decay. Fuck me. During the reigns of Elizabeth and James I, where did the English government encourage Scots and English Protestants to settle? I have no idea. Bro. Ulster? No. No. East London. Elizabeth I. Oh, obviously Ulster because of the northern... Okay. Ah, interesting. What architectural styles are the famous London buildings in the 19th century, such as House of Parliament and St Pancras Station, associated with? Gothic? They look kind of Gothic. But I don't know. Yeah. What can the laws made by the EU also be called? Regulations? Wait, they're all of them, aren't they? Or are they regulations? They're usually, I always hear them regulations. All of them, okay. Which two things happened when Mary Stuart's husband got murdered? Mary Stuart, Tudors, Stuarts. Was Mary, is this isn't Mary Queen of Scots? Was she suspected to be involved? Did she go to France? She didn't give the throne to Elizabeth I. Who came before Elizabeth I? It was the 8-year-old, the fucking toddler. I think she fled. Why won't it say? Hey. Oh, two things. Rip. Whom did the serfs serve? Lords. Victoria Cross was awarded during which war? Not the first, was it? The Crimean. God. What's the divine right of kings? King appointed by God. Not enough to pass. Shagged. Okay, one more. Victoria, I know. But to be fair, Victoria, her name, it was slapped on a million things after she died. So I don't care. Don't care. Which of these UK landmarks is in Wales? It's not the Lake District. It's not Loch Lomond. It's not the Giant's Causeway. It's Snowdonia. Okay. What's the age requirement to drink wine with a meal with someone over 18? 16. Who tried to arrest 5 parliamentary leaders from the House of Commons? Charles I, wasn't it? Is that the Civil War? Yeah. When did Protestant ideas begin to spread? Oh, fuck off. It's probably the 15th century. No? No, wait. John Calvin, 1500s. 16th century. In the UK? What yearly event happens between Oxford and Cambridge universities? Oh, they fucking... They do a fight club. They do like a little fight club where you have your dick in one hand and you have to throw punches with the other. That's what they do. They split up into flower arranging teams. And the first team to get for every member to have sore bottoms loses. I don't know. They stand opposite each other and start tugging themselves off, and they just have to shout things to try and distract each other. Last team to finish coming loses. That's what these guys do. Okay, make no mistake. As per 2021 census, what percentage of the population in England and Wales doesn't follow a religion? Well, it depends, because what people say. What do people say that they do? I think it's probably quite high. I don't think it's 37, though. I think it's 21. Oh, it's 37? Okay. People living in the UK must pay tax on the following two. Wages. Income from property savings and dividends. Where were the first farmers that came to Britain from? Why the fuck would I know that? They would have come from the southeast. Yeah. D-Day is when the British evacuated the French from Normandy. No, that's not true. D-Day was when they came back. Which two are police duties? Misuse their authority. Be corrupt. Based. Where was Isaac Newton born? England? Yeah. How many countries make up the EU? 27. No! Yeah. Upgrade to... Fuck off. I can't even go past this. Fuck off. Okay. Disgusting. Absolutely hideous. Am I going to be better or worse at the American civics test? Surely I'm going to be worse, right? UK is fucking boring, though. No one likes the UK. 4. Thank you. This is too easy. Stop. What is Benjamin Franklin famous for? It's not the airplane. Was he the youngest wanker? He was a diplomat. He was a diplomat. He wasn't a president. Yeah. What territory did the United States buy from France? Louisiana. Who makes federal laws? The Congress. We elect a U.S. representative how many years? A rep. Oh, 6 years. Oh! No. That's senators. House of Representatives, 2 years. Who is the father of our country? George Washington? Yeah. Before he was president, Eisenhower was a general, World War II. Who does U.S. Senator represent? State. Where's the Statue of Liberty? New York. Oh, whoa. The House has how many voting members? 4 to 35. Why does the flag have 50 stars? 1 for each state, 1 for each president. There were 50 people. What's an amendment? Change the Constitution. What is the political party of the president now? Republican. What is the one responsibility that is only for United States citizens? Pay taxes? Can you serve in a jury if you're not a citizen? Oh, wait. Non-citizens pay taxes. Why does the flag have 13 stripes? Is it the original colonies? There were 13. Oh. Or is it because of the number of signatures in the Constitution? No, it's colonies. Yeah. What is the economic system? Well, depends on who you... What are the two parts of the US Congress? The Senate and the Reps. Who is the first president? George Washington. Name 2 national US holidays. National holidays. Ooh. National holiday. Is Labor Day a national holiday? Columbus Day is. I imagine Thanksgiving is. I don't know if Citizenship Day is. Okay. Name the U.S. war between the North and the South. Come on. Okay, that's just easier than the British one. Okay, that's not fair. That does not mean I've been gentrified, colonized, zogged. Hang on. What's that the British YouTube channel called for the news, the really simple news, TLDR? Okay, never mind. The TV license is still baffling. Yeah.
WAOG agent, I better hear you only speak in freedom measurements from now on.
Thanks for $10. No. Never happen. Okay. I think we're good today. That was fun. That was a bit much. We'll be back soon to talk about boats. The hardest part of the citizenship is at the gun range. Good one. Chad Logic is gaming, is he? What? Someone in chat earlier was saying that Chad's content now is just like making fun of lolcows. That's like all he does. Let me see.
That's an easy 5 stars. Okay.
You guys want to watch this?
I think we can go ahead and give 5 stars for that. I think that they understood the assignment. Great. Looks good.
I'm going to send you in this direction. I'll do it.
Probably more goth, but I'll let it slide.
Goth. This is what happens when you run out of rapes to review. Okay. Well done. Well done, chat. The chat. Okay. See you when I see you, okay? I probably won't be around tomorrow or the day after, but maybe later in the week. Who knows? Depends on what mood I'm in. Okay. Take care. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.